Okay. We're actually alive. Let me move. Chat. You're going down there. Webcam. You're going down there. You're going there. Advanced audio properties. VOD is getting audio. Max that bad boy out. Do that. Do that. There we go. And with that, we are. Man, they've sponsored a lot of people. To watch this thing. That's very interesting. I did remember to click that button, yes. I did remember to click that button. Premiere 2 is sponsored. Atara is sponsored. Sacriel is sponsored. It's like scrolling down the list of people I follow on Twitter. Also sponsored. I saw like another couple posts. I think Co was sponsored. Go JP Jans, yeah. I'm surprised that they sponsored so many people. I mean, I guess there's something big coming. At least you'd hope so. If you're throwing around that amount of money. Because that is not cheap. That is not cheap to get that many people to watch this thing. Bam! We'll scare them away with path building. Leaks were big. Let's see. I have not seen them myself yet. So, all good. Okay, cool. Yep, VOD gets audio, I get audio, that gets audio. I've boosted up this audio to 14 decibels. Minus 14 decibels, because decibels have to work backwards because they're fucking weird. Yeah. We're good. We're good. I mean, I'm hyped to see Nikke is collabing with Resident Evil. That's a different thing I'm not hyped to see, but interesting. Nikke X Resident Evil. Uh-huh. Righto! Is that a play pod too? Not really, I guess so. Honestly. I mean, that's true, yeah. Continue the bloodline bang. Oh god. Resident Evil collabs with everybody though, to be fair. Like, I feel like Resident Evil is one of those things where they literally have a collab with just everyone from like the vending machine in a 7-Eleven to a video game. I mean, yeah, it is really. It really is. But yeah, I guess that's. I don't know. It's weird because like, Path of Exile 2 is still pay to enter, and we have supporter packs coming in, and they're doing sponsorship things, but it's supposed to come to be a free-to-play game. Or a free weekend on launch. Ah. See, I don't know. Part of me feels like they're milking it. They're milking the money. But I don't know. We'll see. I guess we'll find out. What's batch? Cool, cool, cool. Not much going on there. Okay, awesome. We're good then. We are in the waiting phase for 14 minutes of waiting the fuck out. That is good for me. That's best absolutely. Handstand for 14 minutes? I think I would die. Mostly because my stomach is not having a good day today. I went and saw people, and then all of a sudden got a stomach bug. Which is great. New stomach? I should. Drops turned on? They should be. Contain server loads. I mean, maybe. For the bathroom, it's possible. Like I said, I'm attempting to keep my stomach in line, but I have my doubts. Mountain Blade Bannerlords is getting a major update as with 1.3 alongside of the War Sales updates. See what their water combat look at.
Peggy 16.
Peggy 16. Is this like a introduction video? There's no actual combat in it. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say, this footage, the water affects the boat, as it should be, and then you go to the next footage, very different water physics. And the thing is, like, Bannerlords has the ability. Bannerlords has the ability to actually pull off, okay, I don't know if that's copyright music. Proper water physics, because there are small arenas. They don't have to do, like, mass simulation. They can do, like, a square of simulation. So, I would hope that they put in effort to actually pull off, like, a proper water physics simulation of some kind. To make it so the water is active in the gameplay. It kind of looks like it is, because that is... It's possible it is. It's possible it is actually active, because you can see the boat going down into the wave. So yeah, it's possible. It is possible they actually have some type of water simulation. Yeah, it was just shallow wall. Yeah. It'll be interesting. I wonder what's in the I wonder what's gonna be in the major overhaul. 'Cause, yeah, it needs a major overhaul for Bannerlords to become more than it currently is. They do, yeah. The game is right now, Mountain Blade 1 is still the superior game in terms of the overall depth of trading, diplomacy, combat. It's just across the board a better game. And with mods, it's nowhere close. If you want like the actual Mountain Blade experience, you just play modded Mountain Blade 1. Combat you preferring to? I do like 2's combat. it does feel good. Like I like playing the action of playing Mount and Blade Bannerlords, the second one, but the rest of the story is extreme. Like the rest of the game is very shallow. Mount and Blade butt plug. Hell yeah. Really feel the stabbing. It is. It is. What's this? What? A top-down action strategy roguelite. What? The fuck is that? What's a top-down action strategy roguelite? Oh, it's one of these again. Yeah, I was gonna say, we saw another one of these just like a couple days ago. Where you have like your own horde and stuff that you build up, and then you go do... Is more MOBA than RTS? I guess so. I mean, it just says a bunch of buzzwords. I really can't figure out what it is. It looks like someone took their MOBA game and made it into a into a roguelike game. I'm not gonna lie. Looks like somebody was working on a MOBA. It was like, guys, MOBAs don't sell anymore. And they're like, shit. Pivot. Paper like Breaker is coming, doing its thing. As you do. Shape of Dreams. This is not the one we saw, but fair enough, yeah. I like that art style. Really. This is I don't know why. I like this color palette. The gray outline stuff. What? Thanks for the heads up. What heads up? Oh, did you ping on Discord? That's fine. Well, I'm okay with that. I like snow, yes. There's a lot of screen shake, yes. I mean, there's a lot of stuff coming out. There's a lot of games that are going to be filling the roster, so to speak. And it'll be interesting to see if... I don't know, I'm kind of waiting for... I'm kind of interested in seeing, like, what is the next... what's the next genre, right? This looks fucking sick. I fucking love this. I added this to the wishlist like right away. This looks fucking cool. You are quite literally grinding the rails as a train. Doing like backflips and shit through a course while drifting and fighting bosses and shit. This game looks fucking mental, and I love it. This looks so cool. So glowy. Oh yeah, well, Twitch. Yeah, it looks fucking wild. Yes, you fight a Power Rangers mech. It is just crazy looking. I mean, yeah, fair enough. I'm fucking hyped for that. That looks fucking cool. I saw that, like, on Twitter. I was like, yes. Give me, please. So, that's pretty cool. So, well, Twitch, see you later. I mean, it really is, yeah. It is just the game. Just fucking get all sorts of hype. Yeah, I was gonna say it really seems to take a lot of inspiration from Jet Set Radio. It has like a massive inspiration for that, which is fine. I really don't mind that at all. I wish we had more games that look like Jet Set Radio. Because it just would, yeah, it would look cool. There's so much stuff that's like come out. Just hovering over like stuff in the in Steam's like stuff like Void Breakers and stuff like that. Everything just looks so generic nowadays. I hate to say it, but it's like really seeing something like that game, it really sets it apart because everything else you just look at it and go, oh yeah. This is unique. Compensation not guaranteed.
Welcome to the Ministry of Development.
Oh, this game, the town builder thing with what you would call it, elements. It's that one game where you sit in a box. Papers, Please. Yeah, Papers, Please with like a town builder, where depending on who you add in and who does what happens and how the town does stuff. Yeah, it's I think yeah, definitely that one could be an interesting one to see how it goes. What's recommended for me? Enshrouded, Delta Force. Why the fuck are those recommended? Road Kings. Time to start trucking. Kingdom Come is coming out with a DLC about blacksmithing. Interestingly enough. What else is there? Death scrolling. What's this? Roguelike vertical scrolling RPG where you kill enemies, collect gold, avoid the Grim Reaper at long. Okay. A vertical scroller? Yeah, I saw that. We have ID all now. As a vendor option. Cost 1 wisdom scroll per item, and you can now vendor your way. Huh. Okay, so the screen is always scrolling and you just gotta make sure you get forwards. Yeah. You gotta really work a gimmick like that well to make it feel like it's just not odd. Like, it's supposed to put that sense of, like, you know, the player must go, feel like it's constantly, you know, pushing you to go faster and faster. Yeah, probably a Switch game more so than anything, because I think it fits that kind of platform vibe a lot more. Nothing else that I see that's like really interesting right now. Overall, everything else looks pretty much what we've seen. What else is there? A Star Fox game, but not Star Fox. Wild Blue. On-rail shooter. Yeah, it is. It's a Star Fox clone. All that image, I was like, that's a Star Fox clone. I mean, that'd be kind of interesting to see if someone actually pulls off a good version of that. Lords of the Fallen got another one, but Epic only. Yeah. It is, yeah, there's very few. Go like vouch. Let's fucking do it. Look on the Q and or A. Is the quality set correctly? Your browser settings software device do not support stream qualities. What the fuck does that mean, game? Hopefully.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games.
That's who he is.
And welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of what's coming next for Path of Exile 2.
Uh-huh.
Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Sun Priest's Incineration rare finisher effect by following the instructions below.
Oh, the
With that out of the
instructions.
way, let's get started.
I didn't do that in
It's
school.
time to give you a teaser of what's coming in Path of Exile 2, the Third Edict.
Okay.
Karui! I have called you here to save our people, to save our way.
He's got some green armor
Over
on.
the ages, we have known pain like no other, but we endured, and we became mighty.
Boats.
Now, outsiders dishonor our shores, and we have stood by, doing nothing. Hear my voice, ancestors.
This has to be
Show us
Act
your
4.
strength. Show us the true way.
Okay.
I understand.
Ooh, green things. Davy Jones? David of Jones. Okay.
The true Makoi will rise.
That's Ascension 3. Act 4. 3 interlude acts. 35 new areas. Interlude. What is an interlude act? Or gym overhaul. Oh, really? And a massive skill rework. Lineage. Okay. 150 new notables. New trade system. Wait a second now. Are we getting the fabled House of Auctions? Rise of the Abyssal. Okay. Wait a second now. Wait a second now. Are we actually becoming the game? I'm excited. I'm excited. The future
As you
is
can see,
now.
there's a lot going on, and we have a lot to reveal today. We'll start by going over Act 4, the next
Okay.
chapter in the Path of Exile 2 storyline. But that's not all. There's also 3 new interlude acts to get you to endgame, which means we're removing cruel difficulty too. After that, we'll be going through the massive changes to characters. I'm super excited to show you how I've overhauled the entire support gem system, added new skills, and yes, there are buffs.
Yay!
Next,
Buffs.
we'll go over the Rise of the Abyssal, this season's exclusive league mechanic, and talk about the new rewards, crafting systems, areas, and bosses that it adds.
Okay.
After that, it's on to changes we're making to the endgame. Then it's time to talk about items, crafting, and oh yeah, trade. That's going to be a big one.
Asynchronous
We'll then
buy
go over
items
our
when the
new
slows are
supporter
offline.
packs and finish up with a live Q&A session where
That's
ZD
fucking
will ask
wild.
Path of Exile 2's game directors, myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. And after that, at 4 p.m. Pacific, hatch notes. They're not quite complete, but they should give you some nice details to chew on.
Okay.
We've got a lot to cover today, but first, another announcement. When the Third Edict launches on the 29th, we'll be having a free weekend for Path of Exile 2.
Okay.
That's right, Path of Exile 2 will be free for the first time without requiring an early access key. The free weekend will end on September the 1st, so you'll have plenty of time to give the game a try. Alright, let's get started with Act 4. The story continues from the end of Act 3. Doryani has agreed to help you find an ancient weapon that can be used against corruption. The instrument of the
banana
Third Edict.
Oh, that.
The
Okay,
weapon
yeah.
was broken in ages past, but he believes that the pieces may be found in the Karui Archipelago, the home of the Karui tribes. You will need to journey to Kingsmarch, hire a ship, and set sail.
Okay.
When you open the map, you can choose to sail anywhere you like. Act 4 is completely non-linear, and you can visit the islands in any order you choose.
Okay, it's this thing that was originally
Will you visit the
showcased.
pristine beaches of Whakapanu Island? The Karui whisper of a curse that afflicts all who travel there. Perhaps it's related to the weapon you seek.
That's a cool looking ability. I don't know what it is, but it's cool
Or
looking.
maybe you will visit the volcanic shores of the Isle of Kin. The Kin have been more restless recently, mining for sulfite and driven by some dark force. Perhaps you will choose to consult with one of the local Karui tribes. Their ancient wisdom could hold clues to finding the Third Edict.
Interesting.
No matter where you choose to go, you will fight dangerous beasts,
Beasts.
find fabulous treasures,
Hey, look, it's me.
and battle incredible bosses.
A challenger!
Sung Wukong.
Seize your soul!
There are 8 islands to discover, each teeming with its own flora and fauna.
Okay.
Act 4 contains over 100 new monster types, 16 new areas, 12 new bosses, and plenty of other interesting encounters.
What?
There's a huge amount to show, but we're not going to spoil too much here. We want to give you a chance to discover it all for yourself.
Oba.
But what happens after Act 4? Well, until now you had to repeat the entire campaign again before you could face the endgame.
You sure
But
did.
after adding Act 4, the game is far too long to make you do that. We needed something else to do in between the end of Act 4 and the endgame. So what else could we do? Add 3 new mini-acts, of course, and we're calling them the Interludes.
Huh?
The Interludes are a set of 3 temporary side stories that will be included in the game until Act 5 is released. That will take you to level 65 where the endgame can begin.
Huh. I think it is,
The
Trust,
first
yeah.
interlude sends you on a journey back to Ogham. Renly has been leading the efforts to rebuild Ogham Village after the defeat of Count Geonor, but there's a new danger afoot. The nearby
Taxes.
town of Holton is surrounded by an impenetrable darkness.
Oh, never mind.
And each night their corrupted townfolk emerge to raid the local farmlands. You will discover new areas. And new bosses.
Blade of the Mists.
You'll
Isn't
need to
that-
find your way through the darkness,
Oh god. No,
uncover
not
the
the
source of
darkness.
corruption,
Soon you will serve our master.
and defeat it.
Yes, I shall dance with their corpse.
Okay.
And that's just the first interlude. The second interlude will have you return to the Vasteri Desert, where Asala has been given a sacred duty. When the skies align, the gifting of water requires a chosen Sekima to meet with the Selkari, guardians of
I
the
got
sacred
greedy.
water,
Okay.
but they're nowhere to be found. You will need to track down the Selkari, find those responsible for disrupting the gifting, fight even more new bosses, discover the secrets of the ancient ritual,
That guy's having a time.
discover new locations, and ultimately help Asala carry out her sacred duty. Now for Interlude 3. As Royal Thaumaturge of the Vaal, Doryani had plans within plans to save his people from the cataclysm perpetuated by Atzeri's lust for power. One such plan involved sealing a group of willing Vaal deep in a great mountain vault near the home of the Asmeri, deep enough to survive the cataclysm.
Uh-huh.
Even though thousands of years have passed, he believes that their descendants may still live, and may be key to defeating the beast. The journey up the mountain will be dangerous. New foes stand in your way. And the further up the mountain you venture, the colder it will become.
Neat. Snow area.
Explore caves of ice. And enter the vault itself. Who can say what you will find within? The
I'm sure they're going to be
interludes are
having a
6
good
to 7
time.
areas each, and generally include 4 boss fights as well. When you put that together with Act 4, that adds up to 35 new areas in the campaign and 24 new bosses.
Damn.
It's worth making clear that the interludes are temporary. When Act 5 and 6 are added, the interludes will be going away. These are side stories after all, but don't worry, the bosses and areas that make up the interlude are all part of the endgame. We're not just going to throw them away.
I figured as much.
And with that, we don't need cruel difficulty anymore.
Hell yeah.
We do know that it was a pretty big chore to have to play through the campaign multiple times on each character.
Yes.
And this was a huge reason that the campaign could feel like a bit of a slog when playing through again. But we do also have another new feature to address that particular concern as well. So let's talk about sprinting.
Okay.
In 030, when you hold down the dodge roll button, your character will go into a sprint after they finish the roll.
Uh-huh.
This is available on all character classes, and there's no limitation on how long you can sprint for. The primary purpose of this feature is to make navigating areas faster when out of combat. Because of that, if you do take a hit while sprinting, you'll fall to the ground.
Okay.
The best idea is to use a skill when you see monsters. That'll break you out of the sprint so you can engage with no danger.
I
If
see.
you do need to run away from monsters, just hold spacebar. You won't be vulnerable during the roll, and you're faster while sprinting than basically any monster in the game, allowing you to retreat from combat.
Okay.
Sprint is a pretty significant change to PoE 2's gameplay. But what I like most about it is that we can accelerate the pace of the game for those who want that, without having to compromise on PoE 2's more visceral combat systems. Okay, so that's the new extensions to the campaign, but there's a whole giant league to play through as well.
Yeah, it's
I'll
like
leave that to Mark to talk about
the
later.
zone,
And
the
that's because
arbiter
what I want to talk
fight.
about now is the new stuff for your characters. And probably one of the biggest new systems here is with the support gems. Now, support gems are one of the most interesting elements to creating a build. They're what enables so many interesting mechanics and different ways to play.
Okay.
But PoE 2's support gem system has just never been quite right.
Yep.
One of the major issues is the limitation of only having one support gem of each type on your character. We didn't want builds to just become using the same 5 most powerful supports in every skill. The problem with this design, though, is that it's actually working against using multiple skills in your build. If you can only use each support gem on one skill, it means that you're encouraged to go all in on that one ability.
Yep.
And we want to encourage you to combo your abilities, something needed to change. So with that in mind, we've removed the restriction of having one of each support gem per character. You can now use as many copies as you like.
Okay.
This should drastically increase the amount of possible builds and increase the amount of skill diversity. There are a lot of potential builds that suffered from the previous restriction. For example, a poison build previously couldn't add poison to more than one skill. They couldn't use stacking poison on more than one skill either. This severely limited your ability to combo with anything outside of the specifically designed poison archetype, but now
Yeah.
you can. Many utility skills previously couldn't scale to endgame, because the supports that would make them scale were more useful to use on other skills. You would never speed up killing Palm with martial tempo, when you would much rather use it on your primary skill instead. There are more examples like this all over the place.
Okay. So maybe multi-skilling is...
In addition to that, though, we thought there wasn't enough feeling of progression in the supports as you went through the game. There were only 3 tiers of supports, and many of the most important ones were given out at Tier 1. Also, there were no strict upgrades, meaning that upgrading supports when you ran out of sockets required quite a lot of thinking.
Okay.
In order to solve these issues, we now also have multiple levels of many supports as you go through the game. For example,
That's good to
double barrel
see.
support gives you an extra bolt, but at the cost of 30% less reload speed. At Tier 2, the penalty gets lowered to 20%. But then at Tier 3, the support gem gets something new. It now reloads automatically when you heavy stun an enemy.
Okay.
In some cases, the highest tiers might work a little differently, and you'll have to decide if you like the upgrade or not, depending on your build. For example, rapid casting. The first couple of levels gives 15, then 20% increased cast speed. But then at Tier 3, it changes to a new approach. For each different spell you cast in the last 8 seconds, you get 10% increased cast speed, which could be a pretty big bonus if you use a lot of different spells. So that's pretty good for upgrades through the campaign.
Okay.
But we wanted to add a little more spice to the endgame for supports too. And that's where our new system, Lineage Supports, comes in. You can think of these like unique items, but for supports. There are supports that are only available at endgame, but they're much more powerful. Like Ratha's Assault. It's an upgraded version of Double Barrel that reloads your skill as you dodge roll, as well as increasing the number of bolts it can hold. But
Oh.
it does mean that it's the only way you can reload the skill now. Now, unlike regular supports, you can't find these through the uncut support gem. Just like unique items, many of these can be found from specific bosses.
Huh. Extra echo.
And there's a ton in the regular drop pool too. Some of them are fairly rare,
Well, I didn't read that one.
others fairly common.
Okay.
Some of them are build defining. Others are just straight up power upgrades.
Interesting. Okay.
All in all, there's around 40 lineage supports being added throughout the endgame, so there's a lot of power to find out there. Now, The new support gems are certainly going to open up a lot of
That was,
builds.
yeah, that was
but of course,
inverted.
we have a huge range of improvements to individual character classes as well.
That'll break so much
As well
shit.
as adding new skills, we had a big focus on buffing existing skills so that they can scale well into the endgame. There's a huge amount to cover here, so we're not going to discuss everything. We're just going to quick fire through some of the coolest changes.
Alright, give me the changes.
We wanted to make cold a more useful element on the Ranger, so we've expanded the cold tools available. As well as increasing its range, Escape Shot now creates fragments of ice whenever it hits the ground. These fragments explode after a short time, making the skill better for killing groups of enemies.
Okay.
But not only that, we added an ice fragment support that creates more of them when killing frozen enemies. And a new buff skill called Ice-Tipped Arrows that allows all your arrows to create ice fragments. This already gives clear to rangers wanting to use ice. But to take further advantage of the ice fragments, Freezing Salvo has been upgraded to shoot additional cold arrows towards every fragment, giving you a nuke-like ability.
You stack a bunch, you can then...
We've also modified Snipe to consume frozen from enemies, dealing a huge amount more damage, giving you a nice ice single target option. And something you might notice about this is that the bonus is a lot higher against bosses. This is actually a change you'll see throughout the entire game. Since it's a lot harder to freeze a boss, you should get a bigger reward for it.
Oh. Okay.
Another theme you'll see throughout the game is making movement feel better. Toxic Growth is a skill that was pretty cool, but a bit annoying to use with the jump that it had. Now Toxic Growth is a range skill, so you can spam it more easily.
Okay.
And we've also added a new poison skill while we were at it, called Toxic Domain. It creates a small area around you that makes all your attacks create toxic growth pustules, but attached to monsters.
Pustules.
Another skill that was annoying to use was Electrocuting Arrow. It's now just a regular arrow, making it easier to use. But it also means you can support it with projectile supports. And it now also has Area of Effect, making it a tool for more than just single target.
I don't think I've played a
and
single
allowing it to
bow skill
scale
yet.
into the endgame.
No, I played one.
We also added a new spirit reservation called Mirage Archer. This is a meta skill that allows you to create shadowy clones of yourself.
It's not for a
to
bit,
use a
yeah.
skill of your choice.
Not very long, though.
Of course, one of the other big problems the Ranger had was survivability. Evasion was the weakest of the three defenses, and we wanted to change that.
Oh, here we go.
Currently, evasion doesn't evade all types of hits in the game, so you're still vulnerable to things like slams or unblockable attacks. To make evasion characters more tanky, we're adding a new mechanic called Deflect. Unlike evasion, Deflect works on everything, and if you successfully deflect a hit, you take 40% less damage.
Oh, it's
Items
spell
can now
press
give you
for
a mod that
everything.
gives you some amount of deflection based on your evasion.
Okay.
And there's a bunch of it available on the passive tree too. Deflection is rolled in addition to evasion, so this is an upgrade for regular hits too. And unlike evasion, there's no maximum chance. You can reach 100% deflect against all hits if you
Okay.
step into it enough.
So 40%
Of course, this is a
reduction.
buff that helps all dex characters, so the mercenary and the monk, but especially the huntress, are seeing big defense boosts from this as well.
Okay.
Speaking of defensive mechanics, let's talk about block and parry. Now, one of the big concerns on the release of the Huntress was parry feeling unreliable. One of the big reasons for this is there's a lot of hits that are not blockable, and thus not parryable either. So a huge balance change we're making is that now everything is blockable, except for specifically unblockable red flash skills that bosses use.
Huh.
This makes parry much more reliable. And not only that, but to make block and parry nicer to use, you now also move faster than before while using these abilities. This is a massive buff to passive block as well. So to counter that, we did have to lower the max passive block a bit. But overall,
okay.
you should feel much safer.
Yeah, that sounds like it's way more
Fire
usable.
skills on the warrior were not really cutting the mustard. So we decided we needed to upgrade a bunch of them, but also add some more as well. Let's start with a buff. Volcanic Fissure now branches into multiple fissures, giving it much more clearing potential. We've also added a new skill called Forge Hammer. This skill throws a molten hammer that does a slam at a distance. You can recall the hammer back by using the skill again if you like. But the cooler thing to do is to use a Warcry near it. Using a Warcry makes the hammer explode, making a bunch of volcanic fissures around.
Uh-huh.
Volcanic fissures re-trigger when you slam them, so it's a great skill to make a flaming arena to fight a boss.
Let's see.
We also buffed Perfect Strike to have much larger area of effect, and changed Molten Blast to not always force you to move forward. Trust me, it feels a lot better to use now.
Oh,
The
shit.
skill now has massively boosted chance to ignite monsters as well.
That's
And you're going
huge.
to want to ignite monsters due to a new glory skill called Ancestral Cry. Ancestral Cry charges up with glory by igniting monsters, invoking King Kaum's favor. After you do, use it to channel Kaum's ancestral power. Every attack will be ancestrally boosted with fire. Your very steps will explode, triggering volcanic fissures, and molten balls will erupt from your attacks. Warrior shield skills were another area we wanted to improve.
Yes.
Now that we've got sprint, we actually don't need to have a cooldown on shield charge anymore. And now also does more damage the further away you are when you use it.
Okay.
Shield wall got significantly upgraded AoE. Also, you can shield charge right through it to trigger all the walls. We also added a new shield war cry. Fortifying Cry gives you a defensive buff, but it also builds up charge on your shield.
Do I leak start my idea?
And Magma Barrier now doesn't require timing in order to use. Just wait for your shield to charge up and block.
I know what you want.
Seismic Cry now stuns enemies that are primed for stun. And we changed the Sunder interaction with Armor Break. It now also gives a Sundered Armor debuff that makes enemies take 40% extra physical
I
damage.
wonder if it works.
Great for bosses. Ancestral Warrior Totem has undergone some pretty significant changes too. We wanted the skill to feel more like using an ultimate. That summoning an ancestor to fight for you was a big deal. So we've changed this totem to require 3 endurance charges to summon, and massively buffed its damage. It also now scales your weapon damage too.
Okay.
Since there's no limit anymore, if you build around generating endurance charges, you can summon an entire forest of totems. In order to make that easier, we added some new sources of endurance charges. There's now a support to make Perfect Strike generate charges, and a support for generating endurance charges from heavy stuns as well.
Okay.
Speaking of totems, we wanted to upgrade the Warbringer. Among the other changes we've made to this class, Answered Call now gives an extra totem, and the spirits have just been generally buffed in many ways.
Yeah, so we actually get like
limitless ancestral warrior forest to make an army of Karui that would make Tukohama proud.
yeah, so you get like an actual totem build.
Howl and Warcaller's Bellow support, so you can get all the benefits with 1 point. And Encased in Jade no longer removes the Jade when getting hit, making it a much better defense.
Oh wow, okay.
Next up, let's talk about accuracy. Accuracy was always intended to be something that warriors didn't need to care about very much so long as they're in close combat. But unfortunately, that's not currently the case. This was particularly annoying with skills like Bone Shatter, which you certainly don't want to mess with. So we significantly buffed your chance to hit at close ranges when you don't have much accuracy. Warriors shouldn't require any accuracy investment in order to hit with close range attacks now.
Okay.
We
Interesting.
also wanted to improve armor. Now, one of the major weaknesses of armor is the inability to defend against elemental damage. In order to mitigate this, we're adding a lot more of the stat that allows your armor to defend against elemental damage. It's now available in items and in a lot more places on the passive tree.
Okay.
One of the most important improvements we've made in 030 is to declunk the action and flow of shooting crossbows. You can now reload crossbows without any movement penalty. But not only that, all skills that can be used while moving now slow you for a shorter amount of time. This change benefits everyone, not just crossbow skills. With both of these changes put together, the run and gun playstyle feels much better. It's hard to explain how important this change is for the feel of the class.
Yeah, that would be
The
massive.
Mercenary is also a good chance to talk about how we're rebalancing to make comboing skills much better. Take Shock, for example. It buffs damage and lasts 4 seconds right now, but that isn't really giving you enough time to take advantage of it. If you're going to add a lightning skill into a build that otherwise wouldn't use one, we need to make mechanics like this much better. So we've increased shock duration on monsters to last 8 seconds. And skills like Plasma Blast, which are intended to be good at shocking enemies, now increase the damage bonus by a lot more. You'll find changes like this all around the game. Shock lasts 8 seconds, giving you more of a reason to weave in cold damage. Freezing skills are better at freezing. Burning skills need to cause burns that last longer. But making skills like Permafrost Bolts and Incendiary Shot double down on how they're supposed to be used, it makes using them in your build alongside other skills much more likely. We're also making sure to buff specific combos too. The freeze explosions from frag rounds now chain to nearby enemies. And using high velocity rounds with armor break will now fragment the opponent's armor. This causes monsters to take a portion of high velocity rounds damage with every subsequent hit, even tiny pellets. So that means following it with a shotgun blast is way more effective.
I mean, yeah, they're definitely making it seem like there's better flow.
But for now, I'm just going to talk about the new one we added, the Mortar Cannon.
Mortar?
This one lets you socket any grenade skill. and using it will summon a cannon which loads and then fires the grenade you
What?
choose.
Grenade out!
Another issue on the Mercenary were banners. They were just not very good, so we're doing a big upgrade
Wait,
to them.
man, so far
They now last
massive.
longer, don't disappear when moving out of them, and we removed the Valor mechanic. They now just give a much more consistent and stronger buff, and you can use them when you get enough glory. On which, one of the main focuses was making various minion types more useful to use together. Melee minions in particular were just not that great compared to ranged ones. As a starting point, we just straight up removed the requirement for minions to have accuracy.
Wow, okay.
Attack minions now always hit, which makes them way better. Brutes got some good numeric buffs, but we also added a new command skill where they do a war cry that intimidates enemies and detonates any frozen monsters and allies around you in a big cold explosion.
Minion buffs?
We've also changed the Frost Mage's command skill to an ability that adds ice armor to your other minions, adding a layer of defense. And it makes them deal cold damage back to the attacker as well. The ice armor also makes the minion count as frozen, so the Brute's Warcry can detonate them too.
Synergies between the
An Earth
minions?
was changed to work on corpses of your dead skeletons, allowing you to summon the minions more easily in boss fights. And they also got a new jump ability, allowing them to get into combat faster. Ray's Spectre was also feeling pretty weak for the spirit cost they have. To be
Right.
honest, we were a little afraid of these when we first balanced them. We've both decreased the spirit cost for a large range of monsters, and have significantly increased Spectre damage too. They should feel a lot more impactful.
Okay. Good. I know that was a big thing a lot of people
Also,
talk
a lot
about.
of new spellcaster weapons with newer cult skills. But I'll just talk about one of them that I thought was particularly cool. The Reaping Staff is actually a wicked scythe that gives you a new ability called Reap. When an enemy is low in life, you can dash forward and rake enemies with the scythe to cull them instantly, healing you. It can also inflict critical weakness on enemies too.
Oh.
Now, there's a lot of balance changes in the Witcher's Ascendancy classes, but I'll just talk about two of them for now.
Okay,
On the
okay.
Blood Mage, you were previously required to spend your first points on Sanguimancy, which really was supposed to be the downside for being able to access the powerful abilities on the rest of the class. In order to make picking the Blood Mage a better early option, we've made Sanguimancy free, unlocking the power of the rest of the class immediately.
Okay.
On the Infernalist, the Demon form wasn't something people were really using because you lost your weapon stats while transformed.
Yes.
Well, you no longer do, so it's a much better option now.
Okay. There we go.
On the Monk, the wind skills needed a big upgrade for sure. Staggering Palm can now stack up its duration if you use the skill multiple times in a row, so you can keep the effect of all your skills throwing up wind much more easily. Wind Blast had the purpose of building up to dazing an enemy, but dazing just wasn't worth all that effort. Now it just dazes on hit, meaning a single Wind Blast
Blood
will make
Mage
all your
now?
skills stun
Maybe.
enemies more easily. Following up with Vaulting Impact on a dazed enemy previously did
Maybe.
a bunch of stun. Now it allows you to break your enemy's stance. When their stance is broken, following up with a fast attack will do way more damage. A cool build that certain people always enjoyed in PoE1 was hand-to-hand combat, but until now we just didn't have a real way to make it viable.
Okay.
Well, that changes now.
Hollow palms in.
Monk, as a true martial artist, now has the ability to learn the Hollow Palm technique, a keystone that lets you use all quarterstaff skills while unarmed. All quarterstaff attacks now have a special unarmed version, and you get further bonuses to all your attacks from stacking Energy Shield and Evasion on your character.
Hybrid energy shield evasion characters. What?
A new keystone we also added to the Monk section of the tree is Walker of the Wilds. This changes Mana Leech to work with elemental damage instead of physical, which is pretty useful for all those elemental attacks the Monk has, but it works well for the Ranger too. Now, one of the least used Ascendancy classes in the game is the Acolyte of Chayula, so we knew we needed to make some changes here. One
mean,
of the
Hollow
key
Palm's
things we
gonna
had
be
to do was
insane
make
if
the
it's-
chaos damage that the Acolyte can do much more useful.
Got good numbers.
So we've added a new skill, allowing chaos damage to ignite, shock, chill, and freeze, embracing the elemental prowess of the Monk in a truly chaotic fashion.
What?
In addition, he can make all of his chaos damage leech. And we've buffed Into the Breach and Embrace the Darkness by moving the effects of the 4-point nodes into the base skills. He also gains a new notable, Grasp of the Void, which leaves void illusions behind you as you dodge roll. If they're killed, they do massive explosions of darkness, dealing damage to everything in sight. Now let's talk about Sorceress skills. One of the things we wanted to improve on the Sorc is the ability to use multiple elements together more effectively. Now, this might seem small, but one of the things pushing you towards using a single element is debuffs like elemental curses, which lower resistances of a single element.
Yeah.
In order to fix that, we're making quite a lot of game-wide changes to these kinds of mechanics to broaden what they apply to.
Okay.
So for example, there's no longer 3 curses for fire, ice, and lightning. Instead, there's just a single curse that buffs all 3 at the same time. And things like
Okay.
Frostbomb, which gave you cold exposure, now give elemental exposure. You can use it to buff any of your other skills. We also wanted to make switching between different weapon sets smoother, so you can use different elemental staves more effectively. To do that, we've removed the weapon switch time, and now happens instantly. This applies game-wide too.
Oh man, that's gonna feel
And we
so
didn't just want to
good.
stop there. We wanted to add some specific mechanics that work between different elements, and that's where elemental infusions come in. Certain skills can now drop elemental infusions. For example,
There's no
when a
weapon switch
frostbomb
time.
explodes, it leaves behind a cold infusion on the ground. After picking it up, you can spend it on one of any number of different skills to transform how they work. Spark will create a nova of cold infused projectiles. Ice Nova will leave a chilled area on the ground. And we also added a new low-level skill that fires ice shards. Use it with cold infusion though, and the ice shards will explode. Orb of Storms
Interesting.
now generates lightning infusions when you cast enough spells near it. And that's all spells, by the way, not just lightning. Once you have one, you could cast a lightning flame wall, which adds both fire and lightning damage to all the projectiles that pass through it.
All right, now they're figuring out the
Full-powered
hybrid
inner fusillade
elements.
with lightning, which will generate arcs to nearby enemies as each fireball hits.
Dude, wait a second. Lightning
You can go lightning on
fusillade?
lightning with arc. This skill is now a projectile, and by infusing it, you can go full Palpatine. Get fire infusions by blowing up monsters with living bomb. Then use them with Comet to summon a giant fire meteor from the sky. Or use it with Firestorm, which transforms it from a small area into a much bigger one. Firestorm is unique in that it can be infused by
Archmage,
multiple
maybe.
different elements at the same time. Add an ice infusion to rain down ice at the same time as the fire.
I wonder if fusillade got changed.
And add lightning to add deadly strikes from the heavens into the mix. Or use it with all 3 to generate a storm that is truly apocalyptic.
What the fuck?
Cold
Looks
Snap has
crazy.
recently turned into Snap. Previously, you could use it to shatter ice, but now it works to detonate all of the different elemental ailments and makes them leave behind infusion.
There's now so many changes that it's hard to
And
keep
just
up
like
with
how
all
you
of
could
them.
previously use it on Frostbolt, you can now also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to
Yeah,
detonate those
and
as well, which means you can
there's
create many
so
infusions
fucking
at
many
once.
now. Okay.
We also have a Spirit Reservation skill and a support gem to help generate them too.
Power charge,
On the
remnants,
passive tree,
ignites.
we've added quite a few new keystones to the Sorceress section. Here are a couple of examples.
It did need it,
The
yeah.
Black Flame Covenant keystone converts your fire spells to chaos
Huh?
and causes your ignites to deal chaos damage.
Okay.
Your fire spells and ignites will also turn purple.
Purple. We got
The
black
Ritual
flame.
Cadence keystone causes your invocation skills to trigger more times. It makes them trigger periodically over a longer duration instead of one. Great for those auto bomber builds.
Huh.
Now, in addition to skill changes, we've added a lot more options for the passive tree for each class. Overall, there are more than 100 new notables on the tree, usually around 20 per class, along with smaller clusters as well.
Damn.
Check out the old version. And here's the new version. It's a lot more dense, and there's more interesting nodes than before.
Okay.
Now, we probably can't go through too many of these in the live stream, so I'll just show you one from each class's area of the tree.
Dude, it's gonna
We
take
tried to be
so
a lot more
much.
thematic with the new nodes. So for
Next
example,
week, Friday.
the Molten One's Gift. It lets the benefit of Armor Break apply to your fire damage. Or how about Last Stand, which gives you lots of stats as your situation becomes more and more desperate. A lot of these have themes aligning with ascendancy classes. Like for the Gemling Legionnaire, for example. You have crystallized immunities, which makes you immune to different status ailments depending on which support gem color you have socketed the most.
Okay. Interesting.
Another Ascendancy class aligned notable is Sanguimatic Rituals. It allows arcane surges to generate life instead of mana, unlocking that support gem to be used with the Blood Mage Ascendancy.
Huh.
In the Sork
Okay.
area, you'll find these Archon nodes that allow you to convert all of your elemental damage to a specific element. You become a Lightning Archon when you spend enough mana, after which all your skills will be converted to lightning, and you will do extra lightning damage as well. We have ones for cold and fire too, with different triggers.
So they actually now have full
Here's a really cool
conversions.
Elemental Practitioner gives crit bonuses if you've triggered a skill recently, while also making crits generate more energy for triggers.
Huh.
Or maybe you'd like the Great Boar. It gives you a reason to stack dexterity to make you tougher, giving a bonus to life and stun threshold.
Oh, okay.
Or the Cunning Fox. It straight up gives you 5% quality to all your gems.
Yeah, we can do
Now,
Cold
another major
Archmage.
change is attribute requirements. We felt like players probably had a few too many nodes and attributes and not enough in interesting passives. So we lowered attribute requirements by 25% across the board.
Okay.
That means you'll have more points to spend on interesting notables rather than just needing to allocate more strength, dex, and int. Now there are way more changes than just these.
I mean,
These
it's
are just
all
some of the
looking
cooler
good.
ones we wanted to show off, but I'd say that's just about enough for now. We're not even half done yet. So I think it's time that we talk about the League, the rise of the Abyssal. And to do that, I'd like to hand things over to
We knew it would happen. It was
As
just
you just saw,
rough going
even
in the
though there are
start.
major changes to the campaign for this update, we want to make sure that every time you come back for an expansion, each area feels different with something extra going on. It is really important to make sure your experience when returning between expansions is fresh and filled with new content. And the way we did this was through leagues. Every expansion we make has a league, which not only has a fresh economy, but also has new content exclusively available in that league. So, let's delve into the details of what Path of Exile 2's first official league is bringing to the table.
Dots is on the table
The
later
Abyssal
on.
are a race that have mastery of forbidden magics and necromancy. They were thought to be extinct, but have merely been biding their time underground. You first encounter signs of the Abyssal in Clairfell, where you discover that during the night, weaker members of the Undead Legion have been attacking the encampment. The townsfolk require your help to investigate where the monsters are coming from and put a stop to their attacks.
Out there, ancient creatures.
Ancient creatures.
As you proceed through Rayclast, you'll find fissures in the earth.
Gotta have an
connected to
old man
larger
yelling about
pits.
ancient creatures.
The monsters normally inhabiting the area are being affected by it, harmed by it even, having their souls eaten to strengthen the abyssal underground. As you defeat the monsters, the fissure closes and abyssal emerge, angered by you killing their food. Once all those fissures have been sealed, the pit activates, and more abyssal pour out. This is where the larger and more dangerous monsters reveal themselves. As
So it is
hordes of abyssal
Abyss.
spew out from the pit to take
As
your
we
soul.
know it. Alright.
If you kill a magic pack, then magic abyssal arise. If you kill a rare, then a rare monster will emerge from the pit, having absorbed some or all of its modifiers for itself. This means the monsters emerging will generally be more difficult and more rewarding, as each modifier gives better rewards. If you are able to kill them all, the pit will seal shut. As
My
each
league
pit
starting.
is closed, it reveals a potential reward. Abyssal troves will rise up out of the pits, allowing you to get some epic loot.
When you fix the game in a single patch.
Areas often contain many pits.
Shit
with
posting
many
is real.
fissures, and the amount goes up as you progress through the game, getting more intense.
Recommend something?
It doesn't stop there. When monster mods are absorbed, they have a chance
Or
to
Blood
become
Mage.
infused with the dark necromancy, transforming them into abyssal modifiers. For example, you defeat this monster with the Mana Siphoner modifier. Their soul is eaten by the pit, and a rare monster emerges. The Mana Siphoner modifier has transformed into Soul Siphoner, and is now amplified in danger and reward.
Okay.
Abyssal pits also interact with other monsters and mechanics. If you defeat a rogue exile that's near one, it'll be revived as a Lichborn that has multiple abyssal modifiers.
Interesting.
Lichborn exiles even have their own unique jewel they can drop, if you are lucky enough to encounter and kill them. If an abyss spawns near a boss, killing it will summon a gigantic Giga Larvae creature.
What? Okay.
Monsters imprisoned in essences near abyssal pits are affected by the abyss too. They will come with an additional new essence item that can be used to craft your items.
Hold on, Frizzy, hold on.
So, that's your bread and butter of the Abyssal League. Kill surface-dwelling monsters, kill the emerging abyssal, close the fissures, overcome pit encounters, and reap the rewards.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot more to this league, however. As you complete abysses, you can find ancient pieces of bone, preserved from the remains of fallen Lichborn. These are one of the many rewards for your mission to seal the pits.
Okay. Desecrate.
You can use this on a rare item to imbue it with abyssal magic, adding a special hidden modifier to your item. But how do you reveal it? In Act 2 of the campaign, you'll encounter a new area. This area is overrun by the Abyssal and the Lost Men.
Build mods.
After clearing through this area, you'll find the Well of Souls, a giant cavity with a massive vortex of souls swirling beneath you.
Dutch.
So how do you reveal the mods on your Abyssal-infused items? Obviously, just throw them in, right? Yes, that's exactly what you do.
Huh?
Before throwing it in, you are given the option of how you want to transform it, in the form of a choice of 3 different modifiers.
Okay.
Once you've chosen your desired mod, throw it in, where it will absorb the power of the souls, and the ominous creature will then retrieve it for you.
There's a waystone right
These
there.
modifiers can be ones from the core mod pool, all the way through to specialized modifiers that cannot normally appear on items. During the campaign, you can use it as a way to more easily add useful existing mods, but during the endgame, there is a whole set of new and powerful mods you can add to your items.
That Kermit's hole? Maybe.
Like this mod for crossbows, that allows you to place an additional ballista totem.
Huh. Okay.
Or this one, that adds spirit to your staff.
Huh. Huh.
Or this one, that allows you to generate more combo with your quarterstaff skills.
We actually have like more
And
refinement of
speaking
endgame
of
items.
endgame, you can also use the system to craft waystones.
Like.
With a preserved vertebrae fused into your waystones, you can get some new modifiers that push difficulty and rewards to new heights.
Okay.
Here are some examples of those mods.
Eat souls.
You always get a choice of
units.
3, so you can avoid anything you don't think your character is capable of.
Interesting. Okay.
With this modifier, the natural inhabitants of the area are all spawned near abysses. And there are up to 9
siphon
additional
ground.
abyssal pits in the area,
God.
making it just a full-on abyss ruckus.
A ruckus.
Or this one, which causes the final abyssal pit in the area to always result in a boss encounter, be it either one underground or one that emerges out.
Huh. Alright.
There are dozens of these waystone modifiers in total you can get from this crafting. That covers the new crafting mechanic. So what's
No
left?
damage every 10
We
seconds.
talked about how when closing pits you can get abyssal troves, but sometimes when closing an abyss, you'll reveal an underground cavern that leads to the abyssal depths.
The dark domain.
After jumping into the depths, you'll find an abyssal city, swarming with legions of the undead. When underground, every single rare abyssal enemy will have an abyssal modifier. And at the end of the dungeon, you'll even find a rare with a more powerful Lichborn modifier. Once you're able to defeat this
Man's got a
powerful
hyperbreeding cannon.
you'll also find some nice rewards. Aside from the entire area being valuable due to the abyssal modifiers on the monsters, it has its own specific drops too. One example is a set of lineage supports that can rarely be found in these depths, like Kurgel's Leash. This support empowers both you and your minions when you command them. granting
Okay.
unholy
So there's
might
gonna
to
be
both.
specific places you want to go farm some of these lineage supports if you're looking for
Another
one.
depth-specific outcome is a set of omen-like items that amplify your abyssal crafting.
Okay.
Additionally, we're adding some new socketables that can drop from the abyssal depths. Take Ulaman's Gaze, which can be socketed into your armor. These are a bit special in that you can only have one equipped at a time, but give some pretty powerful effects.
Interesting.
Think of them
Okay.
as almost a unique socketable for your equipment.
So that's where those
In
are
the
going,
endgame,
huh?
Where you can still find depths, you also start to find a different type of underground chamber. In these areas, you'll find an ancient spire, a device being used by commanders of the abyssal factions to plunge Rayclast into a lightless void. Your goal is simple: kill this commander and destroy the spire.
Okay.
There are 4 bosses in the Abyss League, and there are some pretty cool uniques available from them. An example is this belt, Darkness Enthroned. It has 2 sockets, but hold on, socketables don't work on belts. Well, this belt has a special mod that allows it to count as a different slot for the purpose of socketables.
Okay.
This one, for example, counts as a helmet. I kind of want one that counts as a body armor. I wonder how rare that one is.
Oh,
You can
okay.
also find this unique jewel, Undying Hate. This jewel transforms part of your passive skill tree into an abyssal version, and has multiple depths. The deeper it goes, the more of your passive tree is affected,
Oh no.
allowing you to fulfill your fantasy of becoming part Abyssal Lich.
Oh no, not more
Now,
timeless.
the last thing that Abyssal Commanders can drop is a Finger of the Lich. But what use do you have with a random undead finger? Well, the next time you return to the Well of Souls, with the finger in your inventory, your character will almost feel compelled. To do what, though, you might ask? To jump in.
Try finger butthole.
Items you threw in came back more powerful, right?
Uh-huh.
So, what's the worst that could happen? Well, you will just have to find that one out for yourself.
Oh no.
Along with the introduction of Act 4 and the interlude, we will be adding 25 new in-game maps.
Fuck. You know what
These
it
maps will
is.
contain all
It's a
the new
finger.
monsters and bosses we're adding, improving variety and giving
Chain
you
of coal mats down there,
opportunities
you're
to
right.
experience the new boss fights
We're
many
going in,
times.
baby.
Let's take a look at some examples. Rock Pools is a map where you explore a shallow rocky coastline, surrounded by coral and filled with sirens. At the end is a giant Goblin King boss,
Is he
ready to eat sulfite
playing
and squish you
dolls
like
with
a bug.
corpses?
Holton is an Ezomite township which has seen better days. Explore and clear the township to find a gothic, Reaper-like boss, with the ability to manipulate storms and fry you with both lightning and wither you with chaos.
Okay.
Given some of the new bosses added are a bit more epic, such as the Act boss and final bosses of each interlude part, it would be a bit of a waste to just use them as regular map bosses.
Okay.
Instead, we'll be adding some new mechanics to the Atlas that use them. These start appearing pretty fast into the endgame and will help bridge the gap until you do your pinnacle bosses.
Okay.
In the desert biome, you can encounter a wild sandstorm. 3 maps around the sandstorm contain a device you must activate. Upon doing this, the sandstorm's magic is disrupted, revealing the map inside and allowing you to access it and find the cause.
So they're finally doing biome
This
stuff,
presents
like
itself in the form of a boss,
specific
similar
things.
to the existing
Okay.
Citadel bosses.
Yeah,
This
that's
boss
fucking
is a
sick.
Faradin Swordmaster, who has been blessed with the power of a time gem, allowing him to take his swordsmanship to
That,
the
like-
next level by replicating himself.
That makes exploration
maneuvering
like worth
rapidly,
it,
and
rather than
severing the
like
fabric of time itself
boosting
with
one
his
area. You're
powerful
looking for
slashes.
these special events on the map, and
In
you're
the water biome, you'll
doing
encounter a
that
giant
instead?
maelstrom, where one of the maps surrounding the water biome connects to it, but the connection is obscured. You must run the maps nearby, hoping to find a beacon,
yeah. Okay.
which will remove the maelstrom and reveal the connection to that map. Another example is this Vaal vault in the mountain biome. But how do we get inside? Running the adjacent maps to it will yield a key, which you can then use to gain access to this vault.
Yeah. All right. All right.
Or you could just trade for one, I guess.
Well, true.
Use the key to dispel the powerful force field surrounding it, leading to the Vaal Elite and their rewards inside.
I like that. I like that. More
These
reason
all
to like
contain
explore
Uber
is
versions of
huge.
The Act 4 boss, and the bosses at the end of each part of the interlude. And each have their own exclusive drop pool of new lineage supports, which, as Jonathan spoke about earlier, are powerful support gems that modify your skills in pretty crazy ways. As an example of a lineage support which can come from the Faradin Swordmaster mentioned earlier, we have Garo Khan's Resolve, which causes your critical strikes to fork, but requires some mobility on your part to properly enable.
Okay.
From the boss sealed in the Vaal Vault, we have Paquate's Pact, which supports your war cries, causing them to inflict massive amounts of corrupted blood
Oh.
at the cost of your own life.
That's a thing
Additionally,
now.
Some maps can now
String
spawn
stacking
summoning
corrupting
circles,
blood.
a room resembling an Ezomite henge. Activating this henge will spawn bosses. It's as simple as that. We'll also be making changes to how affixes and waystones work, as the current prefixes equals good, suffixes equals bad iteration isn't quite hitting the mark. We tried something new here in Path of Exile 2, but after seeing the feedback we decided we actually liked what we had in Path of Exile 1 more.
Uh huh.
Like Path of Exile 1, each affix will now be both difficult and rewarding. Waystone mods now grant an increase to the number of waystones dropped, and an additional specific upside attached to it.
Yep. All right.
This means as you roll your map, they will
It is the correct way to do
difficult
it.
and more rewarding, and allow you to customize the difficulty and rewards of your maps better.
All right. Cool. Cool. Cool.
For example, the Frostbitten mod, which causes enemies to deal cold damage, also increases the rarity of items dropped as its upside. Whereas the Of Venom suffix modifier, which causes enemies to poison on hit, has the upside of granting increased pack size. Some maps will end up having a lot of rarity, some a lot of pack size, and others will just have a mixture of everything. Due to now having more modifiers granting difficulty, we will of course be reducing the difficulty per modifier to account for this. So, that's your Atlas, maps, and Waystones. But what about Breach,
Yeah, it was a
Ritual,
full 6
Pinnacle
lines,
content,
says Hero
and others of
Revives.
the sort? We're making some changes around this too. The first change is that you'll now be able to invest 2 points into your specific League Atlas trees before having to run the Pinnacle content.
Okay.
There will be a specific objective for each type of content which grants you those points. For example, in the case of Delirium, it's simple. You just need to find and kill one of the bosses in a map, Omniophobia or Kosis.
Okay.
The rest of the points for each content come from the Pinnacle content, but we're making some changes to accessibility here too. Currently, access to most Pinnacle content requires the same key at the easiest and most difficult version of the content.
Huh?
This creates a negative feeling where at lower difficulties, instead of wanting to run the content, you're often better off just selling it to someone who can run it at maximum difficulty.
Yep.
To address this, each content will now drop splinters, which will not form into singular items. Instead of using the singular combined item in the realm gate, you can now just bring your splinters. Upon inserting the splinters into the realm gate, an interface will appear, allowing you to pick your difficulty, and you'll notice each difficulty has a different entry cost.
Ah.
This means if you want to run easier difficulties, it costs less, which
Okay.
also allows you to run this content much sooner into the endgame. Because these encounters now just require splinters,
Yeah.
their corresponding Atlas tree no longer affects the difficulty of them, and has been changed to purely affect the content and maps on the Atlas. The Arbiter of Ash works a bit differently.
All right.
Instead of requiring splinters, he still needs crisis fragments. We now have only 2 difficulties of the Arbiter. The first, requiring the existing fragments obtained from citadels.
Okay.
The second, Uber Arbiter, requires calamity fragments. These come from citadel bosses also, but only once you've allocated the maximum number of points in your boss Atlas tree, ensuring those citadels are at their highest difficulty level.
Interesting.
Since we're talking about Pinnacle content, we also felt that the leveling curve in the late game was a bit too steep. We've smoothed this out a bit so that it's easier to get to the mid-90s.
Oh,
We've
wow.
also added some new in-game unique items.
Okay.
Let's take a look at a couple. Thunderfist is a pair of gloves that grants Crackling Palm, a skill which empowers your unarmed attacks, granting the ability to call down the storms themselves on enemies you hit.
More fisting.
Simply, literally every monster you hit with your unarmed skills will be struck by powerful lightning. Pair
Lightning
this with
on
the
fist?
aforementioned hollow palm technique to embrace your true unarmed prowess in combat.
Okay.
Another unique we're adding is Henekura's Sight. Equip this amulet to be granted the power of the Mother of Death herself. This is reflected by granting you a skill called Foresight. While you have Foresight, your dodge roll no longer avoids hits. But instead, being hit while dodge rolling restores you to full life and makes you unable to die for a brief period of time.
What?
You'll notice when this does occur, a copy of your character appears and takes the full damage. This is you seeing that future, as if you hadn't been wearing the amulet. Ultimately,
Okay.
the in-game experience should be more streamlined. With new content to find, you'll be able to invest in your Atlas tree
It's just punch, yeah.
sooner, engage with Pinnacle content faster, have less FOMO running said Pinnacle content, reach higher levels easier, and do all of that while finding many new chase endgame items.
Okay.
Talking about finding items is one thing, but what about crafting them?
Here we go. Let's see.
We've taken a step back and looked at some of our crafting systems to make some notable improvements. Let's start with essences, which suffered from an issue where the regular essences were effectively useless and didn't give players the tools or excitement that a crafting system should provide. To alleviate these concerns, essences are being changed in a few ways.
Okay.
Firstly, they're being changed to function like regals and add specific modifiers with specific values, meaning you know exactly what you're going to get. We found that players were often bottlenecked by regal orbs when crafting in the campaign, so this helps to fill that gap, allowing you to better upgrade your items.
Okay.
For example, this lesser essence
Different
of
way
flames,
of doing
which will be
regals.
able to add a flat amount of fire damage to your magic martial weapons. Secondly, we're adding many more tiers. That lesser essence of flames, for example, has a regular variant and a greater variant too, adding even more fire damage with each upgrade. The intention of this is so that when you find one early on, you don't worry about holding on to it till later to use on a higher level item.
Use it when
You
you
should
get
feel
one.
free to use them as they come to get powerful upgrades during the campaign.
Alright.
Lastly, our highest tier of essences, now called Perfect Essences, will function like a Chaos Orb instead of a Regal. So it will replace one of the modifiers on your rare items with the specified mod, such as this Perfect Essence of Flames. You'll notice this one doesn't
Damage
just
with
add
extra
flat fire
fire.
damage like the ones before.
Huh.
The Perfect Essences often give something a bit different, with
Interesting.
some opportunities to be pretty damn powerful.
Yeah, so you
There
will
are
actually want
many
like better
different
bases to
each with
essence
many
then.
tiers, covering many of the more core modifiers you'd want on items early on, through to chase specialized ones for in-game.
Huh, okay.
Speaking of in-game, we really wanted to expand our crafting options for late in-game crafting projects.
Right.
You might have noticed that at in-game, you get way too many transmutes. Wouldn't it be nice if some of those didn't drop?
is
but
that
instead you
ability
got
he's
something
using?
a little more powerful? At higher levels, you can now find Greater Orb of Transmutation and Perfect Orb of Transmutation. These
Okay.
can be used on normal items to upgrade them to magic, ensuring that the modifier generated is of a minimum level.
Oh wow,
This
okay.
is similar to how you find higher tier items on the ground, but for crafting.
Huh.
These higher tiers will also exist for Orb of Augmentation, Regal Orb, Exalted Orb, and
Wow.
Chaos Orb.
Wow.
Meaning you can get all of the orbs required to take your item from normal rarity to a fully completed rare with guaranteed high tier mods.
Huh, okay.
On top of these new core crafting currencies, we wanted to make sure there are powerful crafting bases to use them on. Now in endgame, you can start to find exceptional items. These are items that drop at normal rarity and are perfect for your from-scratch crafting projects.
28 quality.
They can come with extra quality, up to 30%, or
Ah.
an additional socket to use your crafting socketables in.
Wow.
And yes, they can be corrupted for yet another socket.
So white
You
bases
can
are a
also
thing now,
get
yeah.
Exceptional unique items.
Exceptional
To add
unique
even
items.
further to your crafting arsenal, we've added a whole suite of new omens to ritual content.
Okay.
And removed some of the more unimpactful ones that weren't being used. Some of the new omens include the Omen of the Ancients, which will cause your next Orb of Chance to not destroy the item, but generate
Ah.
a random unique of the same class. Or the Omen of Sanctification, which is my new favorite. This will cause your next Divine Orb used on a rare item to reroll the values of its modifiers, allowing it to exceed the normal minimum and maximum values,
Oh.
raising the ceiling on the new most powerful rare items in the game.
There we go. The 20%
This
down
omen
or
will
up.
also cause your item to become sanctified. Sanctified items cannot be crafted, just like corrupted ones, so consider carefully when you use this.
Gotcha. The final
Another
click.
is the Omen of Chaotic Monsters, which will cause your next Chaos Orb to reroll all modifiers on a Waystone, allowing you to fix your maps if you get some modifiers that are not feasible for your build.
Huh.
Besides these examples, there is a huge variety of new omens for you to discover in your ritual encounters. With the release of Act 4, notably taking place in the Kardori Archipelago, you'll be able to now find a new currency
Oh
item.
god, not the lock again.
Henikora's Lock. Henikora, the Kardori goddess of death, has the power of foresight and is able to see many futures, including the outcome of your next craft. So, imbuing her lock onto an item gives you that same power too. For example, you'll know whether or not to use an Exalted Orb on your item, as you will know exactly what the outcome is.
Okay.
So, with all these new crafting improvements, it's safe to say you're going to be making some epic items, and not necessarily just ones for yourself.
There we go.
So given that, it's time to talk about a massive one.
What happens?
Trade. It's finally here. The moment we've all been waiting for.
Yeah.
Fully asynchronous trade. Over the years, the way players trade with each other in Path of Exile 1 has morphed from using the forums, through to the in-game chat, all the way through to using the website. These systems, in all their iterations, work for a while, but with each iteration, new problems eventually reveal themselves. Be it requiring you to be in your hideout too much instead of out there killing monsters, or never getting responses from people who are either AFK or just can't be bothered. In order to finally solve this, and this has been a long time coming, we're adding a new system that allows you to buy items from other players without requiring the seller to be present.
Oh man.
They can continue farming, killing monsters, AFK as they please, and can even be offline.
That's...
With the introduction of King's March in Act 4, you will encounter Ange, assistant to Rog in the Meridian Free Traders Company. Over the last 2 decades or so, since Path of Exile 1's storyline, Faustus has handed down his knowledge and expertise to Ange, and she is now ready to take over his business.
Name, Ange.
If you have a hideout unlocked already, you can immediately invite her there. If you don't have a hideout yet, you will need to acquire one. You can do this by completing a quest to defeat one of the bosses inhabiting an island in Act 4, allowing you then to take a slice of it for yourself, making it your new home and base of operations. Once invited to your hideout, she will now serve as operating your currency exchange, but also serve as the figurehead in your new trading empire.
Okay.
So, how does this new system work? In the existing trade system, you would list items for sale in premium stash tabs. And then when someone wanted one, you'd have to take it out for yourself and trade it to them. Now, instead of using those, you can give your items to Ange so she can sell them for you. Each item must have a price set. The prices are set using in-game currency items, such as Exalted Orbs or Chaos Orbs. Once a price is set, other players will be able to find the item by searching for it on the trade website. Once a desired item has been found, you can hit a button, which will instantly teleport your character in-game to their hideout.
Wow.
Then, you can immediately purchase the item. And while there, if you want, browse their other goods, in case there's a good deal someone else hasn't yet discovered. You'll notice that as a buyer, on top of the currency the seller set for the price, it also costs gold to purchase.
Yeah, there's a gold cost.
As Ange has bills to pay after all. As a seller, you'll immediately receive a notification when an item of yours is sold, and can also see an effect above Ange in your hideout when she has unclaimed currency. Just go talk to her, claim your currency, and continue playing at your leisure. As many people already acquired premium stash tabs for the purpose of the trade system, we wanted to add a way for you to convert your existing tabs to merchants tabs, if you want. You can do that here, on the website, but only if you purchase those tabs before the release of the third edict. To clarify, the existing trade system will remain fully intact, so your premium stash tabs will not lose any of their functionality. We just figured people might want to switch over to this new system. We expect a lot of feedback around this new system and are looking forward to trying it out with you. As we are not able to test internally with an entire, thriving economy, there will certainly be some kinks to work out. Based on how the system goes, we will be adding it to Path of Exile 1 when ready, so any of the tabs you purchase will also be usable there later.
Wow, okay.
Next up,
that's
we're
insane.
going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Justice and Trathan Executioner packs. Each tier contains
so upgrade your tabs now if you're going to use that.
Exclusive microtransactions.
I guess is what that meant.
As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Justice
I
series
don't
of support
entirely know what that
packs
meant about
contains 6
upgrading the tabs.
exclusive microtransactions.
There'll be a post, yeah.
Claim glory after defeating enemies, or inspire your allies by calling down the Banner of Justice portal. The Sphinx Mystic hideout decoration will identify items for you, displaying them as it does so.
What the hell?
This ancient creature has been presented with many items over the eons, so
Uh-huh.
it has some strong expressions to make on the quality of your wares.
You
Become
can't
a
upgrade
true
tabs
warrior,
you buy
worthy of
after the
delivering
patch.
the
Okay.
justice of the eternal gods with the Apostle of Justice armor set. This armor set also comes with a matching back attachment containing a set of scales to measure your worth. With the Apostle of Justice finisher effect equipped, the Goddess of Justice herself will appear to decide on a verdict for slain unique enemies. Witness as she decides the fate of your slain foes. Will they ascend to be amongst the gods or be banished to the underworld?
I wonder how many tabs
The
I should
Griffin
upgrade.
fledgling pet will be a courageous companion as you journey throughout Rayclast.
Oh,
Take your place in the skies in the Plateau of the Gods
5
hideout.
minimum, 6.
This hideout comes with many different sections for setting up your home or base of operations. In
I
order
do
to
sell so
travel
little, but
between
that's because I don't want to
you
deal with
simply
trade.
just need to walk off the edge.
It's very different.
Like a true eternal god, you can float between the mountains on the
fuck?
clouds themselves.
It's different if I don't have to do the trading.
Trathan Executioner Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Trathan Executioner finisher effect is a brutal display of Trathan might, crushing slain unique
when needed.
enemies as if they were bugs beneath your
Right, but
heel.
then you have to pay for them if you're converting them later on, right?
As a
It's free
Trathan
before the patch
Executioner,
drops.
You're the perfect master for the ever-hungry carrion raptor pet. It has taken a particular liking to the taste of other pets, and at your command it will swoop down and eviscerate them, proceeding to
fuck?
satisfy its hunger by feeding on their corpse. The nobles of the 4 major Trathan houses had their mercenaries, but if their hired hands became notably irritating, they'd have to call in the Trathan Executioners.
I have 28
You
tabs. I
now
can convert like
embrace their
4, be
methods
fine.
and become brutality incarnate with the Cruel Trathan Executioner armor set. The matching Cruel Trathan Executioner cloak will shroud you in scarlet as you crush the skulls of your enemies and leave a trail of blood behind you as you build up a kill streak. Or use the alternate variant to
Oh,
simply put
it's
a
always
skeleton on
free
your
if the
back.
tabs were perked.
Be bathed in blood as you mutilate monsters.
I thought
with
it.
the
I thought they
Cruel
said it's
Trathan
free
Executioner
until the
character
edict drops.
The swirling blood
And after that
increases in
point, it
volume
will
as your
be
spree of slaughter
purchase only.
continues. Both this effect and the cloak use the same kill
That's
streak
the way
for
I heard
tracking
him
how
say
much
it.
blood is shown. After a long and tiring day of executions, enjoy a relaxing game of dice with the
We'll see.
Goblin Gambler's Hideout
There'll
decoration.
be a post.
They'll definitely be playing fair, right? The Pulverizer map device brings a horrid efficiency to punishing the damned of Trathus. Each map you open will execute the next victims. This map
You can
device in
convert
its
the
true
tabs you already
ruthlessness
have until
tracks the
edict.
total number
Yeah,
of
that's what I'm
monsters
saying.
Killed, your kills per second, and your largest kill streak up to the point of the map being completed. This is then displayed on a leaderboard, so you can take a measure of you and your friends' violence at the end of each map.
Okay.
Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. That's enough about cosmetics. Let's get into the Q&A. But firstly, I want to give a huge thank you for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D.
Okay.
Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, or 4 PM Pacific, we'll post Path of Exile 2, the 3rd Edict's patch notes. With the release at the end of next
Damn.
week, our community team will be posting crucial information
That's a
you need for the
fucking
release.
massive patch.
Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments.
Oh.
We're looking forward to seeing your experiences with Act 4 and its new bosses, fighting
Instant
the
crashes,
Abyssal,
lost portals.
trying new builds, and crafting new items. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions
Lost
ready.
many divines. Okay, interesting. That is a lot. That is a massive fucking patch. Where? Hold on. Let's see. What does it refresh? I mean, I'm gonna go through all of it, because I don't think I'm gonna watch the QA. Where is there a post?
welcome back, Exiles. After
Your
a
mic is
absolutely
fucked.
monumental reveal, we now have a suitably juicy
patches in 2
Q&A
hours,
session
yes.
for you. Probably like 2 hours or something. So grab a cuppa, grab a snack, and settle in. I'm joined once again.
Someone fix
by
the sound,
Jonathan
please.
and Mark to discuss.
Ziggy, you are in a
lots.
tin
Perhaps they had to
can
fix all the things,
on the surface
right?
of
That was
Mars.
the goal. I mean, we didn't quite get to literally everything, but we certainly managed to do a lot of things that we were very keen to do.
Yeah, you guys were telling me that this was uniquely nerve-wracking for you because there was. I guess it felt like there was a lot of pressure on this one to fix everything.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we've obviously got a lot to prove. We need to make sure that we're like that. Well, put it this way: I wouldn't want people to feel like we that we don't have answers to a lot of the things that people have been unhappy about. So we really tried to do as much as we could in one go to kind of do everything. As it didn't get to literally everything, but we got to quite a lot of it, and I'm thinking that people will be a lot happier with this release than they were with the last one.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked to see. how
Yeah,
much
it's
was
just
in
it's
this
just
one,
fucked because
especially
it's
given
on
that you've
multiple audio
moved to
channels.
This kind of like 4 and 2 cycle of. You just feels like you just released the Path of Exile 1 expansion, which also had a lot of pressure on it to be a big one as well.
Yep. So I mean, it's certainly hard. I mean, look, the really hard part is having to make an act at the same time. Like that's a really huge commitment.
Okay, we
So I'm certainly
we
gonna be
still don't
happy
have
once
like
we
the
finish
post,
campaign,
do we?
Because we're going to be back to normalcy again. But it's a what it does do is it means that there's like a huge amount of
Sounds
content
so
to draw
dank.
from. There's obviously a huge amount for players who are not necessarily the in-game players
Wait.
as well, because you've got all of
Audio
the
effects?
the new campaign stuff. So it's like a pretty big deal for all that stuff. But it also meant we could take a bunch of that stuff and move it into the end game too. So the end game kind of sees a big expansion as well. So yeah, it's been it's been quite a good one.
Yeah, I remember early on we had the process. Actually, we just literally grabbed my whiteboard in my office and we just wrote down every single problem.
Yeah,
Got it.
And I'd say it's not a strategy we've done to this degree, this
the post.
methodically before.
Right,
where
right.
we were like, okay, we have to solve everything on this whiteboard.
Yep. Literally
And-
made a tier list up there. Like, this is
we had a
T1, this
tier
is
list.
T2.
We did
like,
actually fully
yeah.
of every problem, and
Yeah,
there were things in there like performance and things that aren't necessarily the actual game content.
Kinda hard to find, but I found it.
The very one at the top of the list was
Yeah, the
campaign
VOD's
was a
gonna be on
slog,
YouTube.
right? Like that was the one that we were like, we got to solve that. Things like that were just like we were, because we're really trying to be honest about like, here are the real issues.
And the reason it ends up being a bit nerve-wracking is because we had a goal to fix all of it. And we didn't get to fix. We aren't fixing literally everything. We're fixing almost, a lot. And I'm sure a few new problems introduced here and there. However,
obviously, as we're watching Twitch chat, there was a huge amount of stuff about towers. We had a plan; it was on the list. It just unfortunately we couldn't get time to sort it. So that's one of the. It's probably the notable one, I would say.
The towers,
Yeah,
so
we'll
towers
kind
aren't
of
fixed
discuss
yet.
around
That's
your
fine.
vision and stuff for Endgame soon as well, so that you can give people some reassurance about like where you want to go with that. But we should also mention just the other elephant in the room, or the lack of the elephant in the room, with the druid.
Yes.
No elephant form, but the druid kind of works.
Yeah.
So it seemed that druid has been uniquely challenging to get shipped. It's been something you've been working on for a while now, and just getting it right. What has been the challenge with druid and getting it out?
Well, I mean, okay, so we started believing that we were going to have Druid in this version. And that was the case for at least 2 months of the 4 months of development that we were that we had here. And obviously, like a bunch of work had gone on before that as well. But at some point, we realized, that we don't want to have
The better
a
video
state
game
that
is
we
more important than
effectively
Druid,
had with
yes.
0 where like we put a huge amount of effort into the class, and then we didn't get time to fix
No,
all of the
no doubt.
concerns that people had
Yeah.
outside of that, right? Because obviously the same resources go into making a new class as go into balancing the old ones and making all that stuff, right? So if we don't have the balance in like a good place, it kind of feels a bit bad to like be throwing in a class that's kind of effectively disrupting that. So then what that meant was at some point we're like, okay, since we don't believe we can get both the class and all these other balance changes we want to make in at the same time, it's actually better to cut the class and then have the balance changes instead. So that's what we ended up doing, and obviously it was like a really hard thing to cut because obviously like, you're going to have another one without a class, like it feels really terrible.
Yeah,
but we've got the philosophy now of like we have to make sure that we're in the release month that we say we're going to be in. So therefore something had to go, and unfortunately that was it. But it means we've obviously got a huge head start for when we actually do it next time. And I mean, look, there was so much stuff that was cut, like even as large as it is, like there's like ascendancies and all sorts of stuff that was gonna be there, and we'll get to it. But more important to just make sure that people are happy with the stuff that's in, and make sure all those changes are great, and make sure obviously you've got
Looking
answers for stuff, right?
I imagine for druid, it's it's a big part of it's just the fact that the shape shifting, getting it looking and feeling.
Yeah,
right,
yeah, no,
is
I mean it's
probably
a huge
really
deal.
challenging, right?
It's hard. Like there's so much animation stuff that has to go into making each form feel right. So yeah, like but we'll get there. Like I don't think we're that far away from it now. So you know, it's just a question of prioritization.
Yeah, it seems like it is probably the hardest class of all. Then
might be, yeah.
I think it will be.
Yeah.
You're getting a bit more ambitious as you go with each
That is
class
true.
too, which
That
is
is true. Every class is a step
Not
up from
helping.
the last in terms of that. Yeah.
Found the videos, found
so
the
I guess on
page.
that note, do you have a vision for who's next after
watch stuff.
Druid, or is it kind of a race between them
Again?
to see who ends up? feeling
Well,
most
I've
finished?
always said that it would be criminal to go into full release without having swords. So you know that's
Yes.
that's
It's
kind of a pretty glaring.
It's a
Swords.
little bit criminal to get this far without
Yeah,
it.
to be
Schwartz.
honest, it is. Yeah. So I'd say that
It is
would be.
weird when you think about
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
It's
So-
real weird. It's real weird.
So that would be an obvious candidate.
Once before
making
Druid,
that
probably.
But people can infer from that some sort of duelist or something, most likely being
Yeah.
the sword one. Yeah, and as you said, the ascendancies are just kind of the same boat as they weren't. You weren't satisfied with where they were at to be able to get those in. So
Okay.
that's the things you missed, but that's like the list of the things you missed.
I
That
found
and-
all the stuff
doing
so we can
something
look
with
through this.
towers.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
now we can talk about kind of.
Is there gonna be
what you
anything
have
like-
done. We'll jump into endgame first, since I know the towers and stuff have been a hot topic for people. So we'll talk about the endgame. This wasn't ostensibly supposed to be an endgame update, from what you were telling me, but
maybe, we'll
it
see.
still seems like a pretty big endgame update in the end.
Yeah, I mean, well, part of that is because we obviously get all the content that we produced for the campaign. We get to make all the endgame versions of that.
Yeah.
That obviously adds quite a lot. But we did want to make sure that we weren't just being like, okay,
Let's
so
do
we're adding
ours.
a bunch of bosses. Like, we wanted to make sure that the more
I was
epic
gonna
ones
skim
that
through the
we add
video
into the campaign
and like look at the
have some
items and
way- some new
supports and
mechanic
stuff
for
that
them on the
they
outs as well.
showcase
So
because
that's
I
why
didn't
we
really
had
get to see
those,
those.
various mechanics with, you know, like the sandstorm and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, you know, those kind of like Atlas events. And it really does contribute to the feeling of exploration to have more of that stuff. And then, of course, you know, once you got that, you start getting into, okay, well, what rewards is it going to drop? You know, then we started to think we need a new category of rewards that these things can have. And that's, you know, we started to think about the lineage supports and that kind of stuff. So,
Yeah. If there's interesting stuff in the QA, let me know. Is that romantic? Guess we'll see. We're gonna go ahead and look through the other stuff because I'm curious as to what's going on in that instead. In terms of just like looking through again, because I missed so many things because they went through it so quickly. So I feel like that's more important at the moment. So we got the new act coming in. We got new bosses. Oh, the links are live, by the way. Okay, that just got updated then. I had that open a second ago and it wasn't showing them all. Okay, cool. Nice. We're getting Abyss. The way they were describing Abyss was kind of weird. I'm gonna listen to the explanation again to see what it was. Yeah, let's just fucking pop back into the video then. Fuck it. It's just easier to.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games.
You
You'll
sure
be in
are.
Path of Exile 2, the Third Edict.
Okay.
I have called you here to save our people.
We got a bunch of new
To
stuff.
save our way. Over the
Act
ages,
4.
we have known pain.
We got the
And 3 new
interludes.
65, where the endgame can begin. The first interlude sends you on a journey back to Ogre
Basically, yeah. Once you finish the campaign,
and new bosses.
you get, or once you finish Act 1 through 4, then
You'll
you
need to
do
find
like
your way through
mini
the darkness.
campaigns.
Uncover the source of corruption.
We'll play as demon form with the shape-shifting version. Maybe because you get weapon now. Yeah, it's possible. As a start. Could be interesting to play that. I don't know. I'll have to see more of it.
Each character. And this was a huge reason that the campaign could feel like a bit of a slog when playing through again. But we do also have
60-65?
another new
Right.
feature to address that particular concern as well.
Dealing with
let's
life
talk
management
about
sucks.
Sprinting. In 030, when you hold down the dodge roll,
Impressive, Challenger.
Impressive indeed. Thank you so much for the 47 months, ZF. Appreciate you. Stay around, support the content. Hopefully it's been Gucci.
button, your character will go into a sprint after they finish the roll.
We get sprinting,
This
huh?
is available on all character classes, and there's no limitation on how long you can sprint for.
And there's no
The
stamina
primary
for
purpose
it.
of this feature is to make navigating areas faster when out of
But if
combat.
you get hit,
Because of that, if you do take a hit while sprinting, you'll fall to the ground.
you're dead. Okay, interesting.
The best idea is to use a skill when you see monsters. That'll break you out of the sprint so you can engage with no danger. If you do need to run away from monsters, just hold spacebar. You won't be vulnerable during the roll, and you're faster while sprinting than basically any monster.
So it is like a runaway button, which is pretty nice for certain situations. And then yeah, for combat situations where like Arbiter, you have to go through the circles. That's not bad.
In the game, allowing you to retreat from combat. Sprint is a pretty significant change to PoE 2's gameplay.
Okay, interesting.
What I like most about it is that we can accelerate the pace of the game for those who want that, without having to compromise on PoE 2's more visceral combat systems. Okay, so that's the new extensions to the campaign. But
I mean, it's basically a Quicksilver with a downside, just baked into your character without having to use a Quicksilver.
there's a whole giant league to play through as well. I'll leave that to Mark to talk about later.
That makes sense.
And that's because what I want to talk about now is the new stuff for your characters. And probably one of the biggest new systems here is with the support gems. Now, support gems are...
Yeah, so this is a pretty big change then, with the fact that you're able to use support gems, like, way more on all the skills. Out of combat Quicksilver, right,
One of the most interesting elements to creating a build. They're what enables so many interesting mechanics and different ways to play. But PoE 2's support gem system has just never been quite right.
Yeah.
One of the major issues is the limitation of only having one support gem of each type on your character.
This will mean that you will most likely use multiple skills then. Across the board. Especially if the weapon swap is now instant. You are way more likely to use 2 weapons with 2 skills. If you need the combination of power.
We didn't want builds to just become using the same 5 most powerful supports in every skill. The problem with this design, though, is that it's actually working against using multiple skills in your build.
Yeah.
If you can only use each support gem on one skill, it means that you're encouraged to go all in on that one ability.
Yep.
And we want to encourage you to combo your abilities, something needed to change. So with that in mind, we've removed the restriction of having one of each support gem per character. You can now...
I was so waiting for them to say here now, like, you can now use 2 or something, but...
use as many copies as you like.
They just removed the restriction completely.
This should drastically increase the amount of possible builds and increase the amount of skill diversity. There are a lot of potential builds that suffered from the previous restriction. For example, a poison build previously couldn't add poison to more than one skill.
Yeah.
They couldn't use stacking poison on more than one skill either. This severely limited your ability to combo with anything outside of the specifically designed poison archetype, because the supports that would make them scale were more useful to use in other skills.
No. Elements, there wasn't anything to do with, like... Well, there is some supports. We'll have to see what those do in terms of, like, element scaling and stuff like that. But yeah, there wasn't anything specifically to do with element, mentions of them being changed not to be crit stuff.
You would never speed up killing Palm with martial tempo, when you would much rather use it on your primary skill instead.
But we'll see what the
There are
supports.
more
Maybe
examples
there's
all over the place.
a reason to not go crit elements this time.
In addition to that, though, we thought there wasn't enough feeling of progression in the supports as you went through the game.
That's a really nice change, to be able to have, like, a support to put in early on, because there was definitely a problem of you just didn't have shit to put in the beginning. And throughout the campaign, so yeah. The same supports. Right, exactly, right, yeah. You could have one skill and another skill at the same time.
There were only 3 tiers of supports, and many of the most important ones were given out at tier 1. Also, there were no strict upgrades, meaning that upgrading supports when you ran out of sockets required quite a lot of thinking. In order to solve these issues, we
So
now
just
also
give
have
up.
multiple
Yeah,
levels
kind
of
of,
many
yeah,
supports
true.
as you go through the game.
That's how it
For
felt,
example,
yeah.
Double barrel support gives you an extra bolt, but at the cost of 30% less reload speed. At tier 2, the penalty gets lowered to 20%. But then at tier 3, the
And then you get the evolved version of it that can do something different. So less reload, but it gains the line of heavy stunning on enemy. Okay.
support gem gets something new. It now reloads automatically when you heavy stun an enemy.
Strong skill.
In some cases, the highest tiers might work a little differently, and you'll have to decide if you like the upgrade or not, depending on your build. For example, rapid casting. The first couple of levels gives 15, then 20% increased cast speed. But then at tier 3,
it's plus 5 int, meaning that it's plus 5 to the base int requirement. So if you have like 17 int support gems, it goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, you know, like that. That's how much your overall int requirement is at that moment with the amount of support gems you currently have equipped. Support skills have 10% cast speed for each different spell you've cast in the last 8 seconds. Interesting. Well, it definitely...
For each different spell you cast in the last 8 seconds, you get 10% increased cast speed, which could be a pretty big bonus if you use a lot of different spells. So that's pretty good for upgrades through the campaign.
Okay.
But we wanted to add a little more spice to the endgame for supports too.
This is
Where
interesting.
our new system, lineage supports, comes in.
That they're doing this.
You can think of these like unique items, but for supports. There are supports that are only available at endgame, but they're much more powerful. Like Ratha's Assault.
Does it have a
It's an
cap?
upgraded version of Double Barrel that...
Supported crossbow bolt ammunition skills cannot be reloaded. Supported skills load 3 bolts when you dodge. Supported skills load 3 additional bolts. Huh. So basically, dodge rolling becomes your reload. Huh. Okay. I mean, that's the thing, yeah, people dodge roll nonstop anyway, so... Yeah, it says specifically.
Reloads your skill as you dodge roll,
Mark
as well as
killing.
increasing the number of bolts it can hold. But it does mean that it's the only way you can reload the skill now. Now, unlike
Zarko's Refrain. Supported skills echo 2 times. Just straight up double echo. But it has a cooldown of 5 seconds. Okay. So it's a category of spell echo that has a cost multi of 130, but it has a cooldown. Yeah, I can't support cooldown skills. Oh, okay. Yeah. Something in the background. Comet, yeah, true.
regular supports, you can't find these through the uncut support gem. Just like unique items, many of these can be found from specific bosses.
Okay.
And there's a
Supports projectiles gain 1 wild shard on casting supported skill. Supported skills have a 20% chance to fire 8 additional projectiles in a circle per wild shard. All wild shards are lost when supported skills fire projectiles in a circle. Huh, okay. Gain 1 wild shard on casting supported skills. Supported skills have a 20% chance to fire 8 additional projectiles in a circle per wild shard. All wild shards are lost when support skills fire projectiles in a circle. Plus 8. Yeah. 20% chance to fire 8 projectiles in a circle per wild shard. Gain 1 wild shard. No, it's 1 wild shard. I don't know. 20% chance to fire 8 additional projectiles in a circle per wild shard. So when you cast, you gain 1 wild shard, and then you have a 20% chance to fire in a circle around you per wild shard, and then if you fire, you lose all wild shards. Huh. Number of projectiles doesn't change. Yeah, support skills have 20% chance to fire 8 additional in a circle per wild shard. Yeah, it's probably always 8 additional. And the 20% goes up. Unless it is, yeah. Maybe? I don't know. That one's kind of hard to tell from the reading as to whether or not the 20 or the 8 gets scaled. I don't entirely know. Huh. I don't entirely know how it's... I guess we'll have to see. That one's weird. I'm not entirely sure what it's doing differently. But maybe there's something to it.
A ton in the regular drop pool too. And there's a ton in the regular drop pool too.
Oh, there you can see it. The wild shards are stacking up. And he only fires 8.
And there's a ton in the regular drop pool too.
See? He goes the 4 wild shards there when he cast. That's still 8 projectiles. And he loses all his wild shards when he does it. So the projectile amount stays, but the 20% goes higher and higher. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure what that does differently then. But maybe it's just like more guaranteed wild shards proccing is what it's doing, essentially. I mean, Ember Fusillade probably still, if Fusillade hasn't changed, it's still an insane skill to go, especially now that you can go Chain Lightning Fusillade.
Some of them are fairly rare.
+1 level of supported skill gems, 10% quality supported skill gems. Oh, okay. Supports any skill which has a level. Yeah, it goes up. It's not a % chance. It's more guaranteed, I guess. Yeah. It's a more guaranteed, so you don't have that like dead window there to roll through.
Others feel
35 chance to load a bolt into all crossbow skills on dealing a killing blow with supported skill.
really common. Yeah.
Oh, did it have no cost multiplier?
And
yeah, you're right. It actually has no cost multiplier. It's just 5 int. Well, it is 120. Huh, okay. So, yeah, that's just, I guess that's, realistically, I guess that's just an upgrade for it then. Especially for Fusillade. You have 40 on the first cast? Oh, I don't know, maybe you do. I guess maybe they're in the same category. Well, it says additional projectiles. I don't know how that works, category-wise.
And there's a ton in the regular drop pool too.
I guess we'll find out.
Some of them are fairly rare. Others
Yeah.
fairly common.
Probably doesn't
Some
matter.
of them are
Toa's Tending. Totems created by supported skills have 50% more max life. Totems created by supported skills trigger Toana's Vengeance on death, causing those totems to have more life. Totems created by supported skills explode on death, dealing physical damage based off their life. Okay.
build defining.
Explosive totems.
Others are just straight up.
Hits with supported skills treat enemy elemental resistances values as inverted. You know that is gonna be expensive. That is gonna be Chase. That's just straight up 120 cost multiplier and that's it. Everything is treated as inverted. That shit is gonna cost money. Any tab purchased before the release can be converted at any time. Okay. So any tab we have now can be converted after the release of Edict. So as you need them, you can convert them. So I don't have to convert all my tabs yet. Okay. So they're buying tabs early. I mean, yeah. If like I said, I think I have like 28 tabs. I'm pretty sure I do, right? I have like I have more tabs than I'll ever fucking use. Let me check. Okay, never mind. There's a 2 gig update or a 3 gig update. I don't think it counts quads. I think it's premium tab only. So, those greebs. I don't, oh yeah, true, I could just check on the website. I don't know where. Stash showcase? No. Actually have no idea where. Fuck it. I'll just log in. Click your character below account name, then stash. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, there. Okay. I have 23 tabs. These tabs can all be converted. I don't need to buy more. I'm fine then. I mean, even this league, I'm using, 3 sales tabs, so yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'll probably convert 3 tabs, and that'll be enough for me then.
Power upgrades.
I mean, that is insane. Having inverted as a support gym, whoo, baby. That's strong shit. And that just says support skills that can cause damaging hits, causing hits to treat enemies as inverted. It literally is just hits. Just straight up hits. That's fucking crazy.
All in all, there's around 40 lineage supports being added throughout the endgame, so there's a lot of power to find out there.
There's no way to increase enemy res aside from map bonds. True, yeah, it's not as powerful as Poe 1's is because of the inversion.
Now,
the dots hit in Poe 2. Dots are based off the base damage, but no, it's not considered like a hit damage in that way. You can't invert fire damage thing.
New support gems are certainly going to open up a lot of builds, but of course we have a huge range of improvements to individual character classes as well. As well as adding new skills, we had a big focus on buffing existing skills so that they can scale well into the endgame. There's a huge amount to cover here, so we're not going to discuss everything.
They have a hit portion, yeah.
We're just going to quick fire through some of the coolest changes. Okay. We wanted to make cold a more useful element on the Ranger, so we've expanded the cold tools available.
We got a bunch of new cold...
As well as increasing its range.
So we got more...
Escape shot now creates
300% more freeze buildup. Man, that is a big number.
Whenever it hits the ground. These fragments explode after a short time, making the skill better
we
for
get some
killing groups
icy
of enemies. But not only
icy
that,
pops.
We added an ice fragment support that creates more of them when killing frozen enemies. And a new buff skill called Ice Tipped Arrows that allows all your arrows to create ice fragments. This already gives clear to rangers wanting to use ice. But to take further advantage of the ice fragments, Freezing Salvo has been upgraded to shoot additional cold arrows towards every fragment.
Well, the additional missiles. Okay.
We've also modified Snipe to consume frozen from enemies.
100% more damage against unique enemies. Interesting. So yeah, they are buffing it so that you do way more boss damage.
Ice single target option. And something you might notice about this is that the bonus is a lot higher against bosses. This is actually a change you'll see throughout the entire game. Since it's a lot harder to freeze a boss, you should get a bigger reward for it. Another theme you'll see throughout the game is making movement feel better. Toxic Growth is a skill that was pretty cool, but a bit annoying to use with the jump that it had. Now Toxic Growth is a range skill, so you can spam it more easily.
Okay.
And we've also added a new poison skill while we were at it, called Toxic Domain.
There's an area of toxic bloom on the ground around you. While in the bloom, you have increased skill costs, regenerate life, and your projectile attacks, such as toxic pustules, which can be poison And your projectile attacks attach a toxic pustule which can be poisoned. Pustules will detonate after a duration when enough poison has been applied, consuming the largest stack of poison on the target to deal damage and apply another poison to them. Cooldown 11 seconds. So you have like a thing you put on the ground that starts regenerating, but your projectiles then have an attachment of pustules that
It creates a small area around you that makes all your attacks create toxic growth pustules, but attached to monsters. Another skill that was annoying to
okay for a small EA patch. They sponsored a lot. They sponsored a lot of people to watch the reveal. It does make sense now with the size of it, yeah. To try to get like people hyped up. It's more understandable. It's a much bigger like update than I was expecting. You'll be able to stand still for 8 seconds still. Yeah, it's a very long cooldown. 11 seconds cooldown for an 8-second thing that you have to stay in is kind of tough, but we'll see.
attach to monsters. Another skill that was annoying to use was electrocuting arrow.
Cannot pierce, convert fizz to lightning, cannot chain. Okay. Arrow duration is 25.
It's now just a regular arrow, making it easier to use. But it also means you can support it with projectile supports. And it now also has area of effect, making it a tool for more than just single target, and allowing it to scale into the endgame.
Scale.
We also added a new spirit reservation.
So now we have the Mirage Archer. While active, dodge rolling will create a Mirage that uses socketed ranged attacks for a short duration, then vanishes. Well, it cannot create one while another one exists. Dodge rolling while you are unable to create a Mirage will restart this timer. Interesting. So it's actually, you have to give it its own sockets. You have to give it its own, like...
called Mirage Archer. This is a meta skill that allows you to create shadowy clones of yourself to use a skill of your choice.
That's its own spirit gem.
Of course, one of the other big problems the Ranger had was survival.
So it's like, I guess you could give that like a support thing and then you do the damage to it, maybe?
Survivability. Evasion was the weakest of the 3 defenses, and we wanted to change that. Currently, evasion doesn't evade all types of hits in the game, so you're still vulnerable to things like slams or unblockable attacks.
Right, it costs more and more for putting spirit on it, true, yeah.
To make evasion characters more tanky, we're adding a new mechanic called Deflect.
So we're just getting 40% less damage taken by having 100% deflection and chance. Deflection rating provides a chance to deflect damage from hits, preventing 40% of the damage from those hits and elements they inflict. Exams to deflect depends on the attacker's accuracy. Okay. Has a max limit? What do you mean? You can only have one on the timer at a time. Mirage, while active, dodge rolling, you cannot create another Mirage while one exists, or for a short time after one vanishes. Dodge rolling while you are unable to create a new Mirage will restart this timer. Oh, some will specifically increase it, true, yeah. It won't all increase spirit cost.
Other big problems the Ranger had was survival. Currently, evasion doesn't evade all types of hits in the game, so you're still vulnerable to things like tanky. We're adding a new mechanic called Deflect.
I mean, it'll help. It'll help with evasion, you know.
And if you successfully deflect a hit, you take 40% less damage. Items can now give you a mod that gives you some amount of deflection based on your...
And deflection rating equal to 19% of evasion rating. Put down blind circle from before? Maybe. Yeah, you scale it pretty much.
Evasion. And there's a bunch of...
So you get a bunch of nodes on the tree.
Available on the passive.
I mean, essentially, yeah, you use that one node that they showed for like life stacking, plus this, plus deflection.
Tree 2. Deflection is rolled in a.
So there's increased deflection rating, and then there's increased the amounts of deflection you get.
Addition to evasion. So this is an upgrade for regular hits too.
Okay.
And unlike evasion, there's no maximum chance. You can reach 100% deflect against all hits if you spec into it enough.
Yeah.
Of course, this is a buff that helps all dex characters, so the mercenary and the monk, but especially the huntress, are seeing big defense boosts from this as well.
Okay.
Speaking of defensive mechanics, let's talk about block and parry. Now, one of the big concerns on the release of the huntress was parry feeling unreliable. One of the big reasons for this is there's a lot of hits that are not blockable, and thus not parryable either.
Yep.
So a huge balance change we're making is that now everything is blockable, except for specifically unblockable red flash skills that bosses use.
Yeah, so if you see that red icon on the thing, you can't block that. But everything else will be able to. Okay.
This makes parry much more reliable. And not only that, but to make block and parry nicer to use, you now also move faster than before while using these abilities. This is a massive buff to passive block as well. So to counter that, we did have to lower the max passive block a bit, but overall you should feel much safer.
I wonder how much the max passive block is now. 50?
Fire skills on the warrior were not really cutting the mustard, so we decided we needed to upgrade a bunch of them, but also add some more as well. Let's start with a buff. Volcanic fish are now branches into multiple fishes, giving it much more clearing potential. We've also added a new skill called Forge Hammer.
Throw
This
hammer.
skill throws a molten hammer that does a slam at a distance. You can recall the hammer back by using the skill
Oh,
again
that's
if you
cool.
like.
One
But
back
the
voltage.
cooler thing to do is to use a Warcry near it. Using a Warcry makes the hammer explode, making a bunch of volcanic fishes around.
That's pretty cool.
Volcanic fishes re-trigger when you slam them, so it's a great skill to make a flaming arena to fight a boss.
I mean, honestly, yeah, that looks fun enough. Anything good? It's been a massive patch, honestly. Surprisingly, it's surprisingly big for what it is. I am actually genuinely surprised how big the patch is. We get asynchronous trade as well, which is I think the most surprising thing. You can trade people that are offline now. Which is pretty nuts. I knew it was coming at some point. I just didn't think it would be this early on. Like I feel like they're going to bring it Wild Touch, yeah. I didn't expect it to be like 0.3, right? I expected it to be like, 1.0 or something. Perfect Strike. While dual-wielding, both weapons have 30% less damage. Converts to... Charge up your weapon while channeling. Releasing the moment you fully charge will release a wave of fire.
Also buff Perfect Strike to have much larger area of effect.
Okay.
And changed Molten Blast to not always force you to move forward.
That's interesting. So now it's... Is he moving backwards? Because he looks like he's moving backwards now.
It feels a lot better to use now. The skill now has massively boosted chance to ignite monsters as well.
200% more chance to ignite, 100% more ignite duration. Huh, okay. So you can make an ignite Molten Blaster?
And you're going to want to ignite monsters due to a new glory skill called Ancestral Cry. Ancestral Cry charges up with glory by igniting monsters, invoking King Kaum's favor. After you do, use it to channel Kaum's ancestral power. Every attack will be ancestrally boosted with fire. Your very steps will explode, triggering volcanic fishes, and molten balls will erupt from your attacks.
I mean, that is quite something.
Warrior shield skills were another area we want.
This is interesting to me. I wonder if this is good enough now to use it. I wonder if this is now... If the shield wall shield charge thing actually would work. Because this combo looks like it's exactly what I was hoping for on that one build.
Wanted to improve. Now that we've got Sprint, we actually don't need to have a cooldown on shield charge anymore. And now also does more damage the further away you are when you use it.
Yep.
Shield Wall got significantly upgraded AoE.
Yeah.
Also, you can shield charge right through it to trigger all the walls.
That's massive right there. That combo is huge. Like, it honestly makes me want to start like a shield character to begin with.
We also added a new shield war cry. Fortifying Cry gives you a defensive buff, but it also builds up charge on your shield that empowers your other shield skills. And Magma Barrier also builds
What does
up
it do?
charge.
So hold on. Yeah, that's base fizz based off armor and shields. True nukes, yeah. You will do it, yeah. The AoE was the thing. The shield wall did insane damage, but the problem was it didn't have the wall didn't have the AoE to hit. You can have 2 shield walls active at a time and 100% more damage if you are the one destroying it. And you just need a giga shield. I don't know. I might honestly start a shield character. Because I really like that playstyle, but I didn't have a way to fucking, make it actually doable.
So you can shield charge right through it to trigger all the walls. We also added a new shield wall cry.
Oh, RT as well. Right. Performs a war cry that grants guard and causes subsequent shield attacks to release an empowered shockwave when dealing damage. Perform a war card that grants guard and causes subsequent shield attacks to release an empowered shockwave when dealing damage. This skill's cooldown can be bypassed by expending an endurance charge. Can create 1 shockwave per 5 power in range, counting 50. Grants 34 guard.
Fortifying Cry gives you a defensive buff, but it also builds up charge on your shield that empowers your other shields.
So they tried to. We don't know yet in terms of what it does, but there's like a whole elemental section to armor now. We'll have to just wait and see what the numbers look like.
And Magma Barrier now doesn't require timing in order to use. Just wait for your shield to charge up and block.
Ah, okay. Increase your block chance passively imbues your shield with lava over time. When fully imbued, your next block will expend the lava to create an explosion, granting an endurance charge. Okay, interesting. Man, there's a lot of love for shields. Going a shield character early on, if people don't go it, you could get some insane shields cheap, man. Because I remember last league, I had like that 3,800 armor shield? What kind of shield character? That I don't know yet. I'd have to see the ascendancies if there's any shield stuff in there. Because if not... 3,800? Yeah, it was insane. Hold on, do I still have that shield? Or did I sell it? I might have sold that one, right? Let me look. Gem link. Well, what I would want to do is the stupid... Wow, 13 gig update. Never mind. 3,800 is impossible. I forgot what I had. It was a corrupted shield that had like sockets in it, and then everything on it was armor. I don't remember how much it actually had. I just remember it had a fuck ton. 15 is the upper roll on shields. Okay, hold on. It's actually easier for me to do it this way. Po2 shield. Any 1500s, hundreds of vines, whatever it was. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I was overshooting then. Was it 13? It might have been 13. That makes sense. I wish I remembered now. I don't remember actually. Either way, yeah. You can get really, really insane armor shields for really cheap. Which makes me wonder if it's worth going a shield character right away. It might be. Well, I mean, campaigning with him would be ass, yeah. I'm gonna do Epoch for the week, yeah. There's no prep to do, just fucking dive in, right? I don't have any prep other than just like think of what I want to league start. But yeah.
In order to use, just wait for your shield to charge up and block.
Yeah.
Seismic Cry now stuns enemies that are primed for stun.
Primed for stun. Okay.
And we changed the Sunder interaction with Armor Break. It now also gives a Sunder armor debuff that makes enemies take 40% extra physical damage.
40% additional physical damage. Okay. Sundered armor. Good, Veronja. Good. Options would be plenty. Yeah, like you wouldn't have. It depends entirely on what the ascendancies look like for what deals with shields. Yeah. So yeah.
Great for bosses.
We'll see.
Ancestral Warrior Totem has undergone some pretty significant changes too. We wanted the skill to feel more like using an ultimate. That summoning an ancestor to fight for you was a big deal. So we've changed this totem to require 3 endurance charges to summon, and massively buffed its damage. It also now scales your weapon damage too.
Interesting.
Since there's no limit anymore.
So, well, the weapon damage scaling thing is interesting because the totem, the way you used to do it, was just fucking +8 weapons. Just to wield those. So... Huh.
If you build around generating endurance charges, you can summon an entire forest of totems.
That's kind of crazy.
In order to make that easier...
An endurance charge when hitting an enemy with a support skill when perfectly timed. 30% chance to get an endurance charge when heavy stunning a non-unique enemy with support skills. Gain 3 endurance charges on heavy stunning a unique enemy with support skills. Interesting. So, like, you go stun endurance charge generator, and then you can put totems down?
We added some new sources of endurance charges. There's now a support to make perfect strike generate charges, and a support for generating endurance charges from heavy stuns as well.
Okay.
Speaking of totems, we wanted to
Warbringer or Titan.
Warbringer. Among the other changes we've made to this class, Answered Call now gives an extra totem,
Smith.
and the spirits have just been generally buffed in many ways. Use it with your limitless ancestral
+1
warrior forest
totems.
to make an army of Karui that would make
Trigger ancestral spirits when you summon a totem, +1 max totems.
Yokohama
I'm in the
proud.
way of that right here, but...
We've also
Never.
merged the Great
Get some
Wolf
sleep.
Howl and Warcaller's Bellow support, so that
War cries explode, ignore war cry cooldowns.
you can get all the benefits with 1 point.
Okay. To refine that a little.
And Encased in Jade no longer removes the Jade when getting hit. Making a
That's
much better
really
defense.
nice. It actually makes Encased in Jade, like, completely usable as a
Next up,
setup.
let's talk about accuracy. Accuracy was always intended
Jade
to be
buff
something
is
the
huge.
warriors didn't need to care about very much so long as they're in close combat. But unfortunately, that's not currently the case. This was particularly annoying with skills like Bone Shatter, which you certainly don't want to mess with. So we significantly buffed your chance to hit at close ranges when you don't have much accuracy. Warriors shouldn't require any accuracy investment in order to hit with close range attacks now.
I wonder how that works with the
We
shields.
also wanted to improve armor. Now, one of the major weaknesses of armor is the inability to defend against elemental damage. In order to mitigate this, we're adding a lot more of the
Yeah, exactly, Raj. Melee around. I think your shield is melee. I mean, it's melee, right? Because it should be like right in front of you, right? But yeah, maybe you'll need some. 70% of armor applies to elemental damage taken from hits. Shield wall's at a distance. Yeah, true. Shield wall is an explosion. AoE. Yeah, true. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. So 100% of armor applies to elemental damage taken from hits. So you stack that plus Giga armor plus Giga shield equals A massive amount of armor, a massive amount of elemental damage taken from hits, armor applications. And you're good to go? Maybe?
That allows your armor to defend against elemental damage. It's now available on items and in a lot more places on the passive tree.
Reduce effect chill, 20% armor applies to cold damage from hits. Okay, interesting. So those are like specific nodes as well. Those are probably less valuable. It's probably mostly on the items. I think it did. It did affect the thing. You could go RT if you don't go crit, but I was going crit because I was the fucking witch thing. But I have no idea. We'll see in the patch notes. Maybe they address that.
One of the most important improvements we've made in 030 is to declunk the action and flow of shooting crossbows. You can now reload crossbows without any movement penalty. But not only that, all skills that can be used while moving now slow you for a shorter amount of time. This change benefits everyone, not just crossbow skills. With both of these changes put together, but not only that, all skills that can be used while moving now slow you for a shorter amount of time.
Yeah, okay.
This change benefits everyone, not just cross.
So we're gonna be really mobile while attacking, which is kind of bad again. It's gonna feel good, but it's gonna make the gameplay like very much Vampire Survivors. We'll see how it feels. We'll see what it does. I'm still hesitant on attack while moving myself.
Skills. With both of these changes put together, the run and gun playstyle feels much better. It's hard to explain how important this change is for the feel of the class. The Mercenary is also a good chance to talk about how we're rebalancing to make comboing skills much better. Take Shock, for example. It buffs damage and lasts 4 seconds right now, but that isn't really giving you enough time to take advantage of it. If you're going to add a lightning skill into a build that otherwise wouldn't use one, we need to make mechanics like this much better. So we've increased shock duration on monsters to last 8 seconds.
8 seconds.
And just to make like Plasma Blast, which are intended to be good at shocking enemies, now increase the damage bonus by a lot more.
A 30% shock on even Zath. Okay. So longer shocks and things that are supposed to shock for more.
You'll find changes like this all around the game. Chill now lasts 8 seconds, giving you more of a reason to weave in cold damage. Freezing skills are better at freezing. Burning skills need to cause burns that last longer. But making skills like Permafrost Bolts and Incendiary Shot double down on how they're supposed to be used, it makes using them in your build alongside other skills much more likely.
So Ignites even last longer? I mean, Ignite lasting longer is good. That's what was one of the weirder parts about it, but
we're also making sure to buff specific combos too.
The problem I still have with Ignites, if nothing was changed with it, is like, while it lasts 8 seconds, yeah, it's more damage and more worth doing, but the problem is, like, you almost kill the thing with the hit because of how much you had to scale the crit hit right now. Where an 8-second Ignite, I guess it matters, but it's not.
The freeze explosions from frag rounds.
It's going to be more for, using it for something else.
And using high velocity rounds with Armor Break will now fragment the opponent's armor. This causes monsters to take a portion of high velocity rounds damage with every subsequent hit, even tiny pellets.
That's cool.
So that
like
means
actual shotgun play.
Blast is way more effective.
You get in there and like you can actually like do shotgun damage.
There's a lot more buffs to crossbow skills, but for
the mortar. Totems gain 25 elemental resist plus 10 chaos resist. And it uses totem duration is 8 seconds, limits to 1 totem. True, Flame Blast Ignite would actually be a thing, because it's like with the cooldown you can have the Ignite exist. Limit 1 totem.
Now I'm just going to talk about the new one we added, the Mortar Cannon. This one lets you socket any grenade skill, and using it will summon a cannon which loads and then fires the grenade you choose. Another issue on the Mercenary were banners. They were just not very...
I wonder if that's finally a use for that one node. Is there a world where you... I guess it's because it still says well, I don't know. It says limited one, but then that probably not. It's too far as well for grenade stuff. It'd still only have the one.
Good. So we're doing a big upgrade to them. They now last longer, don't disappear when moving out of them, and we removed the Valor mechanic.
Yeah, probably not.
They now just give a much more consistent and stronger buff.
So there's no Valor
and you can use
mechanic
them when you
anymore.
get enough glory.
You just get glory, put it down, and...
On which one of the main focuses was making various minion types more useful to use together. Melee minions in particular were just not that great compared to ranged ones. As a starting point, we just straight up removed the requirement for minions to have accuracy.
Okay.
Attack minions now always hit, which makes them way better. Brutes got some...
There's a totem to fire gas grenades and a totem to explode the gas grenade. Yeah, maybe. If you can make them, like, work together like that.
Good numeric buffs, but we also added a new command skill where they do a war cry that intimidates enemies and detonates any frozen monsters and allies around you in a big cold explosion. We've also changed the Frost Mage's command skill to an ability that adds ice armor to your other minions, adding a layer of defense.
Back and forth.
And it makes them deal cold damage back to the attacker as well. The ice armor also makes the minion count as frozen, so the Brute's war cry can detonate them too.
Huh.
Unearth was changed to work on corpses of your dead skeletons, allowing you to summon the minions more easily in boss fights.
That's a good change.
And they also got a new jump ability, allowing them to get into combat faster. Ray's Spectre was also feeling pretty weak for the spirit cost they have. To be honest, we were a little afraid of these when we first balanced them. We've both decreased the spirit cost for a large range of monsters, and have significantly increased Spectre damage too. They should feel a lot more impactful.
Okay. We'll see what happens with Spectres, I guess.
There's also a lot of new spellcaster weapons with newer cult skills. But I'll just talk about one of them that I thought was particularly cool. The Reaping Staff is actually a wicked scythe that gives you a new ability called Reap. When an enemy is low in life,
deals gain life on call, culling strike, critical weakness duration is 6 seconds, critical weakness duration goes up by 0.5. We don't know. I guess they didn't specifically say anything about like a specific minion ascendancy now, or something that there might be something that works better with them. We now have a thing that does culling strike, critical weakness.
you can dash forward and rake enemies with the scythe to cull them instantly, healing you. It can also inflict critical weakness on enemies too.
Huh.
Now, there's a lot of balance changes in the Witcher's Ascendancy classes, but I'll just talk about 2 of them for now. On the Blood Mage, you were previously required to spend your first points on Sanguimancy, which really was supposed to be the downside for being able to access the powerful abilities on the rest of the class. In order to make picking the Blood Mage a better early option, we've made Sanguimancy
Okay, so you just get Sanguimancy if you become a Blood Mage. Just free to allocate.
free, unlocking the power of the rest of the class immediately.
Yeah, saving 1 Ascendancy point is massive. You get a lot more power out of it.
On the Infernalist, the Demon form wasn't something people were really using because you lost your weapon stats while transformed. Well, you no longer do, so it's a much better option now.
Yeah, that's huge. Demon form keeping its weapon is absolutely massive. So, what's that skill on Q? What the fuck? I don't know what that is. Right, you get Leech instantly, so you can actually go into it right away.
On the Monk, the wind skills needed a big upgrade for sure. Staggering Palm can now stack up its duration if you use the skill multiple times in a row. So you can keep the effect of all your skills throwing up wind much more easily. Wind Blast had the purpose of building up to dazing an enemy, but dazing just wasn't worth all that effort. Now it just dazes on hit, meaning a single Wind Blast will make all your skills stun enemies more easily.
Okay.
Following up with Vaulting Impact on a dazed enemy previously did a bunch of stun. Now it allows you to break your enemy's stance. When their stance is broken, following up with a fast attack will do way more damage.
Huh.
A cool build that certain people always enjoyed in PoE 1 was hand-to-hand combat.
It's
But until
piston
now,
time.
We just don't have a real way to make it viable.
Can attack as though using a quarterstaff while both of your hand slots are empty. Unarmed attacks that would use a quarterstaff damage gain physical damage based on their skill level. 1% more attack speed per 25 item evasion rating on equipped armor items. 0.1 crit chance per 10 energy shield on equipped armor ratings. Oh, so this was the infusion thing. Right, okay. That's what it was. Yeah, they talk about that. Okay, I know what that is then. So evasion, energy shield, stacking, hollow palm. Insane amounts of attack speed, insane amounts of crit, physical, quarterstaff skills, punch, punch, punch. But both your hand slots are empty, so no...
Well, that changes now.
No,
as a true martial artist now has the ability to learn the hollow palm technique, a keystone that lets you use all quarterstaff skills while unarmed. All quarterstaff attacks now have a special unarmed.
So where is this?
Now has the ability to. Well, that changes, but until now we just didn't have a real way to make it viable. Well, that changes now. The monk, as a true martial artist, now has the ability to learn the hollow palm technique.
Okay.
A keystone that lets you use all quarterstaff skills while unarmed.
Monk area, right.
All quarterstaff attacks now have a special unarmed version, and you get further bonuses to all your attacks from stacking energy shield and evasion on your character.
That does look fun.
A new keystone we also added to the monk section of the tree is Walker of the Wild.
Mana Leech recovers based on elemental damage types instead of physical damage types.
This changes Mana Leech to work with elemental damage instead of physical, which is
when they use the transmute on the ring.
useful for all those elemental attacks the monk has, but it works well for the ranger too.
The 36 Cold Res is a T2 mod. Oh, it goes the right order now?
Now, one of the least used ascendancy classes in the game is the Acolyte of Chayula, so we knew we needed to make some changes here. One of the key things we had to do was make the chaos damage that the Acolyte can do much more useful. So
while affected by unraveling, your chaos damage randomly either also contributes to freeze buildup, ignite chance and magnitudes, or shock chance changing, which it contributes to every 2 seconds. Okay. So every 2 seconds you could add to a different thing. And they last like 8 seconds now, so theoretically you're always applying like 2 of those things?
added a new skill allowing chaos damage to ignite, shock, chill, and freeze, embracing the elemental prowess of the monk in a truly chaotic fashion.
Huh.
In addition, he can make all of his chaos damage leech.
Leech recovers based off chaos damages as well as physical damage. So you have triple elemental leech chaos damage?
In addition, he can make all of his chaos damage leech. And we've buffed Into the Breach and Embrace the Darkness by moving the effects of the 4-point nodes into the base skills.
Ah. You have no spirit, base maxed at 100, damage is taken is reserved from darkness before being taken, life or energy shield, darkness reservation lasts 5 seconds, plus 8 max darkness per level. It's all on that one node. Was this Oops, early stream? Yeah. The reveal started like 2 hours ago. Shit's been hype. Okay.
He also gains a new notable, Grasp of the Void, which leaves void illusions behind you as you dodge roll.
What was the
damage leech? And with
Into the Breach. Remnants spawned by sports skills have increased effect. Flame and mana so save point. 25 seconds if not picked up. Okay.
Into the Breach and Embrace the Darkness by moving the effects of the 4-point nodes into the base skills.
Huh. Interesting.
He also gains a new notable, Grasp of the Void.
Yeah. Void illusions. While active, creates a short-lived illusion copy of yourself whenever you dodge roll. The copy can be damaged by enemies, and copies that are destroyed by the enemy will cause damaging explosions. Copies created this way have 1 life. Attack damage 410.
Which leaves void illusions behind you as you dodge roll.
Motherfucker's got more charges than the, like, it's just the stack of charges. Look at his character.
If they're killed, they do massive explosions of darkness, dealing damage to everything in sight. Now let's talk about sorceress skills. One of the things we wanted to improve on the Sorc is the ability to use multiple elements together more effectively. Now, this might seem small, but one of the things pushing you towards using a single element is debuffs like elemental curses, which lower resistances of a single element. In order to fix that, we're making quite a lot of game-wide changes to these kinds of mechanics to broaden what they apply to.
This is an interesting change that they're going this route with, honestly.
So for example, there's no longer 3 curses for fire, ice, and lightning.
It's
Instead,
just
there's just
the
a
one.
single curse that buffs all 3 at the same time.
Straight up elemental
and things
weakness.
Like Frostbomb, which gave you cold exposure, now give elemental exposure.
Applies 20 elemental exposure and 2 exposure per pulse up to a maximum of 50. Huh.
Exposure. You can use it to buff any of your other skills.
Interesting.
We also wanted to make switching between different weapon sets smoother, so you can use different elemental staves more effectively. To do that, we've removed the weapon switch time.
That's so big. To remove weapon switch time, like that was the biggest thing for that one build where I was like crossbow into Sunder. That like delay between the two things because I had to switch weapons was such a big thing for how jank it felt to play. Not having that switch time is huge. So you are actually able to like multi-weapon. Remake it. Well, the problem is the way I built it doesn't work anymore because Sunder doesn't have the guaranteed critical strike when hitting a poison a break armor character. So it's not it won't work the same anymore. There'll be other things, but that thing that I made won't work.
Now happens instantly. This applies game-wide too. Now we didn't just want to stop there. We wanted to add some specific mechanics that work between different elements, and that's where elemental infusions come in. Certain skills can now drop elemental infusions. For example, when a frostbomb explodes, it leaves behind a cold infusion on the ground. After picking it up, you can spend it on one of any number of different skills to transform how they work. Spark will create a nova of cold-infused projectiles. Ice Nova will leave a chilled area on the ground. And we also added a new low-level skill that fires ice shards. Use it with cold infusion though, and the ice shards will explode. Orb of Storms now generates lightning infusions when you cast enough spells near it. And that's all spells, by the way, not just lightning.
This is what made me think about going Lightning Fusillade. Friday. A week from now. 8 days.
Once you have one, you could cast a Lightning Flame Wall, which adds both fire and lightning damage to all the projectiles that pass through it. Or power up Ember Fusillade with lightning, which will generate arcs to nearby enemies as each fireball hits.
Yeah, that right there looks fucking sick. Ember Fusillade, if it still works with the Wild Shard snapshotting, put down Orb of Storms, snapshot a Lightning Fusillade, and then walk around fucking Gatling gun lightning things.
Or maybe go lightning on lightning with Arc. This skill is now a projectile, and by infusing it, you can go full Palpatine.
Unlimited
Get fire infusions by blowing up monsters with Living Bomb. Then use them with Comet to summon a giant fire meteor from the sky. Or use it with Firestorm, which transforms it from a small area into a much bigger one. Monsters with full... Or maybe go lightning on lightning with Arc. This skill is now a projectile, and by infusing it, you can go full...
Arc is now a projectile.
Palpatine.
I need a way to... Yeah, that's what we said. Orb of Storms. If you cast spells in Orb of Storms, you can, yeah, you can probably Arc Wild Shards. If you cast Orb of Storms, it will give you Lightning Infusion.
Orb of Storms now generates lightning infusions when you cast enough spells near it. And that's all spells, by the way, not just lightning. Once you have one, you could cast a Lightning Flame Wall, which adds both fire and lightning damage to all the projectiles that pass through it. Or power up Ember Fusillade with lightning, which will generate arcs to nearby enemies as each fireball hits.
They just, yeah, you could just Orb of Storms and then snapshot a lightning fusillade
Non-lightning with art.
and then walk around with it.
This skill is now a projectile, and by infusing it, you can go full Palpatine. Get fire infusions by blowing up monsters with Living Bomb. Then use them with Comet to summon a giant
I
fire
don't know.
meteor from the sky.
I kind of want to go
Or use it
Fusillade
with
probably
Firestorm, which
as my
transforms
starter.
it from a small area into a much bigger one.
But it would require me to go
Firestorm is
Titan
unique in that
again.
it can be infused by multiple different elements at the same time. Add an ice infusion to rain down ice at the same time as the fire. And add lightning to add deadly strikes from the heavens into the mix. Or use it with all three to generate a storm that is truly apocalyptic.
What time? The reduced duration, so it fires off like really, 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 really fast.
Snap has been simply turned into Snap. Previously, you could use it to shatter ice, but now it works to detonate all of the different elemental ailments and makes them leave behind infusions. And just like how you could previously use it on Frostbolt, you can now also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well, which means you can create many infusions at once. We also have a Spirit
Interesting. Lanative has a chance to create an infusion remnant when you free, shock, or ignite a target. Okay. 5% per power. Remnants created by support skills can be collected from 17 further away. 5% per power to spawn a cold remnant on freezing a target. 5% chance to fire remnant when you ignite a target. 5% chance to spawn lightning remnant when shocking a target. Huh, interesting.
Preservation skill and a support gem to help generate.
You do false alarm for clearing and single target. Yeah, true. You can have both. Copy to make additional remnants. Remnants grew by support skills can be collected from 100% further away. Huh, okay.
Rate them too.
It really depends on Fusillade still has that bug to it.
On the passive tree, we've added quite a few new keystones to the Sorceress section.
I guess I'll have to wait for the
Here are
patch
a couple
notes
of
to see if they say
examples.
anything about it.
The Black Flame Covenant keystone converts your fire spells to chaos.
Fire spells convert 100% of fire damage to chaos damage. Chaos damage from fire spells contributes to ignite chance and magnitude. Ignite inflicted with fire spells deals chaos damage instead of fire damage. Poison fire double element. True. You could go you could actually go double ailment with that. You could do fire and ignite, or ignite and poison, because it's chaos damage now. Yeah, double dot. With the notepad on. I mean, honestly, at this point, yeah, I probably should. What's the biggest fire hit? That I don't know yet. Lightning full side. Shield. Stacker. Maybe crit? With which? Poison. Fire. Black flame. Poison ignite black flame.
And causes your ignites to deal chaos damage.
That I wonder. Well, I mean, okay. So the stupid part is this. This would be. See, okay, so what makes this combo stupid is because of the way that ailment scaling works. You would just go crit elements, and as a result of that, you do scale both equally. Once again, you would actually have, like, as long as you get chance to ignite, chance to poison to be high enough, you would just have both scaling all the same.
To chaos and causes your ignites to deal chaos damage. Your fire spells and ignites will also turn purple.
Purple. Yeah, you can. You could do generic element jewels.
The Ritual Cadence keystone.
Invocation skills instead trigger spells every 2 seconds. Invocation skills cannot gain energy while triggering spells, and spells consume 50% less energy.
Causes your invocation skills
VD, but corpses, yeah. Probably wouldn't want to do corpses on
to
that.
trigger more times. It makes them trigger periodically over a longer duration instead of one. Great for those auto bomber builds.
Huh.
Now, in addition to skill changes, we've added a
Interesting.
lot more options for the passive tree for each class. Overall, there are more than 100
Flame
new
Blast is
notables on the
15
tree,
second cooldown.
usually around 20 per class, along with smaller clusters as well.
But
Check out the
for single target,
old
yeah.
version. And here's the new version.
It's
It's
a
a
lot
lot more dense, and there's more interesting nodes than before.
Flame Wall?
Now, we probably can't go through too many of these in the live stream,
I don't know.
so I'll just show you one from each class's area of the tree. We tried to be a lot more thematic with the new nodes. So, for example, the
Fire resist. Fully broken armor effects also apply to fire damage taken from hits. So a reason to use full armor break on fire damage hits.
Molten One's gift. It lets the benefit of armor break apply to your fire damage.
Gotcha. Huh.
Or how about Last Stand, which gives you lots of stats.
Flame Wall is ignite, so I assume so. Yeah, maybe then. Flame Wall could be the way to utilize it. Attack damage while surrounded, attack damage while low life, attack damage if you've heavy stunned recently, attack damage we have no life.
As your situation becomes more and more desperate.
Armor explosions, fire damage,
A
true.
lot of these
yeah.
have themes aligning with ascendancy classes. Like for the Gemling Legionnaire, for example.
Immune to chill if majority of your socketed supports are blue, immune to ignite, immune to shock. Huh. You balance it out, triple immunity, baby!
Example. You have crystallized immunities, which makes you immune to different status ailments, depending on which support gem color you have socketed the most.
Yeah, it's they use stuff from the ascendancies.
Another ascendancy class aligned notable is Sanguimatic Rich.
Impressive, Challenger.
Oh, neat. Another
Yeah,
one.
we don't
of
have the
these.
Gemling rework at this point. Prodigy, thanks so much for the 63 months. Appreciate you sticking around and support the content. The months keep going. Regenerate 1 max life per second. Arcane Surge grants more life regen rate instead of mana regen rate. Okay.
Tools. It allows arcane surges to generate life instead of mana, unlocking that support gem to be used with the Blood Mage's
So you actually can go Blood Mage and just like generate a bunch of life regen.
ascendancy.
Huh.
In the Sork area, you'll find these Archon nodes that allow you to convert
Lightning Archon after spending 100% of your max mana.
all of your elemental damage to a specific element. You become a Lightning Archon when you spend enough mana, after which all your skills will be converted to lightning, and you will do extra lightning damage as well. We have ones for cold and fire too, with different triggers.
So lightning is mana. I wonder what cold and fire are.
Here's another cool one. Elemental Practitioner gives crit
Increased crit hit chance if you've triggered a skill recently. 40% meta skill increase if you've dealt a crit hit
bonuses
recently.
if you've triggered a skill recently, while also making crits generate more energy for triggers. Or maybe you'd like the Great Boar. It gives you a reason to stack dexterity.
Plus 1 life per 4 dex. Plus 1 stun threshold per dex. Interesting. Does like kind of have CD? That's a good point. He doesn't hover it, so we don't actually know what it says. Is there any icon for it when he's in that state?
You become a lightning
Yeah,
Archon
he
when you spend
triggers
enough
it.
mana, after which
There, 15 seconds, I'm assuming is what it is.
all your skills will be converted to lightning, and you will do extra lightning damage as well.
Or maybe that one. 12 seconds?
We have ones for cold and fire too, with different triggers. Here's another cool one. Elemental Practitioner gives crit bonuses if you've triggered a skill recently, while also making crits generate more energy for triggers.
Could have duration, could be, yeah.
Or maybe you'd like the Great Boar. It gives you a reason to stack dexterity to make you tougher.
Make a dex stacker that now gets life as well. Alongside of evasion and the other thing that makes you take less damage.
Giving a bonus to life and stun threshold. Or the Cunning Fox. It straight up gives you 5% quality to all your gems. Now, another major change is attribute requirements. We felt like players probably had a few
That's pretty big. 205 taken down to 157 is
too many nodes and attributes, and not enough in interesting passives.
pretty fucking
So
helpful.
we lowered attribute requirements by 25% across the board. That means you'll have more points to spend on interesting notables rather than just needing to allocate more strength, dex, and int. Now, there are way more changes than just these. These are just some of the cooler
True.
ones we
Some of
wanted
the
to show
weapons
off.
probably still
But I'd say
have the
that's
same
just
ones.
about enough for now. We're not even half done yet. I'd like to hand things over
For this update, with something extra going is every
Now we got the
content
Abyss.
Abyssal are a race that have mastery of forbidding their discover that during townsfolk require your help to investigate where the monsters are coming from, connected to larger pits. The monsters normally inhabiting the area are being affected by it, harmed by it even, having their souls eaten to strengthen the abyssal underground. As you defeat the monsters, the fissure closes and abyssal emerge, angered by you killing their food. Once all those fissures have been sealed, the pit activates, and more abyssal pour
So
out.
wait,
Once
so you find an
underground.
abyss
As you
thing?
defeat the monsters, the fissure strength area fissures in the earth.
Lurking beneath the surface.
As you proceed through Rayclast, you'll find fissures in the earth connected to larger pits.
Okay.
The monsters normally inhabiting the area are being affected by it, harmed by it even, having their souls eaten to strengthen the abyssal underground. As you defeat the monsters, the fissure closes and abyssal emerge, angered by you killing their food. Once all those fissures have been sealed, the pit activates, and more abyssal pour out. This is where the larger
It serves. Yeah, that's what it changes. I think. Where was it? Admittedly, still spend mana. Oh, I mean, true. Yeah, I guess so. So yeah, you still spend mana. You just happen to be a blood mage. I don't remember where it was. It's somewhere.
and more
Yes.
dangerous monsters reveal themselves, as hordes of abyss will spew out from the pit to take your soul. If you kill a magic pack, then magic abyss will arise. If you kill a rare, then a rare monster will emerge from the pit.
So he's saying like if you kill a magic pack, if you kill a rare pack, I guess that's just RNG if there is a pack on the fissure at the time you find the fissure?
Pit, having absorbed some or all of its modifiers for itself. This means the monsters emerging will generally be more difficult and more rewarding, as each modifier gives better rewards. If you are able to kill them all, the pit will seal shut.
I mean, it is new for Path of
As
Exile
each
too,
pit is
and like what it brings to the table is very different because it's not just like the abyssal stuff from PoE 1. It also brings its own boss fights, own crafting mechanic, own yeah, it's just thematically the same, but other than that, everything is like very different.
Closed, it reveals a potential reward. Abyssal troves will rise up out of the pits, allowing you to get some epic loot.
Eating items in the green, yeah, the green ooze.
Areas often contain many pits, with many fissures, and the amount goes up as you progress through the game, getting
Okay.
more intense.
A lot of beams.
It doesn't stop there. When monster mods are absorbed, they have a chance to become infused with the dark necromancy, transforming them into abyssal modifiers. For example, you defeat this monster with the Mana Siphoner modifier. Their soul is eaten by the pit, and a rare monster emerges. The Mana Siphoner modifier has transformed into Soul Siphoner, and is now amplified in danger and reward.
Fuck did he just cast?
Is now amplified in danger and reward.
What is that? That is a lot of tornadoes.
Abyssal pits also interact with other monsters and mechanics. If you defeat a rogue exile that's near one, it'll be revived as a Lichborn that has multiple abyssal modifiers. Lichborn exiles even have their own unique jewel they can drop, if you are lucky enough to encounter and kill them. If an abyss spawns near a boss, killing it will summon a gigantic Giga Larvae creature.
Giga Larva. Fucking huge.
Monsters imprisoned in essences near abyssal pits are affected by the abyss too. They will come with an additional new essence item that can be used to craft your items. So, that's your bread and butter of the Abyssal League. Kill surface-dwelling monsters, kill the emerging abyssal, close the fissures, overcome pit encounters, and reap the rewards.
Okay.
There's a lot more to this league, however. As you complete abysses, you can find ancient pieces of bone, preserved from the remains of fallen Lichborn. These are
Rogue
one of the
Exiles
many
is
rewards for your missions
really
to seal
fun
the
system.
pits.
So more of that is, yes.
You can use this on a rare item to imbue it with abyssal magic, adding a special hidden modifier to your item. But how do you reveal it?
Road
In
of
Act 2
news.
of the campaign, you'll encounter a new area. This area is overrun by the Abyssal and the Lost Men. After clearing through this area, you'll find the Well of Souls, a giant cavity with a massive vortex of souls swirling beneath you. So how do you reveal the mods on your abyssal-infused items? Obviously, just throw them in, right? Yes, that's exactly what you do. Before throwing it in, you are given the option of how
it's in the
you want to
boneyard now, too.
transform it, in the form of a choice of 3 different modifiers. Once you've chosen your desired mod, throw it in, where it will absorb the power of the souls, and the ominous creature will then retrieve it for you. These modifiers can be ones from the core mod pool, all the way through to specialized modifiers that cannot normally appear on items. During the campaign, you can use it as a way to more easily add useful existing mods, but during the endgame, there is a whole set of new and powerful mods you can add to your items.
Okay.
Like
to play
this mod for
Fudge.
crossbows,
Attack skills have +1 max number of summoned ballista.
that allows you to place an additional ballista totem. Or this one that adds spirit to your staff.
More spirit on the stick.
Or this one that allows you to generate more combo with your quarterstaff skills. And speaking of in-game, you can also use the system to craft waystones. With a preserved vertebrae fused into your waystones, you can get some new modifiers that push
I don't know.
difficulty and rewards to new heights.
Eat souls of slain monsters in their presence. Players steal the eaten souls of slain monsters in their area. Rare monsters. Natural monsters have unions of souls with the map boss. Area has siphoning ground. Huh.
Here are some examples of those mods. You always get a choice of 3, so you can avoid anything you don't think your character is capable of. With this modifier, the natural inhabitants of the area are all spawned near abysses. And there are up to 9 additional abyssal pits in the area, making it just a full-on abyss ruckus.
That's just chaos.
Or this one, which causes the final abyssal pit in the area to always result in a boss encounter, be it either one underground or one that emerges out. There are dozens of
Soul Eater, Abyssal Deaths. Deal no damage every 3 out of 10 seconds.
of these waystone modifiers in total you can get from this crafting. That covers the new crafting mechanic. So what's left? Well, we talked about how when closing pits you can
Cannot list anything from the currency exchange. You can't list anything from the currency exchange in the shop. Okay. See something Maz knew about too? That one is the only one I've seen so far.
get abyssal troves. But sometimes when closing an abyss,
There
you'll
might be more.
reveal an underground cavern that leads to the abyssal depths. After jumping into the depths, you'll find an abyssal city, swarming with legions of the undead. When underground, every single rare abyssal enemy will have an abyssal modifier. And at the end of the dungeon, you'll even find a rare with a more powerful Lichborn modifier. Once you're able to defeat this powerful rare, you can
I gotta admit, I don't know that the Lichborn is still alive. When that happened, I was like, oh, he's dead.
also find some nice
And then he keeps
rewards.
fighting it. I'm like, what?
Aside from the entire area being valuable due to the abyssal modifiers on the monsters, it has its own specific drops too. One example is a set
Oh, true. Yeah, it's everything's gonna be rounded to a partial thing because you can't do like 1.2 divines. That's a good point.
Of lineage supports that can rarely be found in these depths, like Kurgel's Leash.
Gain Unholy Might for 5 seconds on commanding minions from supported skills. Minions from support skills gain Unholy Might for 5 seconds when commanded. Huh. Unless we start just doing like, yeah, chaos trades.
This support empowers both you and your minions when you command them, granting Unholy Might to you both. Another depth-specific outcome is a
While this item's in your inventory, next time you reveal desecrated modifiers, you can re-roll the option once.
set of omen-like items that amplify your abyssal crafting. Additionally, we're adding some new socketables that can drop from the abyssal depth.
Yeah, both are gonna be available, so if you want to, yeah. Gloves. Critical hit chance is lucky against parried enemies. Body armors prevent +3 of deflected damage. Helmet +1 to accuracy rating per one item evasion rating on equipped helmet. Huh. It says limited to 1. You can't use more than 1. But you could put it in a the belt. You could put one of these in the belt. If you have a belt that counts as body armor and then have 100% increased effect on there, which all of a sudden you get like a 6%. 6% deflected, so it's 46% deflected. What? Oh, my phone wants to update.
Take Ullaman's Gaze, which can be socketed into your armor. These are a bit special in that you can only have one equipped at a time, but give some pretty powerful effects. Think of them as almost a unique socketable for your equipment.
Interesting.
In the endgame, where you can still find depths, you also start to find a different type of underground chamber. In these areas, you'll find an ancient spire, a device being used by commanders of the abyssal factions to plunge Rayclast into a lightless...
I'm sure that there is more to this fight, but what they're showing here, this must have been like early in the alpha because this fight looks like the dude just auto-attacks you.
void. Your goal is simple. Kill this commander and destroy the spire.
I'm assuming there's more to this fight. It just, the way they made it look was just really basic.
In the Abyss League, and there are some pretty cool uniques available from them.
An insane maze. I wonder if you teleport to the waypoint or the NPC. Gains bonuses from socketed items as though it was a helmet. 87% increased effect of socketed items. Huh, okay.
Belt. Darkness Enthroned. It has 2 sockets. But hold on, socketables don't work on belts. Well, this belt has a special mod that allows it to count as a...
Corrupted third socket. I don't think it has space for a third socket. 20% increased exposure effect.
For the purpose of socketables.
Cooldown, skill effect duration. Huh.
This one, for example, counts as a helmet. I kind of want one that counts as a body armor.
Yeah, you'd want to corrupt like the percent up, most likely. Hold on. Text real quick.
I wonder how rare that one is. You can also find this unique jewel, Undying Hate.
Man, that's gonna be such a thing again. We already have timeless jewels. I wonder how those are gonna be. What they're.
This jewel transforms part of your passive skill tree.
Is this one of those things we're gonna have to math backwards
into
again?
An abyssal version, and has multiple depths. The deep.
2% mana recovery rate per 10 tribute.
The it goes, the more of your passive tree is affected.
2% increased spirit reservation efficiency of skills per 20 tribute. 2% reduced presence area of effect per turn. No server side bit, right?
Allowing you to fulfill your fantasy of becoming part Abyssal Lich.
1% max life converted to energy shield per 20 tribute. Huh.
Now the last thing that Abyssal Commanders can drop is a Finger of the
Yeah,
Lich.
I don't see those really
But
being
what
used
use do you
unless
have
we
with a
can
random
crack
undead
the number
finger?
again.
Well, the next time you return to the Well of Souls, with the finger in your inventory, your character will almost feel compelled. To do what, though, you might ask? To jump in.
Uh-huh.
The items you threw in came back more powerful, right? So, what's the worst that could happen?
I wonder what this actually does. I wonder if you can crangle your own character. That'd be great.
Well, you will just have to find that one out for yourself. Along with the introduction of Act 4 and the interlude, we will be adding 25 new in-game maps.
Log in a Poe one.
These maps will contain all the new monsters and bosses we're adding, improving variety and giving you opportunities to experience the new boss fights many times.
Many times.
Let's take a look at some examples. Rock Pools is a map where you explore a shallow rocky coastline, surrounded by coral and
Minus
filled with
one kidney.
sirens.
Plus one leg.
At the end
What?
is a giant Goblin King boss, ready to eat sulfite and squish you like a bug.
Worth.
Holton is an Ezomite township which has seen better days.
Okay.
Explore and clear the township to find a gothic, reaper-like you with chaos.
Right. New stuff.
Act boss and given some of the new bosses added are a bit more epic, such as the Act boss and final bosses of each
Motherfucker just rolled into the longest
it would
attack
be a
on
bit of a
the
waste
planet.
to just use them as regular map bosses.
It does, yeah. It looks pretty similar.
Instead, we'll be adding some new mechanics to the
This
Atlas
I
that
like.
use them.
I like the
These
idea
start
that there is a
appearing
reason to
pretty
like
fast into
explore the.
endgame and will help bridge the gap until
Something I really wish more people. This is a very weird nitpick of my own thing. When people do vertical scrolling like this, they don't match the scrolling rate that they're doing to the frame rate of the video that's going to be played, and it always does this weird stuttering thing. They need to figure out, like, you need to time the scroll rate to the frame rate so it doesn't judder the video image like that. Very small, weird nitpick, but it's something I have to deal with a lot when I did, like, drone videos and stuff.
we'll be adding some new mechanics to the
it just
Atlas that
needs
use
to
them.
be
These
mindful
start
of.
appearing pretty fast into the endgame and will help bridge the gap until you do your pinnacle bosses. In the desert biome, you can encounter a wild sandstorm.
We do
3
need
maps
far more
around
of
the
them, yeah.
sandstorm contain a device you must activate. Upon doing this, the sandstorm's magic is disrupted, revealing the map inside and allowing you to access it
Explain
and
in a
find the
decade.
cause. This presents itself in the form of a boss, similar to the existing Citadel bosses. This boss is a Faradin Swordmaster, who has been blessed with the power of a time gem, allowing him to take his swordsmanship to the next level by replicating himself, maneuvering rapidly, and severing the fabric of time.
The thing about Poe still is, as far as we know right now, Poe 2 wise, I'm looking at this fight and stuff and looking at his health globe and thinking, if I'm gonna league start something, a lot of HP or a lot of ES with a lot of healing is still probably gonna be the way to feel like the most comfortable. So it's still probably gonna be that is the main focus of whatever I'm league starting, because it's gonna take you the furthest until you have the power to like have less HP, have less ES, have less whatever. That regen
where one of the
is
maps surrounding the water biome connects to
huge.
it, but the connection is obscured. You must run the map.
Fusela did all the content, yeah, but it used the energy recovery thing on how the fuck was I doing that setup? Because I was wearing like a ghost stance and I was doing the thing where I recovered my energy when I took a hit or some shit. I forgot what it was. The support gym. Spirit support gym. Yeah, that whole thing was a thing.
Nearby, hoping to find a beacon, which will remove the maelstrom and reveal the connection to that map.
Because once again, it was just massive recovery.
Another example.
Yeah, ghost stands to build stacks. That's what it was. Yeah, it was like giga ghost stacking. To get this ES back nonstop is essentially what it was doing. Then I went and did some stuff, and then yeah, that was Titan. Start there, go all the way over there. Hell yeah, Nerf gun thumbnail, man. I fucking love it. Yeah. I got a fuck ton of all this stuff, and yeah, we'll see. We'll see if I'm going down that road
Is
again.
this Val vault in the mountain biome? But how do we get inside? Running the adjacent maps to it will yield a key, which you can then use to gain access to this vault.
No, it's good. I definitely can do it. Yeah,
You could just
100%.
trade for one, I
I'm
guess.
just debating what I want to
Use
restart.
the key to dispel the powerful force field surrounding it, leading to the Val Elite and their rewards inside.
Yeah, me and him built at the same
These
time,
all
but very
contain Uber
differently. He
versions of
went.
the Act 4 boss,
I forgot how he
and the
went,
bosses
but
at
yeah,
the end of
he
each part
did
of
it
the
one as well.
interlude. And each have their own exclusive drop pool of new lineage supports, which, as Jonathan spoke about earlier, are powerful support gems that modify your skills in pretty crazy ways. As an
Attack critical hit chance with supported skills bifurcates. Supported skills have become usable after you have moved 20 meters. Supported skills become unusable again after use. Okay. Supported attack skills when you use yourself which do not already have a condition for use. Support skills can be used after you have moved a certain distance, but will bifurcate critical hit chance. Cannot support skills that have a cooldown or triggered or does not. Huh.
example of a lineage support which can come from the Faradin Swordmaster mentioned earlier, we have Garukhan's Resolve, which causes your crit.
Dude, look at the size of that explosion.
As an example of a lineage support which can come from the Faradin Swordmaster mentioned
Look at how far that shield wall
earlier,
explodes.
we have
If you look at these right mobs,
Garukhan's Resolve.
that's like the entire thing. Holy shit. Maybe I do start fucking shield skills. That's big.
Which causes your critical strikes to fork, but requires some mobility on your part to properly enable.
Your critical strikes fork. What?
Mentioned earlier, we have Garukhan's Resolve, which causes your critical strikes to fork, but requires some mobility on your part to properly enable.
Oh.
From the boss sealed in the Val Vault, we have Paquat.
Aquati's Pat. Corrupted blood deals 25% of your strength as physical damage per second. Corrupted blood duration is 5 seconds. Lose 2% of max life per corrupted blood inflicted by supported skills. Supported war cries inflict 5 corrupted blood debuffs. Might be internet, Twitch. I didn't drop any frames, so looks like Twitch probably. Or something. Supported war cries causing them to inflict massive amounts of corrupted blood on enemies in their area effect at the cost of your life. Oh. That looks fun. Warmed up for a reading session? Is it that time?
Which supports your war cries.
Is there a world where I start, like, not start that, but like string stacking is huge? $1K plus, so 250 per corrupted blood, 1250. Yeah, I guess so, 1250 fizz dot. Increase in other magnifiers. I wonder how much it does.
causing them to inflict massive amounts of corrupted blood at the cost of your own life.
Hmm. But you could Warcry twice to put on 10 stack, right? So like there, he's Warcries twice.
Sealed in the Val Vault, we have Paquate's Pact, which supports your Warcries.
Right, with the reduced cooldown ascendancy. You could also Warcry Piano. Yeah, I mean, he says massively. It's not moving his HP, but who knows? He's not. It could be just not on a string stacker.
To inflict massive amounts of corrupted blood at the cost.
Because I mean, yeah, it's like 200. If it's 2,500 fizz base dot, maybe. Oh, one lineage is port at a time. Okay, then you'd have to go the Warcry thing, right? The ascendancy for Warcry cooldowns. So you just go hoo hoo, and then you're good to go. Cost 10% life per cast, but you cannot have multiple copies of the same Sport Gym socket at the same time. I guess that's what it's saying. So 10% max life per cast. But you could do 25% of your strength as physical damage per second. I wonder if that would be good. I wonder if that would actually be like a thing. And then you just go, these two to ignore Warcry cooldowns, which is now like this one node here. And then Jade, yeah. Can still also do bleed stuff, yeah. Recover 2 max life when use a Warcry. Increase damage if you Warcried recently. Yeah, you wouldn't really need Warcry nodes, because these are all kind of whatever. So you'd really just go like, yeah, string stacking and fizz, and that's it. Regen to offset the degen. Yeah, it might be. A smith. Yeah, 5% max life regen. Counts as body armor. No, it's only the things you can socket into it would matter there. I mean, you could go Smith, yeah. 20% strength as well. Max life, strength. Fizz is fire. Grab Forged in Fire, stack that as well. What's the cooldown on Warcries on Poe 2? When's the war cry? 8 seconds. 8 seconds. Hmm. Well, you could. I mean, in that case, you could spec into the Warcry cooldown recovery stuff. But then I feel like you're wasting a lot of nodes on getting those when you could just, like, have it be free. Would be tankier, true, yeah. I can apply the tribute, it might. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. This looks interesting, I just have no idea. I don't know how this would scale.
Cost of your own life. Additionally, some maps can now spawn.
It's like, that could be really big. Right, true. You can't play it until you get one. But it could be really fucking big. Because strength stacking plus, you know, what you get from strength stacking is pretty sizable as well. Hmm. Corrupted blood strength stacker.
At the cost of your own life. Causing them to inflict massive amounts of corrupted blood at the cost of your own life. Additionally,
they don't show their
now
HP.
Spawn summoning circles. A room resembling an Ezomite henge. Activating this henge will spawn bosses.
Hey, look, it's the Waystones.
It's as simple as that.
I'm going to
We'll also
Tristram.
be making changes to how affixes and waystones work. As the
I'm the
current
command.
prefixes equals good, suffixes equals bad.
Oh god. Oh god. What? I see. Okay, a lot of that's gonna be repeat though, so it's fine.
Iteration isn't quite hitting the mark. We tried something new here in Path of Exile 2, but after seeing the feedback, we decided we actually liked what we had.
So they're going back to the old way the maps are.
And rewarding.
Makes
Waystone
sense.
mods now grant an increase to the number of.
Yep. Okay, that's fine.
The Frostbitten mod, which causes enemies to deal cold damage.
Path of Exile 2's mod's gonna work the same way Path of Exile's one mod do. Gives you a downside, but then implicit drop chance combos together, rather than prefix and suffix being two different things.
Also increases the rarity of items dropped as its upside.
Okay.
Has a lot of rarity, some a lot of pack size, modifiers. What about Breach, Ritual, Pinnacle content, and others of the sort? We're making some changes around this too. The first change is that you'll now be able to invest 2 points into your specific League Atlas trees before having to run the Pinnacle content.
Okay, that's big.
There will be a specific objective for each type of content which grants you those points. For example, in the case of Delirium, it's simple. You just need to find and kill one of the bosses in a map, Omniophobia or Kosis.
Uh-huh.
The rest of the points for each content come from the Pinnacle content.
Yeah, so you get your 2 points
But
into
we're making
it
some changes to accessibility here too.
before you have to.
Currently,
do
access
that.
to most Pinnacle content requires the same key at the easiest and most difficult version of the content. This creates a negative feeling where at lower difficulties, instead of wanting to run the content, you're often better off just selling it to someone who can run it at maximum difficulty. To address this, each content will now drop splinters, which will not form into singular items. Instead of using the singular combined item in the realm gate, you can now just bring your splinters. Upon inserting the splinters into the realm gate, an interface will appear, allowing you to pick your difficulty, and you'll notice each difficulty has a different entry cost.
That's an interesting solution for it. Just making it cost, you know, 50, 75, 100. Because then they can basically figure out, like, at what rates people run what, at what costs, what the drop chances are between each one. It's a simple solution, but hopefully it actually does make it so you're like wanting to run T1.
This means if you want to run easier difficulties, it costs less, which also allows you to run this content.
True, you also
much
need one
sooner
more,
into the
or one
endgame.
less. I mean,
Because these encounters now just require splinters, their corresponding atlas tree no longer affects the difficulty of them, and has been changed to purely affect the content and maps on the atlas. The Arbiter of Ash works a bit differently. Instead of requiring splinters, he still needs crisis fragments. We now have only 2 difficulties of the Arbiter. The first, requiring the existing fragments obtained from citadels. The second, Uber Arbiter, requires calamity fragments.
Uber.
These come from citadel bosses also, but only once you've allocated the maximum number of points in your boss atlas tree, ensuring those citadels are at their highest difficulty level.
So you literally have to kill max level citadels to get to the final arbiter. Everything else is basic arbiter.
Since we're talking about pinnacle content, we also felt that the leveling curve in the late game was a bit too steep. We've smoothed this out a bit so that it's easier to
He's tanking every single fire projectile.
get to the mid-90s.
He's like purposely
Also
eating
added
them
some
all.
new in-game unique items. Let's take a look at a couple.
I mean, yeah, Citadel. Well, Citadel is weird because yeah, you'll have to do like the Citadels. If you want the Uber frags, it's gonna be required that you have the max level of those. But we'll see. Yeah, if normal has like the worthwhile drops, you'd still want to do like base ones before you get to the Uber ones.
Thunderfist is a
Crackling Palm adds 1 to 84 lightning damage to unarmed melee hits. 9 to unarmed melee attack critical hit chance. Uber is greater than normal, man. It's self frags. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you are in max citadels, I guess you just don't get normal fragments ever. So.
pair of gloves that grants Crackling Palm, a skill which empowers your unarmed attacks, granting the ability to call down the storms themselves on enemies you hit.
Straight up just lightning
Put
on
simply, literally every monster you hit with your unarmed skills will be struck by powerful lightning. Pair this with the aforementioned Hollow Palm technique to embrace your true unarmed prowess in combat.
Oh damn.
Another unique we're adding.
Wait, what was the base on that? It's evasion energy shield, yeah.
Simply,
baptized?
literally every monster you hit with your unarmed skills will be struck by powerful lightning.
Yeah, so yeah, it is literally
Pair
just
this
gonna be
with the
evasion,
aforementioned
energy shield
Hollow Palm
stacker,
technique to embrace your true unarmed prowess in
warp
combat.
around monk.
Another unique
punch,
we're
punch.
adding is Henekura's Sight. Equip this amulet to be granted the power of the
Accuracy evasion cannot be
Mother
blinded.
of Death herself.
Future
This is
past. Grants hindsight, foresight, and sight beyond sight in sequence. Henekura observes your future past, granting you the opportunity to subvert lesser faith. After a period of hindsight, she will grant you her foresight, which prevents you from avoiding hits while dodge rolling. When you're hit while dodge rolling, Henekura restores you to full life immediately before taking damage from the hit and grants you sight beyond sight, which prevents you from dying. Foresight prevents dodge roll from avoiding hits and lasts until immediately before you are hit while dodge rolling. Sight beyond sight makes you unable to die and lasts for 1.5 seconds duration. Fully recover life when you gain sight beyond sight. Yeah, basically, it's like a
reflected by granting you a skill called
window.
Foresight. While you have Foresight,
What an
your
odd
dodge roll
ability.
no longer avoids hits. But instead, being hit while dodge rolling restores you to full life and makes you unable to die for a brief period of time. You'll notice when this does occur, a copy of your character appears and takes the full damage. This is you seeing that future, as if you hadn't been wearing the amulet.
Ow! This patch is gonna make it very, very improved. This patch is looking pretty high.
The game experience should be more streamlined, with new content to find. You'll be of finding many new, but what about crafting them? We've taken a step back and looked at some of our crafting systems to make some notable improvements. Let's start with essences, which suffered from an issue where the regular essences were effectively useless and didn't give players the tools
This is going to be closer then.
that a crafting system should provide. To alleviate these concerns,
there's a lot of
essences are being
improvements they're
changed in
making.
a few ways. Firstly, they're being changed to function like regals.
So essences now become basically directed regals.
And add specific modifiers with specific values, meaning you know exactly what you're going to get.
Yeah, it's not going to be per one.
We found that players were often bottlenecked by regal orbs when crafting in the campaign, so this helps to fill that gap, allowing you to better upgrade your items. For example, this lesser essence of flames, which will be able to add a flat amount of fire damage to your magic martial.
Yeah, it does mean that we're gonna get a lot more value, hopefully, out of like bases. Which, honestly, yeah, that might be exactly what the game needs.
Weapons. Secondly, we're adding many more tiers.
You gave the key. Hell yeah.
Of flames, for
Dive
example,
in.
has
You'll have a good time. You'll have a good time. If you haven't played it yet, the beginning will be very exciting. I think the newest patch really does bring a lot more of the things that a lot of us have been talking about. Having worries about. A lot of that's been fixed.
Regular variant and a greater variant too, adding even more fire damage with each upgrade. The intention of this is so that when you find one early on, you don't worry about holding on to it till later to use on a higher level item. You should feel free to use them as they come to get powerful upgrades during the campaign.
See, I wonder. I mean, it's going to be a matter of like rarity, right? Like how likely they are.
Lastly,
to how likely we are to get a lot of the
now called
perfect
essences will function like a chaos orb instead of a regal. So it will replace one of the modifiers on your rare items with the specified mod.
Yeah, the new league starts on Friday of next week.
Essence of Flames.
8 days from now. That's when you should dive in. Because it's going to be a lot of new stuff, a lot of good stuff.
The perfect essences often give something a bit different.
Gain blank of damage as extra fire damage. Again. Okay.
With some opportunities to be pretty damn powerful. There are many different essences, each with many tiers, covering many of the more core modifiers you'd want on items early on, through to chase specialized ones for in-game. Speaking of in-game, we really wanted to expand our crafting options for late in-game crafting projects. You might have noticed that at in-game, you get way too many transmutes.
Yes.
Wouldn't it be nice if some of those didn't drop, but instead you got something a little more powerful?
That's on a loot. Unless you can juice and just so much gumball. Yeah.
At higher levels, you can now find greater orb of transmutation and perfect orb of
minimum modifier level 70.
Transmutation. These can be used on normal items to upgrade them to magic, ensuring that the modifier generated is of a minimum level. This is similar to how you find higher tier items on the ground, but for crafting. These higher tiers will also exist for Orb of Augmentation, Regal Orb.
Minimum modifier level 50. So the Regal Orb is not as high.
Exalted Orb.
Same with Exalt, minimum 50.
And Chaos Orb.
And Chaos. Minimum level 50. Okay. So the first two clicks are pretty high in terms of their item level, but then they get a little lower. But I guess 50 might be enough.
Meaning you can get all of the orbs required to take your item from normal rarity to a fully completed rare with guaranteed high tier mods. On top of these new core crafting currencies, we wanted to make sure there are powerful crafting bases to use them on. Now in endgame, you can start to find exceptional items. These are items that drop at normal rarity and are perfect for your from-scratch crafting
28
projects.
quality bows, huh?
They can come with extra quality, up to 30%, or an additional socket to use your crafting.
What's a good skill? Don't know. Haven't read the patch notes yet.
Socketables in. And yes, they can be corrupted for yet another socket. You can also get
Okay. The Whispering Ice, quality 30. Okay.
exceptional unique items.
Or multi-socketed. Huh. Okay.
To add even further to your crafting arsenal, we've added a whole suite of new omens to ritual content, and removed some of the more unimpactful ones that weren't being used. Some of the new omens include the Omen of the Ancient.
Well, this item is active in your next orbit chance will upgrade the item to a random unique of the same item class. So guaranteed. Guaranteed upgrade.
Which will cause your next orb of chance to not destroy the item, but generate a random unique of the same class. Or the Omen of Sanctification, which is my new favorite.
What was that? Life recovery from regeneration is not applied. Every 4 seconds recover 1 life for every 0.2 life recovery per second from regeneration. Oh. Huh.
Or the Omen of Sanctification, which is my new favorite. This will cause your next divine orb used on a rare item to reroll the value.
So yeah. Random value between 80 and 120. Sanctified. Most methods of crafting modification can be used on sanctified items. So once it's sanctified, it's locked the fuck in.
Use of its modifiers, allowing it to exceed the normal minimum and maximum values.
Yeah, it's the final step.
Raising the ceiling on the new most powerful rare items in the game. This omen will also cause your item to become sanctified. Sanctified items cannot be crafted, just like corrupted ones.
His leech went up. His crit went down. His strength did nothing. Accuracy, nothing. The fizz went up by above the 169. Well, it says you can't, it says this. Most methods of item crafting and modification cannot be used on sanctified items. It doesn't specifically say what it can't be. It just says most methods. It's not, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't specifically say if mirror is allowed or not.
Game. This omen will also cause your item to become sanctified. Sanctified items cannot be crafted, just like corrupted ones, so consider carefully when you use this.
It cannot be corrupted, or it cannot be crafted just like corrupted ones. So, I guess?
Another is the Omen of Chaotic Monsters, which will cause your next Chaos Orb to reroll all modifiers on a Waystone.
Replace all modifiers on a waystone with modifiers that grant pack size.
Allowing you to fix your maps if you get some modifiers that are not feasible for your build. Besides these examples, there is a huge variety of new omens for you to discover in your ritual encounters. With the release of Act 4, notably taking place in the Kardori Archipelago,
of course,
you'll be able to now find a
We've
new
got the
currency
lock
item,
once again.
Henikora's Lock.
I wonder what that's going to look like in Poe 2 in terms of
Is
cost.
the power of foresight, and is able to see many futures, including the outcome of your next craft. So, imbuing her lock onto an item gives you that same power too. For example, you'll know whether or not to use an Exalted Orb on your item, as you will know exactly what the outcome is. So, with all these new crafting improvements,
Expensive because
it's
unique
safe to say
ranges.
you're gonna be
Yeah, I guess
making
so,
some
yeah.
epic items, and not necessarily just one
Any lock sanctified? Maybe.
for yourself. So given that, it's time to talk about a massive one. Trade. It's finally here. The moment we've all been waiting for.
Hell yeah.
Fully asynchronous trade. Over the years, the way players trade with each other in Path of Exile 1
And the
has
old
morphed from using the
style.
forums through to the in-game chat, all the way through to using the website. These systems, in all their iterations, work for a while, but with each iteration, new problems eventually reveal themselves. Be it requiring you to be in your hideout too much instead of out there killing monsters,
No,
or never getting responses.
I was
from
gonna say, yeah,
people
that
who are either
post was new
AFK
because it was
or
in
just can't
Divines.
be bothered. In order to finally solve this, and this has been a long time coming, we're adding a new system that allows you to buy items from other players without requiring the seller to be present.
Oh.
They can continue farming, killing monsters, AFK as they please, and can even be offline. With the
That's
introduction
crazy,
of
man. That's gonna make a league like extend so much further.
Act 4,
Because you're gonna actually have access to those items that you need, even if that person is not there.
you will encounter Ange, assistant to Rog in the Meridian Free Traders Company. Over the last 2 decades or so, since Path of Exile 1's storyline, Faustus has handed down his knowledge and expertise to Ange, and she is now ready to take over his business. If you have a hideout unlocked, one of the
We get
bosses,
the hideout.
making it your new home and base of operations.
Lots of snipers. It'll be interesting to see what happens, because yeah, it's gonna be very much a trial run for the first section of it, no doubt. There's gonna be so much stuff that can go wrong.
Once invited
Did you want
to your hideout, she will now serve as operating your currency exchange, but also serve as the
Much.
figurehead in
Welcome to
the
Dedge.
new trading empire.
Hopefully the QA went well.
So, how does this new system work? In the existing trade system, you would list items for sale in premium stash tabs. And then when someone wanted one, you'd have to take it out for yourself and trade it to them.
Yeah, it's just different issues, yeah.
Now, instead of using those, you can give your items to Ange so she can sell them for you. Each item must have a price set. The prices are set using in-game currency items, such as Exalted Orbs or Chaos Orbs.
I wonder how fast after you put it up there, like, I wonder if there's a buffer timer. Like, you know, the normal 30 seconds or whatever it is that we have on now, or is it like...
Orbs.
Guess we'll find out.
Once a price is set, other players will be able to find the item by searching for it on the trade website. Once a desired item has been found, you can hit a button, which will
Separate
instantly
timer?
teleport
Yeah.
your character in-game to their hideout.
I do like the fact that you can actually see someone's entire, like, tab of sales. That's very nice. Because, like, yeah, if... Sometimes you'll go, especially in PoE 1, like, if you're buying, let's say, Forbidden Flame and Flesh, you'll see someone that has one of them, and you know they have the other one, you could just buy it. Same with, like, buying bases. Like, when I was buying, like, the Amethyst rings and stuff like that, you could literally just have a tab of, like, Amethyst rings, and you could go in there and be like, oh, I need 15 of these. So, like, all that stuff is going to be, like, way better to sell. Yeah, it highlights the item you're trying to buy.
A button, which will instantly teleport your character in.
You can see it there. The boots are highlighted. Is there gold listed? To use the system, it costs a little bit of gold. Yeah, I mean, they'll let you
In-game
bulk
to their
buy.
hideout.
You can buy everything in that tab if you want
Then
to.
you can immediately purchase the item. And while there, if you want, browse their other goods.
Who plays late league or players returning late league on tab? Yeah, it's gonna be really good for that. 2 Exalt bulk normal, then 1 for 2 divines. Oh yeah, it's 100%. There could be stuff like that. Yeah.
Goods, in case there's a good deal someone else hasn't yet discovered. You'll notice that as a buyer, on top of the currency the seller set for the price, it also costs gold to purchase an item, as Ange has bills to pay after all. As a seller, you'll immediately receive a notification when an item of yours is sold, and can also see an effect.
Only 1,486 times. Holy shit.
Above Ange in your hideout when she has unclaimed currency.
Questions were coming hot.
Just go talk to her, claim your currency, and continue playing at your leisure.
Okay, it goes into the earnings tab.
As many people already acquired premium stash tabs for the purpose of the trade system, we wanted to add a way for you to convert your existing tabs to merchants tabs, if you want. You can do that
You know, it is much. Nobody fucking listens.
here on the website, but only if you purchase those tabs before the release of the third edict. To clarify, the existing trade system will remain fully intact, so your premium stash tabs will not lose any of their functionality. We just figured people might want to switch over to this new system. We expect a lot of feedback around this new system and are looking forward to trying it out with you. As we are not able to test internally with an entire thriving economy,
He's just like, shit's gonna be fucked. Let's find out what happens.
there will certainly be some kinks to work out. Based on how the system goes, we will be adding it to Path of Exile 1 when ready, so any of the tabs you purchase will also be usable there later.
Anything purchased
Next
before
up,
30th.
we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching.
So that is a lot of information. Very good stuff. Holy fuck, I have a lot to read. Shit. Yeah, so if you've purchased the tab now or before the third edict, a normal premium tab, those tabs, the normal premium tabs you've purchased before the third edict will be upgradable to a merchant tab at any point in time. After the third edict launches, you will only be able to buy new tabs as either a premium or a merchant tab. So we have the ability now, that those of us that own tabs, to upgrade our old tabs. But after the launch of Third Edict, you will only be able to buy one or the other. You will not be able to upgrade a premium into a merchant tab. Is essentially what I'm seeing as them saying. That's how I'm. Correct. Once you upgrade, it is stuck as a tab of the merchants. After that point. There's so much to go over. Okay. For reading, I have a demo. Kill them. Rhythm Eye. I'm not gonna watch that because the VOD is still taking music from Firefox, meaning that it might mute the VOD because it's fucked. Okay, let me use the bathroom, make a cup of tea, and then we'll start reading. Sounds like a good idea. We'll skip over anything that we already know. I'll go from there and then vanish. Once I'm done reading, yes, that will be time for me to vanish. Mostly because I have a really bad stomach ache and I'm powering through, but yeah, I assume because I saw other living human beings last weekend, I got some stomach bug from their kid who's 2 weeks into starting elementary school, so I would not be surprised if the germs were quite flowy. Yeah, I know, right? Really good timing. But it's fine. Yeah, let me use the bathroom, get a cup of tea, and we'll start reading through the patch notes. And all that. The going out is overrated, yes. That is the world out there is full of nasty things. Okay. Bathroom, baby. Let's go to sleep, nukes. Okay. I was not ending stream there, no. I was simply going to the reading apparatus, but all good. Huh. Looks like my milk is okay. I'm gonna make another cup of tea. A cup of tea that does not have this milk in it. Not that old, but seems to not be having a good time. Hold up. Beer back. Yeah, that milk had slightly gone. slightly gone over the date of best use there, I'd say. That's fine. Not like horribly, but it was just at the state where. No, I haven't used that milk in a while. I just had a little bit left over in another bottle, and I was like, oh, maybe that's why it's because the date on it's still fine. It's good until the bottle says until the 22nd. So as far as that's concerned, it says 2 days. All good. It was just probably getting to the point. 2022. What? No. August 22nd, as in 2 days from now. I was not drinking milk from the year 2022. That would definitely cause some issues. All right, let's do a bit of reading. Everyone loves reading. It's everyone's favorite pastime. Okay, so yeah, we'll skip the stuff that is we already know. So Act 4 is coming in hot and heavy. The interludes to take us from Act 4 to the end game. We get the Abyss League, which is all very cool. We got a balance overhaul. Support gyms. Anything major in here? Remove the restrictions. They have multiple tiers. We get 11 new supports and 40 lineage supports. Bit of renaming. Blood in the Eye, Discombobulate, Unsteady Tempo, Unbaiting, Unbending, Untouchable, Unyielding can no longer be engraved in the gym cutting menu, and existing gyms will be deleted upon logging in. I don't remember what these ones were as to, or if I was using them. I don't think I was. None of those sound familiar. I'm not entirely sure what they are. Let's see, can we... Blood in... Hobble equals 15% of physical damage supported by skills against bleeding enemies. Discombobulate. Daze build up. Unsteady. First attack and sequence supported skills hobble. Oh, this is all like hobble and stuff. Okay. Unbaiting. Unbatting, I mean. Unbending. Recouped as mana per quarter second of cast time of supported skills. Unyielding. Recouped as life of supported cast time of supported skills. Okay, so yeah, nothing in there that's like major. For stuff that I would be using. Updated the wording of support gyms which add a cooldown to supported skills. This has not resulted in a change in functionality, except for Expanse, which incorrectly had 6-second cooldown when it stated 8. It now correctly has an 8-second cooldown. Okay. Last grasp to mention that supported minions die before the support duration expires if they take damage exceeding their max life while fatally wounded. It was functionally present but not mentioned. Support gyms which you use yourself can no longer support persistent skills. They can still support gyms that have been persistent component and manually activated components such as Plague Bearer. Okay. Fixed a bug with numerous support skills which support skills you use yourself could support skills used by totems or triggered skills. There's no longer do so unless they specify otherwise. Clarify the wording of muster support to refer specifically to the number of different reviving monsters you have. This is not a functional change. Having a skill socketed with support gems you do not meet the attribute requirements for now disables just those supports instead of disabling the entire skill. The Lightning, Fire, Cold, Chaos, and Fusion support gems have been renamed Lightning, Cold, Fire, Chaos attunements. Okay. Actually, before I do anything, let me check Wild Shards. So that has nothing. Ember, full. No, so neither of those have anything on it. Interesting. Okay. So they don't, at least in here, they don't have any changes or patch notes to reflect that the snapshotting behavior of wild shards is not correct. Interesting. New content and features. Fortifying Cry. There's the shield thing. Shield attacks release an empowered shockwave when dealing damage. The skill's cooldown can be bypassed by using an endurance charge. Okay. That was the empowerment of shield skills is from this setup. If we want to do the more shield stuff. Forge Hammer is the thing you can throw, recast it, recalls the skill and resets the skill's cooldown, or you can use a War Cry on it to make it explode. Ancestral Cry was the glory by igniting enemies, and then become comb so your footsteps trigger the explosions and slams and strikes. Toxic Domain was the bloom on the ground, and if you attack from it, you get the pustules, and we saw in the video. Ice-tipped arrows was the thing we saw in the video as well. Put projectiles of icy fragments. Then skills cooldown can be burned over a frenzy charge. Yeah, I guess so. If you don't recall it, it stays on the ground and explodes, but the cooldown is yeah. I guess it depends on what the cooldown is, but yeah, it might feel weird. Frost Darts. Conjure a number of icy projectiles to launch towards the target. Projectiles that hit or chilled for it creates chunks of ice that deal damage on impacted ground. Consumes cold infusion if possible to cause projectiles to lodge into enemies, then explode. Okay, so if you get cold infusions from that, you can do that. Persistent buff. Iron Ward. While active, stores a percent of the physical damage that is prevented by your armor or other sources of damage reduction. Using the skill releases the stored damage as a nova of spikes. Okay, weird. Thorns upgrade. Fuck yeah. Mortar cannon. Socketed grenades with significantly improved cooldown recovery rate. The Lobbin Man. Mirage Archer. Use Spirit to give it a skill that it can use for you. And then you could reset its thing on roll after it has like after it vanishes, you can roll again. Okay. Buff Gym Ravenous Swarm. While active and enemies are nearby, swarms of insects emerge from your body to pursue enemies. The swarms are untargetable minions that periodically attack and poison enemies within the swarm. The fuck? The locust swarm, basically? Okay. I wonder if that's gonna have enough scaling to be like minion poison swarm and you just walk around as a giant swarm of poison bugs. That's kinda cool. That might be something interesting. Siphon Elements, while active, has a chance to get infusions when you freeze Shock Strike. Yeah, we see that in the video there. Grim Feast has been completely reworked and re-enabled. Instead of granting Energy Shield, it will now allows you to collect remnants from your dead reviving minions, then activate the skill to instantly revive minions based on their max life. Okay, interesting. A keystone to the north of the Monk, Hollow Pam technique. Yep. Ritual Cadence. The keystone changes your invocations trigger skills every 2 seconds. We saw that in the video. Black Flame Coven. We saw that in the video as well, which is interesting. Walker of the Winds. Mana Leech recover based on elemental instead of physical. New currency orbs for all the perfect things. And Hirnikora's Lock, along with 10 new uniques, 50 bases, 20 new endgame maps, and 15 omens. Alright, fair enough. So that's all the fancy new stuff. Endgame changes. So this is pretty much what's already been discussed, right? I would assume. So pinnacle content, instead of waiting, yep. Now you can run at different difficulties. They'll drop splinters in which you use besides Ash, because that requires the 2 fragment systems that come from pinnacle bosses. Purely to affect the content. Only the Atlas map is being the Atlas passive tree will only affect maps rather than the bosses. Existing versions of Simulacrum's Breachstone's Audience with the Kings can be clicked to get 100 Revenants. The Arbor of Ash is now a static difficulty with infinite portals. Previously only infinite portals at difficulty 0. The rewards of this fight now match the previous difficulty 4 rewards. Oh wow, the Arbor of Ash boss fight is now a static difficulty encounter with infinite portals, previously only infinite difficulty 0. The rewards of this fight now match the previous difficulty 4 rewards. Okay. Arbor of Ash Atlas passive skills have been removed and some of the bonuses have become inherent to the Arbor of Ash drops. Okay. Added an Uber version of the Arbor of Ash boss fight requires the new Calamity Fragments to access. These obtained from Citadel bosses, but only once you have allocated the max number of points in your boss Atlas passive tree, ensuring those Citadels are at their highest difficulty. Interesting. There's Normal Arbiter, which is difficulty 4 rewards, and there's Uber Arbiter, which does something? Map boss has been adjusted. 79 with 6 modifiers, 80 with 6 modifiers, 79. Anomaly boss with 79, 6 modifiers. A Citadel boss with 79, 6 modifiers. Okay. Completing the Pinnacle Flame quest. Origin Orloth no longer spawn. Olroth, the origin of the fall, no longer spawns in logbooks. Mysterious anomalies now appear on the Atlas. Okay. Modifiers have been reworked. Yeah, that was kind of weird. I was like, what? There should be like an extra indent somewhere in there. Unidentified corrupted waystones can be now accessed to corrupted nexus. Waystones can no longer have greater than 8 modifiers when corrupted. Item quality goes up to 30. Quality currencies cannot go above 20. So yeah, dropped quality is 30. Currency is 20. Items can now have a max of 2 sockets. Now have very low chance. Items that have a max chance of having 2 sockets can have a very low chance of generating 3 in higher tier maps. 1 sockets have a very low chance of generating 2 sockets. We saw that. The Abyss map has been renamed to the Marrow. Okay. Expedition notable that I don't know anything about. Now they'll have 4 implicit modifiers and no longer provides increased logbook drop from runic monsters in your maps. Okay. The He Who Approaches Ritualistic Notable has now provides revived monsters from ritual altars in your maps have 40% increased chance to be magic or rare, previously 20. And no longer has the Audience with the King thing because changes, kings, splinter stuff. Essences go lesser, normal, greater, perfect. Specific modifiers rather than specific tags can be upgraded. 7 new types of essences, and some things got renamed. Essence of Hysteria now augments different guaranteed modifiers based on the type of item it is applied to. Okay. Perfect essence and essences obtained through corruption remove a random modifier and augments a rare item with a new guaranteed modifier. Okay, yeah, that's the what we saw in the video as well. Unique strongboxes now have their own unique minimap icon. Minimap icon to the Rain Festival Beetle monster from the unique strongbox. Other thing that runs away. Okay. Delwyn no longer appears alongside Zemirian Wisp during the campaign after the first time you encounter him. Zemirian Wisp now start appearing from the hunting grounds and beyond instead of the Grillwood. Skill and persistent buff gems now sell to vendors for gold based on their level and quality. The Hooded One can no longer be placed in your hideout. You're still able to identify items from him in towns. Dorian will continue to serve as the source of identified items in your hideout. Yep, that makes sense. Just continuation stuff. Certain boss arena entrances no longer have a teleport for party members to enter after the fight has started. These players can just instead walk back in. That was probably important for something. You're able to log directly into town or hideout by holding control while selecting a character. You're now able to log directly into town or hideout by holding control while selecting a character. Huh. Interesting. Okay. I guess you can choose if you want to just go straight into your hideout or go into town. You can now use checkpoints to warp to the waypoint in an area as well as other checkpoints. Omens now stack up to max 10. I mean, I guess there's a reason you'd want to go into one or the other. I don't entirely know, to be honest. Town is default, control is hideout. Okay, I guess you could just skip town and go straight to your hideout then. I mean, yeah, like realistically for me, yeah, I would never want to go into town. So yeah, it's just load me into my hideout, please. Uncut skill support and reservation gems can now be traded through the currency exchange. Oh, cool. That's nice. Reflex has been re-enabled. Party members no longer fruitlessly attempt to open expedition portals. Okay. Player changes. When holding down the dodge roll button, your character will now go into a sprint after finishing the roll. Sprint is available on all character classes, and there is no limitation for how long you can sprint. Sprint is to navigate faster, and then if you take a hit, you fall to the fucking ground. You can no longer socket multiple copies of the same skill gem into your main skill sockets. Skills not granted by gems and skills socketed into persistent buff skill gems do not count towards this limit. You can still have multiple copies of Spectres of Tame Beasts, but only one of each kind of monster. So you can't have like 3 comets in something? Is that what that's saying? Is it to prevent some of that stuff where you can like double embers gone? Oh, that's another one. Yeah, you can't use like 2 sets of different embers. That's fine. I was fine with like 1 embering. On your main skill sockets, those are socketed into something else. I guess, yeah, they are. They're socketed into a trigger of a thing. So yeah, those probably still work then. You just can't have them in your, like, okay. So yeah, no 2 copies of the same skill gem. In the, like, active cast things. Yeah. That's fine. Okay, meta gems are in the skill panel. What? Skill socket into meta gems. Right, yeah. You just can't have them like the main left-hand side socket cannot be the same skill gem, right? That's what it's saying. But if you have like, yeah, double cock be out. Yeah, so yeah, no double cast on crit, I would assume, is what that's also saying. Because yeah, you can't have you couldn't have 2 cast on crits. But maybe, yeah, I don't know, maybe skill gem is the word there, because it's not. I guess we'll find out. I never use 2 copies of the same gem, so it's okay, I guess, in that regard, but that could mean something. Endgame base types have average around 20-25 less attribute requirements. Not bad. Oh wait, attribute requirements on all equipment has been lowered. Attribute requirements on all skill gems have been lowered. Oh, they've both been lowered. Okay. So no, it's 25% less attributes on both. So it's not just one or the other. Cool. Fire damage no longer inherently has a chance to ignite. Instead, it inflicts flammability on the enemy based on the damage dealt. Flammability is a debuff that lasts 4 seconds and grants all fire damage against the enemy, including the hit that applied flammability, a chance to ignite that enemy equal to their flammability magnitude. Okay. Multiple hits can stack up flammability independently, meaning that a target being hit frequently and or hard enough will consistently have a 100% chance to be ignited. Effects which don't hit but ignite targets as though they did, such as from incinerate or ignited ground, also inflict flammability but are not able to ignite targets until the target has 100% flammability. Anything that removes, consumes, or grants immunity to ignite does the same for flammability. These changes do not affect how Ignite itself functions or is calculated once it's been applied. These changes also apply to any other non-fire damage that becomes capable of igniting, and to enemies. Some enemies deal non-ignite fire damage over time, which is not caused by these changes. Interesting. Okay, so they're doing a slightly different way of getting ignites applied that way, where you basically are stacking up this flammability debuff, and when it hits 100% chance, you'll kind of know. That's what that's what in the video, because I was wondering in some of the clips that they were showing, there was like a thing on the damage bar here. That's the flammability thing. I was like, what does that line mean? But yeah, this is like a stacking thing to get them to be able to ignite it, and once you hit 100%, it's 100% chance to ignite. Okay. So you'll essentially know your chance to ignite by looking at how much flammability a mob has. That's okay. Interesting. No idea how that's going to function, but alright. Shock now lasts 8 seconds on non-players by default. Previously 4. Still lasts 4 seconds on players. Chill now lasts 8 seconds by default. Previously 2. Wow, chill has been made way longer. Chill went from 2 seconds to 8 seconds. It still lasts 2 seconds on the player. Chills on any target are now discarded if their magnitude is less than 30%, previously 5. Okay, so you have to go through a much higher threshold of chill, but it lasts 8 seconds. Okay. Interesting. Overflow effects on life, mana, energy shield can now overflow to a maximum of 1.5 from 2. Okay, so we lost a bit of overflow. That's, I guess, fine. Light stun chance of less than 15% are now treated as 0, previously described as less than 10%, but actually less than 20 for monsters being stunned and less than 12 for players being stunned. Light stun chances of less than 15% are treated as 0. That probably helps with that weird stuttering that sometimes happens for certain things when you're doing when you were able to get like light stuns over and over again. Elemental exposure now has 15% less effect on magic and 30% effect on rares and 50% less effect on unique monsters. Elemental exposure has 50% less on unique monsters. Damn, that is, okay. What was it previously? Or did it not have a lesser effect? So exposure stacking is I think far less now. It didn't before? Okay. I mean, the number was getting insane. But then that does also mean that that inversion shit's like way stronger because you don't have to cast a curse, you don't have to worry about exposure, and you can just invert. So, yeah, you can't like do what we were doing in the previous setup to like get insane exposure. Okay. Unarmed mechanics now have a base crit chance of 5, previously none. Okay, so they start with some base crit, that's good. Glory now decays if you haven't gained any for 15 seconds, previously 30, so you gotta be a little bit more active in combat, or stay in combat. 15 is still a long time. Oil ground's duration is now refreshed when it catches fire. Okay. I don't know. I don't really know what to think about this ignite change. You'll know how much chance you have to ignite. You can stack up the chance quicker with multi-hits. What it means for overall and how much this number matters, I don't know. It doesn't effectively change its damage in any way. It's just how you chance to ignite goes up. Yeah, maybe for smaller hits because you can like hit them a couple more times to still get it with a small hit. It could become ignite, yeah. Maybe. It's possible. I don't know, we'll have to see. It's really hard to tell from that as to what it may or may not mean overall. Getting guard while you already have guard no longer replaces the existing guard buff. It is if the new amount of guard you would gain would be lower than what you already have. Instead, the duration of the existing guard buff extended. Okay. What are the Poe notes? The things I'm reading right now? They're now. I'm pretty sure now. Ice crystals will now instantly shatter from hits that could consume freeze. Oh, Poe 1 notes? No idea. 2 months from now. As this is now default behavior, Glacial Cascade and Fragmentation rounds no longer specifically call out this behavior. Okay. Added a new mechanic called Elemental Infusion that many elemental spells interact with. Okay, so this is the new thing. Some skills create infusions of a specific element as a remnant on the ground, which can be picked up to grant you the infusion. Other skills can consume the infusion of the specific type to grant additional bonuses depending on the skill. Some skills consume infusions that match the skill's element, while others cross elemental infusions. Okay. The following have been renamed. Renamed. Reloading a crossbow and switching crossbow ammunition no longer reduces the player's movement speed. That's going to feel nice. Blocking is no longer limited to strikes and projectiles. By default, all hits that are not specifically unblockable with a red flash can be blocked. Rare shield and parry now required to face the enemy that is hitting you rather than the direction from which the hit originates. Some monster skills for which directionality is unclear have been changed to be blockable from any direction using these skills. Okay, cool. Didn't really run into that much. Player, minion, and monster-based max block chance is now 50, previously 75. I figured that was going to happen. Yeah, the overflow losing 1.5, going down to 1.5. It's going to affect some things, no doubt. Effects which set a maximum for volatility now properly do so instead of being additive, with the default cap being 200. Players now gain 6 accuracy per level, and each dex now grants 6, previously 5, so accuracy is a little bit easier to do there. Accuracy fall off. Penalty now linearly interpolates from 2 meters down to 12. The max penalty being 90% less accuracy at distance of 9 meters or further. Previously there was no maximum, and at 14 meters you had 100% less accuracy rating. Okay. Player minions now always hit. Player projectile skills now fire a minimum of 1 projectiles even if they should fire 0. Okay, good. There was a couple situations where that was problematic. On Fuel Slide when we're testing stuff, you can make it do nothing, which yeah, that has issues. Though that could also be really handy for some things. So we'll see how that does. Swapping weapons is now instant. That's gonna that's gonna help so much. No more having to spec into that node to try to like make the interaction work. All charge consuming skills now pause their corresponding charge duration while in use. Huh, okay. Elemental damage recouped as life and physical damage recouped as life now display in the life section of the character's panel. Cool. Clarified stun keyword that monster melee damage has 33% more light chance stun and heavy stun buildup, and more monster physical damage has 100% more light chance and heavy stun buildup. These bonuses are multiplicative with each other. Note this is purely a description change. Sure, some kind of things. Ice Crystal keywording, that it blocks small monsters while large monsters destroy them, and some main duration things. Okay. So nothing too, like, unbelievable there. A lot of little changes that I'm sure is going to add up a lot. You know, the ignite stuff, the overflow stuff, elemental exposure changes. Yeah, a lot of stuff, but all seemingly in the right direction. Looks good. Warbringer changes. So we got the +1 max totems. We saw that. Minions from skills now have 1% attack speed per 3 of your decks. Okay. 1% increased accuracy per 3. So now Warbringers is minions from your skills have 1% increased attack speed per your decks. Okay, interesting. Yeah, accuracy's dead. They just now get attack speed. Okay. The Great Wolf Hell notable has been removed, and the Warcrawler's Bella notable has ignore Warcry cooldowns. Yep, so those got combined. Gain 35 base chance to block from equipped shields instead of the shield's value, previously 40, so you lost a little bit of base chance. No longer grants 25 less block chance or can block damage from all hits while shield is not raised. Okay. It now provides you take 30% damage from blocks hit, and max block chance is 75. Okay. Interesting. So that is the nerf to passive block, isn't it? Shield not raised. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's, yeah. You have to raise your shield to block. But you can get a higher block chance, but you then take more damage from blocked hits. It's elsewhere? Okay. This re-raises it? Okay. Stacks of Jade granted by Jade Heritage. Skill no longer lost when taking physical damage from a hit. Ancestral Spirits from Ancestral Call notable passive have also been improved. They now appear faster and start using skills sooner. Ancestral Hog no longer charges. It instead uses a Warcry to buff nearby allies to have 50% increased damage. Their Leap Slam has been improved. Jade Caster has spell casting range increased. Pinning Jade has its area effect increased, and delay from its forming to exploding has been reduced. Horn Buff and Horn Slay Slam have an area effect and increased damage. That was a crest. Spirit Turtle Aura has its area effect increased as well. Okay. So yeah, overall, I mean, it's we get some totems there. We got slight changes to the way that block is. This thing is like reworked completely. Jim notes at all? I looked at the player changes here. So some of this stuff, there's more somewhere. There's skill changes down here. I have not got to those yet. Because I know there's some stuff on the bottom that I haven't seen yet. So I'm kind of somewhere. I have not gotten to anything melee-wise. I mean, it looks like it's gonna be better, but haven't read any of that stuff yet. Okay. Smith of Katava. So this is something the flowing metal notable passive skill now causes body armors to grant 35% of armor to also apply to elemental damage from hits. Previously caused body armor to grant 5 max fire resist. Oh, interesting. So they took out the 5 max fire resist. And we're seeing 35 armor to also apply to elemental damage from hits. Interesting. Okay. This is the trailer. No Druid, but it is exciting. There is a lot of there's a lot of changes coming in. For like the overall feel of things. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. The leather binding is notable, now causes body armors to grant 3 max life per second, previously 5. Okay. So it lost the max 5 and it went down to 3 instead of 5. I mean, that makes the strength stacker probably be the other one, but maybe. Manifest weapon skill granted living no longer grants minions from this skill have 1% increased accuracy rating per 3. Instead now has 1% attack speed per 3 dex. Okay, so you can do this thing again. Now strength stacking for the manifest weapon. Small passive skill providing fire resist has value of 8 from 15. A small passive living weapon prior to leaving weapon now grants 5 increased strength instead of minions that deal 20% increased damage. Huh. That's interesting. Okay, Gimling Legionnaire. So nothing too bad there. I mean the fire resist going out and then losing some of the regen is kind of rough, but that's a brick of text right there. What the fuck? The regen touch going from 5 to 3 is, yeah. You definitely need to figure out some way to regen if you're going to be doing Corrupting Blood, because you're costing 10% of your life a cast, which is a lot. Which you'd have to then somehow get back, which I'm not entirely sure how the fuck you do that. I'm sure there is some way, but yeah. Expensive. The advanced thaumaturge notable skill no longer grants 30% less cost of skills, or skills have 30% more attribute requirements. Now grants thaumaturgical dynamism buff, which while active causes you to passively generate a power, frenzy, or endurance charge once every 8 seconds. The type of charge you generate is determined by the attribute requirements of your socketed skill gems. The higher the total strength requirement total of your socketed skill gems, the more likely you will be to generate endurance charges. The higher the dex, the higher the frenzy, the higher the intelligence to power. Huh. Okay. Once every 8 seconds. Yeah, because charges are, like, you spend charges in this game. What are you going to do with, like, I guess you can support it, because it would be like a thing. But I guess, yeah, it could also, like, yeah, use an off skill every now and then, maybe. Huh. I guess what I'll just say, 8 seconds seems really long. Like, 4 I'd understand. 8 seems... I guess we'll find out. But yeah, that seems oddly long. You can support gems additional time. It now provides for each color of socketed gem that is the most numerous. Gain. Red, hits against you have no critical damage bonus. Blue, skills cost 30% less. Green, 40% less movement penalty for using skills while moving. Huh. Yeah, I wonder if you can get all 3. If you have, like... Well, it says the most numerous. But I wonder if it does follow the same procedure. Huh. Well, that'll be interesting to see. Because, yeah, I mean, if you just balance your shit out. True, they are the most equal. +1, Tactician. +1 max number of summoned totems. Right where you want him now also grants projectile damage builds pin. Wow, baked in pin. Shit. Now provides gain deflection equal to 20% of armor and no longer grants gain 100% of max armor stun threshold. Huh, interesting. So you can go tactician and actually use your armor to make deflection. Suppressing fire notable now provides 40% more immobilization buildup instead of projectile damage pins. Ah, they switched these up. Okay, so this one's here, that one's there. Okay, okay. Let's use the ancestral totem nodes. If you're talking about the one at the top left of the thing, yeah, that one. Well, that one's still in a weird spot because it's yeah, this one's like in an odd spot. For we don't have this area of the tree yet, so everything down here has its own like different ways of working with totems. Yeah, that's gonna be later on for like spell totems and stuff. Because totems are like stupidly powerful. At least they were last league. So having more totems is more good. Supporting fire granted by Unleash Hell notable is skill no longer grants minions from skills have accuracy. 1% area effect per dex. The death from above command for supporting fire now deals approximately 3 times more damage at all gym levels. Huh. Interesting. 3 times more damage. That is quite a boost. That is quite a boost indeed. That was not doing a lot then, if it needed a 3x multiplier. Though whoever now provides, there is no limit to the number of banners you can place, and banners gain 5 glory per second instead of can place multiple banners. So you have glory gain passively. Okay. Cannons ready fire cause your totems to gain embarkment auras to players when placed, which grant a different effect depending on the variety of the totem. Ancestral warrior totem grants 40% increased glory generation. Artillery is immobilization buildup. Effigy is increased damage over time. Mortar is 15 gained as fire. Siege is 50 increased damage against mobilized enemies. Shockwave is 30% increased area effect. Huh, okay. A lot of very specific totem things. I guess they're trying to figure out like what totems will occupy outside of the ones that people were using, and then giving options for like, yeah, the grenadier totems, the mortar totems, all that stuff. I'm down with that. The As the Whispers ask notable passive has been removed, and As the Whispers demand notable and now grants the ritual sacrifice skill for ritualist. Okay. The Wildwood persistency notable skill now grants 10% life. Increased life recovery per 5, missing unreserved, previously 5. So Ritualist didn't get too much of a change. Amazon notable now has gain additional crit chance equal to 15 of X chance to hit, previously 25. And no longer specifies ignores hobble on the target. Okay, I think, yeah, because they removed most thing about hobble. There is not a druid. No, not this time. They basically had too much balancing to do to be able to put druid in at the same time. They need to get the base balance of the game correct for the other ascendancies before they slap druid in, was what they said in the QA real quick. Now grants 3 surges when consuming a power frenzy or endurance, previously 2. Okay. Pathfinder. Alright, let's see what happened to Pathfinder here. I mean, true, that as well, because they gave Demon Form its weapon back. So they're trying to figure out, like, it was really weird for Demon Form to not have its weapon, because you just, like, didn't do a part of the game at all. So, yeah, I'm actually curious as to what Demon Form does now when I get to it in a second. The sustainable practice notable now grants 50% of evasion rating, is also grants elemental damage reduction, now 30. Wow, okay. 50% of evasion rating also grants elemental damage reduction. That combined with the other stuff for evasion is pretty fucking nice. Elemental damage reduction plus the new thing for like not suppression, that is definitely suppression. Yeah, deflection. that plus deflection is... You're going to be pretty thick. Take 40% less damage, 50% of your evasion rating then applies to your elemental damage reduction. Plus then having the ability to evade still. Like, evasion's going to feel really good. So that's kind of cool. Poison concoction has been renamed to acidic concoction. Okay. This concoction consumes charges from your mana flask to throw a flask that explodes, dealing physical attack damage in an area. The thrown flask consumes poison on hit to cause an acidic burst, which deals damage based on the highest expected remaining damage of poison on the target. Acidic concoction and acidic burst cannot poison. The acidic burst deals unscalable physical damage equal to 150% of the expected remaining damage of the consumed poison, and has 30% more area effect per poison affecting the enemy. Okay. Acidic burst deals an unscalable physical damage equal to 150% of the expected remaining damage of the consumed poison. Yeah, I guess so. Like, you put on a really big poison with something, and then hit them with the flask to explode the poison that is there. Huh. Well, that's certainly a change that I did not see coming. Okay. Interesting. Fulminating concoction granted by fulminating concoction notable skill. No longer inflicts lightning exposure on hit. It now has 50% more shock effect. Quality now grants 0 to 40 more shock chance. Previously 0 to 20 increased effective lightning exposure. Okay, so the lightning one is no longer exposing, but it's doing massive shocks. Can you even get quality on these? I guess the new nodes on the tree for like 5% quality affects maybe your tree-based things as well. There's support gyms that do quality as well? Okay, that's why. Alright, that makes sense. Yeah, it does all now, yeah. Shattering concoction now inflicts elemental exposure on hit instead of cold exposure. Now freezes enemies on hit that are primed for freeze. Quality increases freeze duration instead of cold exposure. Okay, interesting. Bleeding concoction granted by bleeding concoction notable passive skill no longer has 200% more magnitude of bleeding inflicted, now aggravates bleeding on targets hit. Oh. Okay. If it lost the 200% magnitude, that might be rough for it. Unless there's something else I don't know about that. I feel like that's a large hit. Yeah, CB somehow. Yeah. That seems like a really big hit. Cause I was already aggravating. But I mean maybe bleeding is supposed to be the aggravator. But like no? Okay. Interesting. Explosive concoction granted by explosive concoction notable no longer has 200% more magnitude of ignite inflicted and no longer inflicts fire exposure on hit. Now fires up to 4 additional mini flask projectiles at ignited enemies. Quality now grants 2 additional mini flask projectiles thrown at ignited enemies instead of what it used to. Instead of granting up to 2... I got this. This is another one where you have to ignite with something first and then throw the flask at it to get... I mean, I guess you could use that one helmet that makes everything around you be ignited. If that helmet still exists, maybe that would be working. That could make it do like really insane damage. No, yeah, it doesn't say it can't ignite, true. It just lost its magnitude for ignite. So I guess you could still have it igniting and then have those be the explosion that come from it. But yeah, this is... Let me see. Let me refresh and see if there's nothing new here. Okay. There are extra flask once ignited. Yeah. So like your first hit ignites them, or hopefully, and then once they're ignited, you get like mini flask from it. So I don't know. Of the concoctions, this one's the one that I could see myself attempting something with. The rest of these seem like they're changes just in a weird direction. Like I definitely wouldn't do this again. This one seems extremely convoluted. And then yeah, depending on how the flammability thing works with the explosive, that may mean you have to do multiples or something. Maybe, yeah, maybe something like that. Do a freeze and then into something. It's possible, yeah, sure. Huh, okay, interesting. Deadeye, then weapon swap and pop, yeah. Yeah, it'd be weird. Extremely convoluted. This one seems weird. Poison just seems fucking weird to me, but I'm probably just not thinking about how that would, like, the application of that would actually work out, where you would have something that applies that big of a poison that you then want to take off the enemy and make explode, and somehow make that work rather than just putting on more poisons. Better poisons? I don't know. There's a reason for this, I just don't know it. The ability no longer grants 30% chance to gain max frenzy charges when you gain a frenzy charge. Instead, 50% chance to gain an additional frenzy charge when you gain a frenzy charge. Okay. If it's long enough, yeah. If you had a really big poison, and then you put it on there, like, quickly enough. Poison, explode, poison, explode, poison. Explode. Explode very long poisons. Yeah. Maybe there's a way to do it. I don't know if it's on my head, but maybe there's a way to do it. So this is just now additional frenzy. 50% chance to get an additional frenzy charge when you get a frenzy charge rather than gain your max frenzy charges. Okay. Call chance no longer lets you apply an additional mark. Instead, it causes your projectiles to chain to marked enemies and grants the new called shots meta skill that repeatedly marks enemies near you, bypassing your mark limit. Huh. Mark. If you get all three, hell yeah. Enemies in your presence are ignited as though dealt 100 base fire damage. Yeah, so this could let you do this one with always throwing the mini flask as well, which could be kind of cool. And it fires up to 4 additional mini flask projectiles at ignited enemies. I wonder if it, like, actually fires them at it. It would just be, yeah, it'd be just, like, multiple hit-based projectiles with Radiant Grief, just, like, in the face of Yeah, if you got the additional as well. This could be very strong. Like this could straight up be really strong. Combine that with the evasion rating stuff. This with Ignite. I could definitely see there being something there if this has the numbers to like work, and if the mini flask are actually good. I could see this one doing quite a lot of work. If it can shotgun. The question is if it's like if it can't hit, if you can only hit with the main one, then I don't know if it's all that important. Because if it's just like one flask, then meh. You would want at least a couple of these like mini flasks being able to hit the same target, I think. But who knows? Where was I? Okay. I mean, auto marking is kind of cool. No longer removes the distance-based accuracy penalty. Instead, it applies 20 stacks of critical weakness to enemies when you consume a mark on them. Huh. 20 stacks of critical weakness to enemies when you consume a mark on them. Interesting. So repeatedly mark enemies near you, and if you consume it, they get 20 stacks of critical weakness. Huh. Pretty easy crit with that, I guess. Invoker, more damage. More damage and more damage. Yeah, that's all just bigger number. Bigger number get bigger. Cooldown of 5.1 from 8.1. 100% more energy shield recharge rate. Previously 28. Okay, so Meditate just has a lower cooldown and a lot more for the recharge rate. Okay, interesting. Chiula, this was the one that was talked about in the video quite a lot more. Rarely running notable has been renamed to Sap of Nightmares and no longer grants chance to gain percentage of damage with hits as extra chaos. Instead, now grants leech recovers based off of chaos damage as well as physical. So that's damage. So they lost the extra but gained the leech. No longer provides any benefits itself. Now instead is a multiple choice notable with the following choices. Choice of life. All flames you manifest are red. Choice of mana. All flames you manifest are blue, and all flames you manifest are purple. Oh, you choose the flame you manifest now. That's why he had a massive ring of purple things. Okay. Increase are now grants remnants spawned by supported skills have 50% increased effect. Okay. Grasp the Void notable skill has been renamed to Illusionary Void. No longer requires Embrace. It no longer provides one extra per unreserved darkness. It now grants a new skill, Void Illusion. Okay, that was the rolling explosion thing that we saw, I think. So you lost the unreserved extra damage and gained a rolling explosion. Rise to Darkness notable now has Darkness reservation lasts 5 seconds instead of 10. The Inner Silence has been renamed to Deepening Shadows. No longer grants 50% reduced Darkness reservation duration. Instead, 1% increased max Darkness per 1 Chaos Resist. Okay, Chaos Resist cap stuff. Renamed to Inner Turmoil. No longer grants mana leech recovers based on other damage types as well as physical. Instead, it now grants 1 volatility on inflicting elemental ailment and take no damage from volatility. So there's a way to get volatility stacking. Okay. No longer grants you cannot recharge energy shield, mana leech stuff. Chaos damage from hits also contributes to ignite chance, magnitude, freeze buildup, shock chance, changing every 2 seconds. Okay. So that was the do a bit of everything elemental chaos node. So Chula is kind of an interesting place because now you have like Yeah, it's a rolling one, but the effects last like 8 seconds nowadays. So, you know. I wonder if it rolls like ignite, freeze, shock, or if it's random. Because if it's rolling, I think it's fine for like bossing and stuff. Because every effect will last 2 seconds, or 8 seconds. Yeah. You don't want bosses to last 8 seconds. They're gonna last 8 seconds for the most part. But yeah, okay. A small life passive prior to has been removed. Is now free to allocate. The life remnant skill now grants now spawns a remnant on hitting a target instead of on critical hitting. Oh wow, okay. So you don't even have to crit hit anymore, you just hit a target. The Gore Spike passive skill grants 1% increased critical damage bonus per 50 life, previously 40, and was swapped locations with the Sunder of the Flesh, notable. Okay, so we need a little bit more life to get as much crit bonus. The Between Cracks notable skill has been renamed to Sanguine Tide and no longer provides critical hits, ignore monster armor. Instead, it now provides gain 1 life flask charge per 4% life spent and 50% life recovery from flask. It also now has, when your life flask reaches full charges, 40% of its charges are consumed, and gain 1% of damage as physical damage for 3 seconds per charge consumed this way. Gain 1 life flask charge per 4 life spent. Less recovery from flasks. When your life flask reaches full charges, 40% of its charges are consumed, and you gain 1% of damage as physical damage for 3 seconds per charge consumed this way. Okay. Well, that is certainly stuff. So as you spend more life, you charge your flask quicker, and then you burn the flask charges to gain percent of that damage as... Huh. When it hits max, you gain more fizz. You want to spend life, but use flask as little as possible to gain more damage. Essentially, yeah. Because of the less life recovery, it's like you're essentially saying... You want to basically, yeah, stack up your life flasks, or flask, as fast as possible, to then gain extra damage as physical for 3 seconds. Huh. Interesting. %40 of its charges are consumed, and you gain based off the charges consumed specifically. Huh. Okay. Well, that's interesting. And you gain it as physical as well. Huh. Okay. I mean, that's cool, I guess. Open Source Noble has been renamed to Whispers of the Flesh and no longer grants your curses have infinite duration. It now grants enemies affected by your curses have at least 15% of life reserved. Oh. Okay. You're able to recover HP without life flask? I mean, essentially, yeah, the idea would be you want to get enough regen and life stacking stuff going on that you would spend a lot but recover enough of it back really quickly to not have to worry about using your life flask ever, and then you just stack up your life flask as quick as possible. And that gives you like a constant flow of extra fizz from your charges on your flask. I mean, I could definitely see a world where this works. And then yeah, with remnants being hitting a target rather than critical hitting a target, you go really rapid hits and then stack this up and you get more. Yeah. I mean, it looks cool. It looks like a pretty interesting thing to build into. Infernalist. The Infernal Hound granted by Loyal Hellhound now ignites enemies within a 2.5 meter radius, previously 1.5. That's the only change it's getting? Man, okay. The Pyroman's Impact notable now grants Infernal Flame equal to twice your mana, previously equal to your mana, but causes you to lose 25% of your Infernal Flame per second if you haven't gained any in the past 2 seconds, previously 50 per second. Okay, so you actually get way more Infernal Flame, and you lose it slower. Okay, interesting. Demon Form. Granted by demon possession, no longer disables your weapons or has its own weapon set. It no longer grants level of all spell skills while in demon form. Okay. Or increased spell damage per demon flame. It now grants 3% more spell damage per demon flame, and quality now provides 10% increased cast speed while in demon form. Previously it had no quality. 3% more spell damage per demon flame. Okay. So you get your weapon, you lose the spell leveling, but then per demon flame, you get 3% more spell damage. More spell damage. Yeah, I can see that stacking up pretty high. I can see that stacking up pretty fucking high. If you have the right thing going and you get enough power in there. Yeah, probably. Well, I mean, your weapon is probably going to be stronger if you get a good staff to then do this. You probably have more power, and like if you get the right stacking going and you can stack it up high enough. Yeah, yeah. Okay, interesting. I'll take it. Lich, the Domain of Flesh notable now grants your curses have infinite duration instead of your curses can affect hex-proof enemies. Okay, so their Lich gets infinite duration curses. Alright. The Electric Empowerment notable no longer provides non-channeling spells cost an additional 3% max energy shield. Non-channeling spells deal 30 damage or spending energy shield does not... Okay. It now provides spells deal 30% more damage when sacrificing energy shield. Sacrifice 5% of max energy shield when you cast a spell. And sacrificing energy shield does not interrupt recharge rate. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, now it doesn't say non-channeling, so it does look like it probably should work with more things. Spells deal more damage. Sacrifice 5% max energy shield when you cast a spell, not a non-channeling spell. So maybe it works with more things. So slight wording change, and then maybe like a bit more, stuff. We'll see. Yes, stuff going on there. The Price of Power Noble no longer grants non-channeling spells consume power charge if able to for 25% more damage. Spells consume a power charge if able to deal 40% more damage. Okay. Huh. It's quite a lot more. That is quite a lot more. But you do have to generate power charges. Okay. Chronomancer. The thing I still haven't used. Flood of Echoes Noble has been renamed to Inedible. It no longer grants the Unleash skill. Interesting. It is instead now grants the new skill Inevitable Agony, which curses all targets in an area after a short delay, causing a portion of the damage they take from hits to be stored in the curse debuff. When the debuff's duration expires, they take that stored damage again all at once. Ah. Okay. That's an interesting thing. Yeah, you really wouldn't be able to use that in like mapping normally, no. But yeah, maybe on a boss or something like that, you could definitely put that down and have it just essentially do, I don't know, whatever portion that is, who knows. Okay. The Quicksand Hourglass Noble no longer grants every 10 seconds gain 50% more cast speed for 5. Sands of Time. It now grants 60 cast speed, scaling down to 1% over 10 seconds, at which point it will then scale back up to 60. Sands of Time also grants 1% increased area effect, scaling up to 60 every 10 seconds, at which point it resets the 1. What? So it's like you slowly go down in cast speed and slowly go, like literally you are flipping a sand glass, so it's 30 increased cast speed generally and 30% increased area effect generally. I mean, that's like definitely that'll feel better because it's not on or off. But that's kind of a funny way to do it. Okay. Just going up and down, up and down. All right. The Elemental Storm skill granted by Tempest Caller Notable has its cooldown reloaded to 3 seconds from 5. Cool. The Rain Dancer Notable has been renamed to Multiple Squalls and no longer provides 100% more cooldown recovery rate for elemental storms. It now provides +1 limit to elemental, +1 to the limit of elemental skills. Joker and voltage. Interesting. Okay. So the cooldown was now 3, and then you don't have to spec this node, but you can get +1 to it. The Force of Will Notable no longer grants increased effective arcane surge on you per 25 max mana. It now grants 20% damage is taken from life before mana, or mana from before life. 20% increased magnitude of arcane surge on you per 10% missing mana. Ah, okay. Interesting. Okay. So 20% mind over matter there. Baked in. Okay. Has been renamed and no longer grants exposure you inflict lowers affected resistance by additional 12. It now grants remnants you create reappear once 3 seconds after being collected. Huh, okay. Remnants you create reappear once 3 seconds after being collected. That's okay. So you can make a remnant and then make it appear again? I guess mostly for bossing, because 3 seconds behind you in general content is quite far behind you. Okay. We'll see how that goes. Refracted Infusion and no longer grants 40% elemental damage taken recouped as energy shield, and now provides 50% chance when collecting an elemental infusion to gain another different elemental infusion. Huh. So Stormweaver is becoming like the infusion class then. Interesting. So you can actually get like 2 different infusions from the one. Okay. The elemental equilibrium keystone has been redesigned. It now causes infusion remnants you create to be random elements. Okay. Yeah, it's still build a spinner with a different coat of paint, but we'll see what it does. Mini games inside your mini games. Hell yeah. The Eternal Youth Keystone passive skill no longer causes your life last to recover energy shield. Instead, it now causes your life last to have 50% less recovery. Okay. The Giant's Blood Keystone passive skill now halves the amount of life granted by strength. So if you want to wear 2 weapons, you are cutting the amount of life you get in half. Strength Stacker, Life Stacker does not wear 2 weapons. Okay. The Glancing Blows Keystone skill now provides chance to evade. Chance to evade is unlucky, and chance to deflect is lucky. No longer provides block chances double, or you take 50% from blocks hits. Interesting, okay. Evade is unlucky, deflect is lucky. Glancing Blows. I mean, with the armor one, maybe that's worth using. The Resolute Technique Keystone now grants accuracy rating is doubled instead of your hits cannot be evaded. Huh, okay. So RT is no longer RT, it just doubles your accuracy. But you can't crit. I have no idea, Crust. Especially on that side of the tree, I have no idea. 8 new clusters, 15 new clusters, 23 clusters, 17, 25. So there's a lot of new clusters in places. We'll just have to wait for the passive tree for that, because I don't know what's all there. Sources of increased area effect have been lowered by 25%. Sources of days build up and replaced with days on hit. Sources of reduced reservation skill instead now grant increased reservation efficiency. Many existing clusters have also been updated. A small attribute passive has been removed on all outward highways between class starting locations. Oh, okay. So 1 less travel node. Okay. I mean, that's a lot of ascendancy changes. I don't know which ones I think would be the most impactful overall. And I still don't know if that tells me what the fuck I'm league starting. But there is certainly a lot of changes that do a lot of different things. So that's a thing. I think Blood Mage is interesting. I think maybe parts of the Chiula are interesting. Maybe this concoction here. These I don't think I would touch yet until I know more. Legionnaire is weird. I'm not entirely sure what's going on here with all this stuff, how that's gonna work. Smith got hit pretty heavy with the fire stuff. The regen going down by 2. So maybe, I don't know. Because you still need armor then. But I mean, you could still get armor from other places, I guess. But your chest piece just doesn't have armor naturally on it if you go the thing, so. Oh no. Interesting. No idea what would be the league start there then. So many blood mages. We might see a lot of blood mages. We might. Base damage scaling of all players' spell and secondary damage skills has been tweaked to scale better in the late game. Generally speaking, spells that do not have damage number changes called out below will have near identical base damage at low levels, roughly 5% more at gym level 20, and roughly 20% more at gym level 30. Huh, interesting. So there's more incentive for the higher level skill gyms. The mana cost growth of all skills has been rebalanced. Generally speaking, skills will have similar mana costs at low gym level, potentially slightly higher mana cost at some intermediate gym levels, and lower mana costs, sometimes dramatically lower, at gym levels higher than 20. Okay. So more damage going above level 20, and maybe actually usable amounts of mana at those levels. That could be big. This could be really big here for like actually using other skills. That's a pretty sizable change if it's if done correctly for what it could do. Yeah, +6 is painful. So yeah, that could be really big if this combo is as impactful as it could be. Who knows? I mean, this says dramatically lower. Dramatically is a lot usually. That is what that word means, I think. So, okay. Banners no longer require valor. You have any valor related stats, but instead generate glory when you attack enemies. They all require 200 glory to place. Unlike other glory based skills, banners can gain glory while the banner is placed. All sources of banner valor gained has been replaced with banner glory generated. Huh. Okay. So you can place the banner and still gain glory while the banner is placed, to then place it again afterwards. Cool. Neat. Banners now have a global limit of 1 allowed to be placed, but there are ways on the passive tree or tactician to increase this. Okay. Curse skills and skills that apply elemental exposure now can't apply those debuffs to enemies that are significantly higher level than the skill's own level requirement. This requirement is fairly lenient and disappears completely by high gym levels. I see. So you can't use like a level 1 curse, you do have to level it up. But if this is okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, the reason we were keeping them low level for like most things was because the mana cost was so insane. So as long as, Frostbomb isn't 800 mana, it'll be okay. That's why, we were having to do it that way. So that's fine. Especially curses and stuff. So, okay, that's fine. We'll see how that is. It really depends on this lowering here. 4K mana, who knows, maybe. Blink, Convalescence, and Sacrifice can no longer be activated in specific weapon sets. They are now required to be active in both weapon sets and will fail to activate if this is not possible. Okay, so yeah, no more weapon swapping into Blink. You are what you use, and only what you use. That's fine. That makes more sense, because it was really fucking weird to have, like, weapon swap. Well, especially now that the weapon swaps would be instant. It would be just like you would just always be running Blink as your weapon swap. Higher rarity enemies are now less affected by curses. Curse limit 15 less on those, 30 less on those, and 50 less on unique monsters. Oh, wait, higher rarity enemies. So it's curses are 50% less effective on uniques, And exposure is 50% less effective on uniques? They're both 50% less effective? Alright. Yeah, that inversion is looking real spicy. Yeah, it's actually like way harder now, yeah. Dude, I cannot imagine how much that inversion support is going to cost this league. I feel like that's going to be just insane for some of this stuff. But I guess we'll find out. We'll see what it does when we get there. The movement speed penalty inflicted by skills that can be used while moving now begins to fall off slightly more quickly while using the skill. Okay. The spirit cost of specters has been adjusted such that the specters with high spirit cost are generally cheaper, while some of the cheaper specters are more costly. Alright. Specters and tamed beasts now deal 25% more damage at all gym levels. Okay. Instant skills such as Unbound Avatar are now usable while on the row mount. Marked skills are no longer spells. Okay, interesting. Reservation skills that had reduced reservation with quality now have increased reservation efficiency with quality. Okay. Killing palm, staggering palm, 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 hand, hand, palm, tom. Now deal damage based on your equipped quarter staff. They no longer have flat added damage or additional critical strike chance. Palm skills no longer be used without a quarter staff equipped by default. Oh, okay. People are cocking marks for weird turbo things. Oh, okay. What's it doing? Log the fuck in. Yes. Yes. Yeah, there's a lot more unarmed stuff now with the two things coming, Hollow Palm and that. Hell yeah. Shockwave Totem, Ancestral Warrior Totem, Ancestral Ballista, or Artillery Ballista and Siege Ballista now use your equipped weapons. They no longer have their own flat damage, base crit chance, or base attack time. Okay, interesting. So it is you can't just buy a +8 weapon and go to town. Or +6 weapon or whatever it was. Okay. Essential boosted slams now have 25 increased area effect, previously 20. We also fixed a bug where the area effect bonus from Ancestral boosted slams was described as multiplicative more instead of additive increased. Okay. The following skills found as inherent skills on wands and stabs now deal approximately 12% more damage from skill level 11 onwards. Bone Blast, Chaos Blast, Decompose, Fireball, Freezing Charge, Lightning Balls, Power Sign, Solar Orb. Okay, okay. Ancestral Warrior Terms now have no limits. Socketed Mace skills now have 50% less attack speed. Now requires consuming 3 endurance charges to raise. Okay. Alright, so now we're getting into the actual skill numbers now. Alright. Arc is now a projectile. It no longer causes explosions against shocked enemies and is no longer a payoff skill. Well, this is attack speed because the Ancestral Warrior Totem has been, like, buffed considerably, according to what they were saying. So, like, for 3 endurance charges, you're basically spawning an ultimate ability. So, they don't want it spamming itself. But who knows? We'll have to see what the numbers actually look like on that. Yeah, exactly. Like, it would just be, like, insane. Chain 6 to 9 times from 5 to 8 times. 50% more shock magnitude and can consume lightning infusion to chain additional times and deal more damage. Scaling all the way up to 386 from 277. 10% chance to not to remove the infusion but still count as consuming. Okay, so this is like infusion, scaling, chaining, arc thing. A 10% chance to not remove an infusion, but still count as consuming them. I guess we'll see. Archmage now has non-channeling spells gain 4% of damage as extra lightning for each 100 max mana, previously 3. So Archmage actually got buffed slightly back up. Yeah, I guess it's just a little inconsistent in that regard, yeah. Could be like 20 or something, a bit more scale upable. 10 is just very low. Artillery Ballista has been renamed the Siege Ballista. Duration 8. Bolt is 25% of base. Bolts deal. Okay. Okay. Ball lightning can now consume a fire infusion to leave a trail of ignited ground and explode at the end of its travel. Interesting. So ignited ball lightnings. Batter shot now, explosion now deals 50% more damage against unique enemies. That's a big buff for uniques. Berserk now grants increased rage effect. No longer grants fizz leech. Okay, so Berserk is just a boost to rage effect. Bind Spectre now does 20% more damage from equality rather than reservation efficiency. Okay. Blink. Using Blink no longer counts as dodge rolling. Now has a minimum gem level of 8, previously 14. Isn't this break the, like, cast on Blink stuff? For the dodge roll thing? That people were doing with the cooldown chest thing? Probably, yeah. I think that's what this is aimed at. Okay. Bone offering, a whole lot of minion stuff that I don't fully understand. The buff now has minion take reduced damage when while shielded, also absorbs first hit, dealing 25 minions life. Colliding now provides shielded minions less damage for 1 second. Okay, yeah, all sorts of stuff there. Bone Shatter does 100% more damage against unique enemies with its shockwave. Cast on Freeze, Shock, and Ignite have been combined into a single gem. Cast on Elemental Ailment. This requires 100 spirit, has a minimum level of 14, and combines the energy gain conditions of all 3 previous gems. Existing copies of the gems will be updated to cast on elemental elements when you load the character or stash tab holding them. Huh. So basically, if you're doing multiple ailments, you'll generate spirit faster because you have the option of doing any of the 3? I'm assuming, is that what that's trying to get at? That's more spirit cost though, right? They were 60 spirits, now they're 100 spirits? I'm pretty sure. Let's say I read it. Oh. Freeze, Shock, and Ignite. I mean, I guess these two here. I love that does all 3. Yeah, true. Yeah, we don't know the energy number. It doesn't say. But it just says combines the energy conditions of all 3 previous gems, so it might be the exact same. It's just do them all at once, maybe? I get Thunder Fist. I'm sure it drops from something high end. Oh, maybe, yeah, maybe these conditions or these conditions. Could be. Chaos Bolt granted by Wither 1 now inflicts 1 to 3 stacks of Wither for 4 seconds on hit from gem level 1 to 20. Okay. Cluster grenade. Primary grenade attack damage is now 490 from 372. Mini grenade attack damage is 286 from 225. Now fires exactly 18 mini grenades in a Nova, previously 14, and mini grenades are now fired over a 17 increased radius. Okay. Bigger number. Specifically, some amount of mini grenades and a slightly larger area, so less overlapping, I guess, is what that's going for. Cold Snap is now Snap. It can be used on any orb spell or any frozen, shocked, or ignited enemy, causing an explosion of the corresponding damage type and creating a remnant of the corresponding type from the enemy. This explosion can chain react to a limited extent from enemies hit that are affected by the same ailment. Now deals 810 cold damage, 500 lightning damage, or 288 fire damage at dim levels 5 to 20. Previously, X amount of cold. And then chance to spawn additional remnant. Nice snap sound effect. Yeah, I wonder... Or... Any orb spell or any frozen, shocked, or ignited... Huh. Yeah, I wonder if there's a world where, like, you snap... Yeah, like solar orb, frozen orb, snap them. Bum, bum, snap. Bum, bum, snap. Or, yeah, maybe you could just, snap the ignited enemy with the helmet. As a CD. I don't know. It was in the video, right? Cold Snap did, yeah. Where was it?
Palpatine to the mix. And just like how you could previously use it on Frost, Cold Snap has been simply turned into Snap. Previously, you could use it to shatter ice, but now it works to detonate all of the different elemental ailments and makes them leave behind infusions. And just like how you could previously use it on Frostbolt, you can now also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well.
Huh.
Which means you...
I don't see a cooldown on the bar, it's just
like
snapping.
Previously use it on Frostbolt, you can now also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well.
I wonder if you could just snap. I wonder if that's actually like a viable option then. If you could just, let's see, does he does, yeah. Cold Snap. Yeah, no, it actually didn't have any kind of cooldown on it. Just snapping. Hell yeah. I mean, honestly, that
Some leave behind
might not be a bad idea.
And just like how you could previously use it on Frostbolt, you can now also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well, which means you can create many infusions at once. We also have a...
You got the other elements automated. Yeah, I don't know. This would be the Ignite easily. Where you could get... The problem is the Ignite is like by far the lowest amount of the damage. But yeah, you would really want to have like multi-snap. Shocks. Yeah, it does because it's the explosion can chain react to a limited extent from enemies hit that are affected by the same element. So yeah, if you're wearing the hat and a pack of enemies is ignited because you're wearing the hat, you walk up and snap, it might go boom 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 like down the pack because they're all ignited. It doesn't say that they have to be ignited for a lot, they just have to be ignited. So, yeah. Snap might actually be a fun league starter. Because you can use both the orbs. You could use the orb. I mean, you could use all 3 orbs. If there was a way to put all 3 orbs down and Snap, that would be interesting. But it only pops one of them, right? On any orb spell or any frozen, shocked, or ignited enemy. Wonder what you would go. Wonder what you'd snap with though, huh? That's a good question. Don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Snap seems fun. I might leak start Snap. Clear with ignite him. Then for single target, you drop it and spam it on orb. Probably, yeah. You would want the mob itself to be multi-elemented, yes. The problem is, freeze is a really, really hard thing. Full cast Ember Fusilides with Infusion and cast Snap each hit. That would be a fucking crazy setup. Maybe. Huh. I mean, it's, yeah, Fusillade with Lightning Infusion is easy as a starter. The range freeze skills? Some of them would be, yeah. Huh. I don't know. Snap seems interesting. I might try to figure out how to make Snap work then. Comet, 1200 for, so again, 200 more base, can be also fire infused. To deal extra fire damage and gain base radius. Okay. Quality now provides contagion 2 additional enemies when cast, instead of 100 max mana debuff. Maximum debuff damage from spreading. Yeah. Yeah, oh, dang it, cough. The comet was huge when it's when he dropped it. Like it was massive, but just gotta figure out how to like infuse it with enough to get it to go. I don't remember where it was.
Add an ice infusion to rain down ice at the same time as the fire. And add lightning to add deadly strikes from the heavens into the mix.
Oh yeah, this was the whole firestorm with triple infusion.
Or use it with all 3 to generate a storm that is truly apocalyptic.
That looks cool.
Cold Snap has been simply turned into Snap.
Yeah, it's in this section.
Or use it with Firestorm, which transforms it from a small area, giant fire meteor from the sky by blowing up monsters with living bomb. Then use them with Comet to summon a giant fire meteor from the sky. Or use it with Then use them with Comet to summon a giant fire meteor from the sky.
Shock wave of destruction, shock ground while moving. Oh. Just walk by. Snap. So you get fire and lightning that way.
Or use it with
yeah, that could work.
Which transforms it from a small.
That could work. You're giving up 2 pieces of gear for it at that point, which is kind of painful, but you'd get the lightning and you'd get the fire. And then just snap, snap, snap. Yeah, it'd be the cost of automation, true. Cold would be the hard part, but yeah. Could work. Could be a way to, like, be a snapper. We'll see, we'll see. Where were we? Despair is now minus 49 from minus 24. Oh, okay, so the curse has got... Is the elemental weakness the same way before I say that? Or is it? Let's see where element's weakness is. Because minus 49 is way higher than minus 24, so I'm assuming that even though the curses are it's 46. Okay, so it's 50% less effective, but the curses do 50% more, or actually in this case like 100% more almost. So I guess it's about the same on effectiveness there. Will actively be standing on the shock ground. True. Yeah. Okay. Disengage. Chance to additional shock waves instead of cooldown recovery rate. About the same without investment. Yeah. Dread banner stuff. 60% more element threshold. Previously 12 to 15. Flash charges, max resistances, it no longer does stun thresholds. Okay. The banner is no longer removed when you leave the aura. Okay. They definitely want banners to be used more often. They're just making banners better. Jagged Ground's radius is 1.8 meters, previously 2.2. Aftershocks do 580 from 460. Has a radius of 3 or 3.4. So Earthquake got a little smaller, but it does more damage. Okay. 6% more damage with hits from spikes instead of max spikes. Detonation now also triggers existing spikes. Okay. Electrocuting arrow is no longer a movement skill. Now shoots arrows forward that explode. Applying its electric rods to all enemies hit. Quality now causes hits against targets with attached rods to gain damage as extra lightning damage, previously arrow duration. Okay. Elemental Sundering. Pulse now consume up to 20 elements, previously 9. Cold Explosion now deals 40% more damage, and the cold now has 100% more damage against unique enemies. Elemental Sundering. What is Elemental Sundering? Pulse now consumes 20 elements, previously 9. Plunge your spear into the ground to emit a pulse that consumes freeze, shock, and ignite on a number of nearby enemies. Huh. But each element consumed causes an explosion of the corresponding elemental damage type. And it consumes 20 elements. Huh. Okay. Cold does more damage against uniques. I guess because of the freeze. Can now be infused with Ember Fusillade. It can now be infused with lightning, which to cause each Ember in an entire Fusillade to create a beam that chains lightning damage to enemies. The infusion is consumed when the Fusillade fires all Embers in that Fusillade. It now has a minimum gem level of 9, previously 3. Oh, so it's a higher. You have to wait longer to get into Fusillade. I wonder if it's been fixed. Because, I mean, that still essentially is the same snapshot thing, but you can now snapshot it with lightning as well. A beam that chains lightning damage to enemies. Because if it hasn't been fixed, then you can still snapshot Fusillade. That would mean you could snapshot a lightning Fusillade. I guess it's fixed. Yeah, maybe. Log into Titan to confirm. I guess I could. Yeah, I could easily confirm if it's been fixed. I still have mine after all, so I guess it would work a little weirdly though, because you would have to fish for an infused Wall Shards proc. So that would be a bit of an odd thing with it. To be able to get lightning infused snapshotting. Because it's only on the first cast that it would activate for that Fusillade. And you have a chance to... yeah. That would be a bit weird. You'd be fishing for a specific 2, so you'd have to constantly make sure you can get enough lightning infusions to fish for it from doing it in Orb of Storms. So there's a lot of setup if I were to go that, I just realized. Huh. Maybe that's fine still? Don't know. Emergency reload now reloads all crossbow ammunition clips, previously just your most recent, and empowers each clip's ammunition to deal increased damage for the duration or until you expel all your empowered bolts. Now has a number of each clip's empowered bolts to equal the maximum ammunition of the clip. Okay. Enfeeble no longer has curse makes unique targets deal less damage or curse makes unique targets deal less damage. Now makes targets deal 29 less damage at gym level 20. Okay. So it's just straight up 29% less damage. But it's 50% less effective against uniques. So essentially the same. Just numbers wise, you have to know that curses are 50% less effective against uniques. Less words on the thing, but yeah, okay. Escape shot we saw in the video does the ice shards, explosive spear, the ignited ground created by the frenzy charge explosion now lasts 8 seconds, previously 4. Eye of Winter when passing through an allied flame wall, the eye itself and now all shards it subsequently releases will receive the flame wall's added fire damage. Okay, I guess Eye of Winter just wasn't doing that. Fangs of Frost, 150% more freeze buildup from 50, gains 9% more level, previously 6. Quality is a chance to not consume parry debuff instead of that, okay. Fireball. No longer creates a secondary firebolt projectile by default. Instead, it can consume a fire infusion to do so. Now has a minimum level of 3, previously 9. Primary projectiles and explosions deal 22%. That's like double. 202 to 362, so that's a big jump up. Secondary projectiles now deal almost double as well. Oh, that actually deals a lot more. Holy shit. The secondary deals 218 to 606. 3 times more damage. Secondary projectiles can now hit the same target as the primary projectile. Damn. Is fire infusion fireball actually gonna be a thing? I wonder how difficult it is to make the secondary projectile hit the primary projectile. Because that combined is actually like a lot of damage if you have infusion. If you can get the infusion, that's like... That's pretty big. But you have to be able to get the infusions in like a consistent way. We don't really know entirely how difficult it is. There's like Stormweaver I think has a bunch more infusion related things and there is infusion stuff, but we don't entirely know what it's going to take to get an infusion and how often you can get it. But I mean that like straight up just looks good as numbers are concerned. Yeah, there's a Spirit Gem for chance on Element as well. We saw that somewhere.
Frostbolt. You can now also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well, which means you can create many infusions at once. We also
this thing. 5% chance to spawn a fire eminent on igniting a target. So it's pretty low percent chance, and it has to ignite. But yeah, I guess once you get flammability up and running, I would assume this is enough. But you would almost have to do like Orb of Storms grants the infusion when all 8 charges are used or it expires. Really? Okay, so if you lower the duration of Orb of Storms really rapidly, you could put it down to basically fish, like, get the infusion, and then do that with Fusillade? I mean, yeah, realistically, that, you could do that if you went Titan again. And then, yeah, Ember Fusillade already does the lowering. So maybe, honestly. Maybe. You could basically like put Orb of Storms down Fusillade, Orb of Storm, Fusillade, and like fish for the Wild Shards perk, and then you could just stay in the lightning mode of Fusillade for the entire rest of the duration of the skill. Huh. I mean, there is the possibility that, yeah. Oh, the base duration's 12 for Orb of Storms. It would last a long time then, even with all the Fusillade stuff. Then again, Fusillade does, like, the Titan version does take it down to, like, a really low duration. Is granted when snapped? That's a good question. I don't know. I guess I'll see when I get there in a second. Hold on. No, Rhetorical is talking about Fusillade, because we need lightning infusion for that one. Fire infusion's different, yeah. Firestorm now has base radius of 2.8 from 5.6. Okay, way tighter. Creates 1 bolt every 0.2, previously every 0.1. No longer consumes Ignite to create improved bolts. Instead, it can now consume every type of elemental infusion. Fire infusion causes the storm to double in size and create 3 times as many bolts. Cold and lightning infusions cause the storm to create additional cold and lightning bolts respectively. 1 of each infusion can be consumed by a single use of the skill. 1 of each infusion can be consumed by a single use of the skill. Fireball damage is now 83 from 114. Okay, interesting. So, like, you would try to essentially get all 3 infusions and then have, like, a triple elemental storm popping off. I mean, that's what they're suggesting it does, but I wonder if it actually would work. I would love for it to be a thing, yeah. Up to with the area, yeah. I mean, it looks cool. That's definitely true.
Use it to shatter ice, but now it works to detonate all of the different elemental ailments and makes them leave behind infusions. And just like how you could previously use it on Frostbolt, you can now also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well. Multiple different elements at the same time. Add an ice infusion to rain down ice at the same time as the fire.
He's missing completely.
To add deadly strikes from the ice at the same time.
That's funny. I just realized looking at that clip.
Elements at the same time. Add an ice infusion to rain down ice.
He cast on the fucking pots, and the entire pack of mobs is missed. Yeah.
And add lightning to add deadly strikes from the heavens into the mix. Or use it with all 3 to generate a storm.
It's good if you have all 3 of them. So you literally would have to be like triple fusions somehow. Like, you would need a way to do triple infusion. I don't know how you would, but you would need all 3.
Or use it with all 3 to generate a storm that is truly apocalyptic. Cold Snap has been simply turned into Snap. Previously.
I don't know. Something. Flame Wall now consumes lightning infusion to grant lightning damage to projectiles to pass through it, as well as fire damage. No longer causes projectiles to pass through it to ignite enemies. Now deals fire damage per second to enemies in the wall. Now ignites as though dealing 8 fire damage at gym level 270 to 448. Wow, the ignite went down a lot. Now has a base crit chance of 5. Okay. The projectile no longer passes and causes things to ignite, and its ignite went down considerably in terms of the base amount. Huh, okay. Yep. Base crit 5, non-hit ignite. Weird. Flammability, considering hypothermia are now just elemental weakness. Righto. Explosions from frozen enemies now convert all fizz to cold and will cause further explosions on any other frozen enemies for fragmentation rounds. Hits against frozen enemies now have 100% more damage against uniques. Righto. Frost Bomb. 538 from 701, so the damage went down a lot. Now has a cooldown of 6 from 3.5. And now has 4-second detonation time instead of a 3-second duration before exploding. Now chills as though dealing 300% more damage and now applies elemental exposure instead of cold exposure. It initially applies 20 elemental exposure and 2% per pulse up to maximum 50. Quality now provides 100% more maximum elemental exposure applied. Okay. You better not make a build of this. With a 6-second cooldown, I ain't making a build out of it. There's no way. Frostwall now deals 80% less damage in the first 0.5 seconds of its duration. Okay. Projectile speed for Frostball has been lowered by 20%. No longer leaves chilled to ground as it travels. Instead, it chills as though dealing 195% more damage. Projectiles now deal 14 from 22 and 216 from 302. This change does not affect the explosion. Okay. Frozen Locust Ice Crystals deal 80% less damage for the first 0.5 seconds of its duration. So no spamming those. Gas Grenade no longer has a special behavior that causes it to detonate as soon as it stops bouncing. Instead, it strictly obeys its detonation time just like all other grenades. Yeah. Galvanic Shards no longer has... Ammunition no longer has 50% less reload speed and now has 1 bolt loaded per click, previously 5. Projectiles now do 54 from 31. Beam goes 272, 156. Now fires 8 fragmentations per shot, previously 6, and now has a mana cost of 48 from 61. Quality now fires additional fragments per shot instead of bolts per clip loaded. Okay, interesting. Galvanic Glacial Bolt ice have 50% more area effective shatter. Ice crystals now deal 80% less damage in the first 0.5 seconds of its duration. They really don't want people bursting with these things, huh? They want them to be on the ground for a second. Glacial Cascade no longer has consumes freeze on enemies to deal 350% more damage. It now consumes freeze on non-unique enemies to deal 150% more damage and consumes freeze on unique enemies to deal 500% more damage. Burst radius is now 0.6 from 0.5. The final burst is now 1.2 from 1.7 or 0.7 and has fizz extra cold, previously 10 to 15. Okay. So it just does more damage to uniques if consuming a freeze. Sure. Hellstorm rounds, that's the thing we saw, I think. Bolts now fall in an expanding circle rather than overlapping each other. No, this is different. Now has an impact radius of 1 meter. I don't know what I didn't play that, so I don't know it. Herald Thunderbolts now have a 1 meter radius instead of 1.4. Hex Blast, 10% more damage per 1 second of remaining duration of removed curse. Oh, the quality got changed. Okay. Second curse, 40% quality Hex Blast. Make insanely long curses. And then have insanely boosted quality on Hex Blast. But wait, there's more. Hex Blast Titan, you say? Oh, Hex Blast Titan to go for the increased duration nodes? On the new Chalupa Monk with Ignite. Infinite duration. Yeah, I would assume infinite, because that would be infinite damage. Chalupa Monk with Ignite. Yeah, but the Chalupa Monk, it's a rotational thing, right? So you'd only have it for 2 seconds, and then you'd have to wait another, like, 6 seconds or whatever it is. 4 seconds until you get back to the Ignite one. I don't know how it works either. It just says it chooses every 2 seconds one of the elements, but what it means I have no idea. High velocity rounds, I don't know anything about it. Ice Nova can now consume cold infusion to deal more damage and create an area of chilled ground. Ice shards now deal attack damage, doing stuff, damage, okay. There's too many skills I don't know about, so I don't need to read them. Incinerate has been reworked. It now requires fuel gained by spending mana to use. It now requires fuel gained by spending mana to use. It no longer has a mana cost itself, and no longer applies fire exposure. Its cast speed is now fixed, and it gains a stage every 0.25 seconds. Its cone length is now 5.8 meters from 4.6. It now has 12 max stages, previously 8. It no longer creates burning ground by default. Instead, a fire infusion can be consumed to cause it to create ignited ground. Ignited ground radius is 1.4 from 0.8. Its minimum gem level is 13 from 5. Beam now has 50% less ignite duration, previously 25, and deals 30% more damage per stage, previously 40. Beam now ignites as though dealing 778 from 470. Okay. It now requires fuel gained by spending mana to use. What? But it no longer has a mana cost itself and no longer applies fire exposure. So wait, like, how does that work? Incinerate's a channeled skill, right? Like you press one skill and then you can start channeling this. But then if you stop channeling, you just can't. Or is it like, yeah, is it you spend a fuck ton of mana and then you have a giant, like, fuel? I have no idea how this works. Yeah, I guess maybe if you have Incinerate equipped, you gain a resource called fuel. Huh, okay. Because, like, yeah, you would just need a skill that uses a bunch of your mana every now, like, and then to essentially generate fuel? I don't know. Interesting. I know Matho liked his Incinerate build. I did not like Incinerate when I played it. But he also played, I think, with the movement skill stuff, so he was always like on the move and not hampered by it as much. So we'll see. I guess that matters when we get there. He's feel for tanky shit with Incinerate? Yeah, maybe. Interesting. Infernal Cry now empowers 1 attack per 10 power in range, counting up to 50. Previously 1 attack plus blah, blah, blah. Okay. What does it do differently? Doesn't have Warcry speed. You do more damage. Now deal significantly more damage past level 20. Expend endurance charges to bypass the cooldown rather than consuming endurance charges to empower additional attacks. Quality now provides empowered attacks. Gain fire action to just... Okay. Whole lot of stuff there. Killing Palm now grants 1 power charge when calling a normal or magic monster, 2 when calling a rare, and 3 when calling unique. 3 power charges when calling unique monster. Okay. Bolt Lightning granted by Card of the Storm's unique amulet, now correctly typed as a trigger skill. This means it will scale off increase and reductions of trigger skill damage as well as other similar stats, and also means it will no longer be capable of generating energy to trigger other skills. Well, look at that. That's done. Yes, we are, Tato. We are not even fucking close. Lightning Conduit no longer consumes shocks from targets it hits, but has a 6-second cooldown. Now has 2 additional bolts if shocked enemy is in targeted area. Quality 10%, and there's no bypass for it. Okay, 6-second cooldown Lightning Conduit means I don't use it anymore. Fair enough. Quality now provides chance to additional burst on impact for lightning rods. Cool. Lightning Spear now fires 5 secondary bolts at all levels. No longer deals damage when consuming a no longer deals more damage when consuming a frenzy charge. So Lightning Spear is locked in at the amount of bolts and doesn't get boosted by frenzy charges. Living Bomb and Solar Orb have swapped places. Living Bomb is now a tier 5 elemental skill, while Solar Orb is an inherent skill to the Pyrophyte staves. Existing items are not affected by these changes. So Solar Orb can only be gotten from the staff? You can't get the Solar Orb gym anymore? Okay. Interesting. So much for snapping a Solar Orb. Unless you get a very specific staff with what you're looking for everything. Oh, okay. Living Bomb no longer explodes at the end of it. Instead, it explodes upon dealing sufficient damage to the enemy or just killing it. Now it drops a fire infusion remnant on exploding. It now has a base duration of 5, previously 2.5. I wonder if you could actually use Living Bomb as a main skill now. It explodes upon dealing sufficient damage to the enemy or just killing it. Huh. Find some tater tots. Yeah, I wonder if Living Bomb is actually usable as a skill. Because now that you don't have to wait for the duration, I guess it depends on how much is sufficient damage to the enemy. And then what you do with the fire infusion afterwards. But Maybe? Magma Barrier now passively increases your chance to block while active. Over time, it charges up with lava. While charged, your next block with a shield raised will spray lava in front of you. So this is actually like a thing you could probably use now. Because you don't have to time it. You just like, once it's charged, go boom. And it explodes. So possible. If you go, but it's off. Wait, what? 6 to 8 added fire damage per 15 evasion on a shield. It has a radius of 2.8 meters. Magma spray. Interesting. So it doesn't have an armor component at all? It's based off of evasion shields. So you can't use magma barrier with the other evasions, the other shield skills if you want to do damage with both. Because one is armor based, one is evasion based. If that's to be believed. Okay. Mana drain leeches 408 mana. Now has 70% reduced mana leech rate at all levels. Okay. Mana remnants now grant 280 mana. Previously 208. So they grant more, but 1.5 times. Mana Tempest level went down to 7. Both granted by shields. Are they? Oh, I can't remember. Molten Blast now steps backwards instead of forwards. Now inflicts 200% flammability and 100% more ignite duration. Secondary projectile count can no longer be modified. Okay. Now triggers from casting any spell in its radius, previously only lightning spells. It now creates lightning infusion remnants if all bolts are used up or its duration expires. It now has a maximum of 8 bolts at all levels. Now has a base radius of 3.6. Now fires bolts every 4. Orb duration is 12 from 10. Yeah, I wonder if it works if you snap it. If you do orb snap cast. Living Bomb is now skill gem. It used to be staff only. Living Bomb is now the skill gem, and Solar Orb is staff only. So they're switching those two around, which is really weird because Solar Orb is the thing you can cast Flame Blast on. So now you have to have a specific staff to have Orb to put down to Flame Blast. I don't get why, but okay. From automating infusion. Huh. Can't make fire infusions too easily with snap. I guess maybe, yeah. Yeah, I wonder, I don't know, maybe I do like League start some kind of mage caster for infusion just to like mess with that system. With the new stuff. Deal enough damage to pop the bomb to make infusion? Right. Weird. Archmage or not? That I don't know. Yeah, I'm probably planning something else and figure it out. But I mean, yeah, I don't know what Living Bomb. I'd have to like see what Living Bomb actually looks like because I have no idea what the fuck it looks like now that it's a skill gem, and what it means by explodes if it does sufficient damage. What the fuck is sufficient damage? Perfect Strike, Permafrost Blast, Plasma Blast. Archmage Cold. I mean, yeah, Archmage Cold if it works. We just don't know how to do. We don't know how to get Archmage Cold Archon. We don't know what triggers Cold Archon, and we don't know how long it lasts or if it has a cooldown. So I guess we'll find out. And yeah, gain extras become true, and biter would work with that, right, as well. So you could do that. Rake is no longer incorrectly tagged as a travel skill. This tag was left over from an earlier version of the skill that traveled much further without a target, whereas the released version of Rake does not meet the criteria of a travel skill. Please note that this is not a balanced motivated change. Consistency in the primary goal of gym tags, we would have nerfed Rake's stomping ground interaction in a different way instead of if it was appropriate for Rake to retain the travel tag. Okay. So that's Rake stomping ground nerf by proxy of the other situation, but not for that reason. Rapid shots, row amount. I didn't do any of these, so I don't know them. I'll leave that to people that actually know some of this shit. Shield charge. The skill's base movement speed has been reduced by 25%, but it no longer has a cooldown. Now has a base attack time of 0.6 from 0.5. Now deals 100% more damage based on the distance traveled. Area of effect now deals 49 from 94 from 254. Okay. And 906 from 217. Wow, that is quite a lot less damage. But it does more if you go long distance. I guess shield wall is what they're wanting it to be. Yeah, no CD, but yeah, you gotta. I'm assuming shield wall is what they want you to use. Curvature has been reduced and the wall is now picked approximately 40% longer by default. Now has a base explosion radius of 4 meters, previously 3, and additionally damages enemies in close proximity to the wall in all directions when exploding. You can now use shield charge to blast straight through the wall, and when the wall is destroyed by your own skills, the entire wall is destroyed at once, rather than only the nearby segments. However, this can only deal damage to each enemy once. Now has a 235 from 281. Now has 100% more damage if destroyed by your skills. Now deals 80% less damage if destroyed by enemies in the first 0.5 seconds of the duration. Quality is 40% more damage if destroyed by your skills, instead of can have plus shield walls. Using shield wall with your target location out of line of sight will cause you to use the skill towards the direction rather than fail. Okay. Spark, Embiter, Cold Mage, Blood Mage, Trigger Snap. Spark, Embiter, Cold Archmage, Blood Mage, Trigger Snap. Huh. Right on the target. Cold Archmage, Blood Mage. That does sound like an interesting setup. Archmage, Blood Mage. It's quite the combo. Shockwave Totem has a 50 base attack time from 100, deals 66 from 211, 237 from 53. So the Jagged Ground does way more, that does what? But this now no longer has the physical tag. Quality now has duration, base attack time. Cannot create Jagged Ground itself, supports no longer apply to Shockwave Totem. Okay, so it uses its own weapon, but then the Jagged Ground got switched out to be different stuff, and who knows with that. Could still be good, could still be bad, who knows. Siphoning Strike, Skeleton. Is there anything else I know about in these things? This is a bunch of skeletons. Explosion is no longer guaranteed critical hit from snipe and doesn't have increased damage critical bonuses. Now deals 1000 attack damage from 334. Has a base radius of 2.8. Perfectly timed arrows that hit frozen or heavy stun now cause larger explosions, deal more damage. Quality of radius. Okay. Solar Orb no longer has a mana cost. Pulse, now ignites still. Okay. Spark can now be cold infused to fire a large number of icy sparks in a circle, dealing both cold and lightning damage. Yep. Spark, Imbiter, Ice Infusion. Yeah. I mean, you could definitely do it. There is a theory there, I'd say. No longer has 0.9 seconds to total attack time, but now has attacks 35%. But now attacks at 35% of attack speed, previously 65. No longer consumes fully broken armor to guarantee critical hit. Instead, it inflicts sundered armor for fully broken armor, inflicting additional 20% increased physical damage taken for a duration, adjusting the damage area more closely matches the visual effect. Okay. Oh, bitter? Biter? Yes. So yeah, this being removed kind of like doesn't. Yeah. No. Temp chains. 54 from 28, but then less effective. That's fine. Just so many fucking skills. Holy shit. Time of need is now 75 strength and 25 intelligence, previously 100 in strength. Okay, so it's a little easier to use time of need. Okay. A lot of skills there. I'm tired of reading skills. Fire's Anguish unique charm now creates ignited ground last. Yeah, snipe damage is massive, but it's because it lost the guaranteed crits, so they just made it like do a fuck ton of number, I guess. Now it creates ignited ground for 4 seconds when used, igniting enemies as though dealing 4 fire damage equal to 500% of your max life. It can no longer ignite enemies in your presence. Huh. So no longer causes ignite, just causes ignited ground. Okay. The Blackbird unique armor has a 80 to 120 armor applied to elemental damage, previously 100. Existing versions of that can be made better or worse with a divine orb. Good luck. Bones of Allure has reservation efficiency to create undead minions. Instead, undead minions have 20% reduced reservation efficiency. Okay. We'll have existing items will have reduced reservation efficiency, but can be updated with divine orb. 15 has also now comes with movement speed. Nice. Brisk Wrap now has gain deflection equal to 20 to 30% evasion rating. Cool. Death's Harp lost some crit bonus. Yeah, yeah, it's doing the increased reservation efficiency from reduced reservation things. Change mechanical switch between that. And then also gain some movement speed. The Effigy of Cruelty unique focus now as critical hits with spells apply 3 stacks of critical weakness from 3 to 5. Okay. Virtuosity is now 250 crit bonus from 300. Days on hit now also has increased melee damage against stunned. Body armor, 40% increased mana cost efficiency instead of 20% reduced mana cost of skills. Deflection equal to evasion. 5 base crit on the Tangle Tongue from 20. Whispering Ice unique stabs inflict cold exposure on hit, lowering a total cold resistance by 30. Modifier now applies to elemental exposure instead. Okay. Exhaust Blood, unique amulet. Any presence has fire exposure modifier now applies to elemental exposure. The following uniques can no longer drop. Inferno class, Prohibiting Gaze, Thunder Steps, the Wailing Wall, the Fallen Formation, Gillened Stake, the Deep Tower, and the Remembered Tiles. I don't know what those did. Bunch of block chances went down. Yep. No block. No block allowed. The Doomgate unique shield has... Oh, Deepest Tower was the... That was the present shield? Helmet? Was it? Oh yeah, it was. Wow, that whole build just got deleted then. Like, that whole way of building that setup just disappeared. Wow, okay. I mean, it was, yeah, it was like insane. But yeah, that's crazy. Huh. Is Blood Barrier the armor that, or the thing I was using? That shield? Yeah, it is. Okay. So that whole thing got nerfed in terms of its block chance as well. Okay. Liquid emotions instead of distilled. I called diluted. Diluted. Is there anything else in here? These annulment, dextral, sinistral, dextral, sinistral. Okay. No more distilling, just straight liquid. Cost efficiency. Items with inherent skills can now rarely drop with skills level up to 20 in higher tier maps. Okay. Modifiers now roll up to 25 crit damage bonus, previously 39. Okay. Not as much crit on those. All the runes lost a little bit of their numbering. They're a bit weaker. Max life one went up by 1%. Mana went up by 1%. These are now specific to helmets, gloves, and boots. For those soul cores. Gold drop is now 10%. Oh yeah, you're right. That's only on body armor. It's 3% life on body armor and 3% mana on helmets instead of 2% all, 2% all. Huh, okay. Alright. I'm definitely getting the feeling that fucking deflection, evasion, fucking Pathfinder might be the thickest feeling thing. 40% less damage, your evasion rating counts against your fucking elemental damage. Avoid most of the damage. That might be a really good fucking feeling thing. Enjoy it before it's nerfed, yeah. I have a feeling that's gonna be pretty good. Then again, so will fucking evasion, energy shield stacking, hollow palm, so. Yeah, exactly. Like, straight up, this is just better, so. Okay, I mean, there's a lot of stuff here. I don't see anything, like, interesting beyond that. These are all just changes to the different talismans and stuff. Existing modifiers for energy shield recharge rate that roll on Focon and also roll on intelligence, helmets, gloves, and boots. Faster charge, faster evasion. Armor to elemental evasion to that, energy shield recharge rates. Okay. Damage gain is extra, increased mana, increased spells, increased spell damage on modifiers on staves now have higher values than the corresponding modifiers on wands and focuses, 50% higher on average. Okay. So stabs are actually like probably more useful because they actually compete. Because that was the thing, like a wand focus was just straight up stronger than a staff. So maybe 50% is enough to make them strong enough. Crit hit chance for spells on wands and focus is now down from 109 to 73. No minion accuracy stuff there. Yeah, that was like the only benefit of it. So yeah, it looks like staves might actually be better now, or like worth using, equal. Scepters no longer roll. Allies in your presence have additional accuracy modifiers. That's fine. Weapon spot speed, jewel and corruption no longer rolls. Okay. Monster changes. Rogue exiles have more life. 70% increased life. Huh. 50% higher than mod on. Probably. In that regard, yeah. Like the combo of two of these being together better might be better than that. I guess we'll see. Party right, yeah, Westbound. Okay. Bunch of micro stuff. Bunch of bug changes. Okay. I think that covers all of it. At least what I can cover realistically. Cause yeah, there's a lot. But for the most part, it covers what we need to cover until we get more information, more actual things to look at. Path building gets updated. We actually get to play the game. All that stuff needs to happen. I mean, yeah, it's a hype update. There's no doubt about it. It's a pretty hype update. Actually getting asynchronous trade means just the flow is going to be like so much better. The lineage supports can be massive. Plenty of different build ideas to kind of league start with, hopefully. As long as they're like numerically good. I'm pretty happy with the state of how it's all looking. Yeah, it's a lot of it's like really hard to figure out what it actually means until we can do it in game or get like I said with Living Bomb. I have no idea what that looks like. We have no idea how the infusion system like actually puts together things. Crest, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate our shotgun away some plebs. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of this stuff that I just don't really have a reference for right away. League starting something. Still, that's really going to be up in the air. maybe something to do with like infusions and things, but like this is 50% chance to when collecting an elemental infusion to get another different elemental infusion, so this could be really good with it, maybe. But then there's also like remnant respawning and stuff. Who knows? Who knows? Who the fuck knows? I do know though, I'm gonna get myself some dinner. I still feel slightly down on the weather, so getting myself some food is probably not a bad idea. So food, sleep, and all that jazz. Yeah. That's stuck on everything before. Oh yeah, hopefully some of the like the transversal stuff. Such an early dinner. I didn't eat dinner before I started streaming, so I have not eaten since I woke up, and that was at this point 7 hours ago. I had like a little bit of soup. But that's it. Eating the body armor if you had too many skills on it. Oh, really? But yeah, I'm gonna go get myself some food, get some sleep. And then tomorrow, Epoch. Yeah. Well, I'll hop on. I don't know when. Probably earlier than normal, but I'm not entirely sure exactly when I'm gonna hop on for the Epoch goodnesses. But that's what we'll play. We'll think about builds in 2 games at once. That'll go well. Good times to be had. I'm excited. I'm very excited for what the future brings for Po2. I think there's plenty of stuff there to make interesting builds once again for a little bit. Hopefully some of those systems work as they intend them to work, and then we can like see the combos work together that way, but we'll figure that out. Anyway, thanks everyone for hanging out. Hopefully you enjoyed it. ZF, Brogy, Crest, appreciate the resubs, many gifted subs. And yeah, Cross-Kaiser Varach, Cathrals, y'all have yourself a good one. Enjoy, those of you lurking about. Enjoy as well. Dynamo requires 3 endurance charges. Yeah, that one's, you know, there might be ways to generate a lot of start charges and put those down. If they're supposed to be really strong, maybe that's a build, maybe not, who knows. Yeah, we'll see. We're basically gonna keep a notepad going and figure out what the notepad says is the next best thing, and we'll league start something. Looking forward to it. It'll be fun. And with Act 4 coming in and the interlude, we don't have to do the acts anymore twice, so that's also very good. I'll see you guys tomorrow for